What the minister said was correct. There was a reason why, although there was only a single key wielder, there would still be many tower participants who weren't from the same clan, necessarily, as the wielder. The epistemic tower was literally the best key to transcendence throughout the cosmos. If only an astronomically small percentage of martial warriors became transcendents, the number who did without using the epistemic tower was an even more unfathomably small percentage of that already small percentage. This basically meant that if you wanted to have hopes of becoming a transcendent, something that was already nothing but a dream for the vast majority, doing so without the tower would be even worse than a dream. It would be nothing short of foolish. Knowing this, how could those clans be willing to give it up without a fight? Even if it meant teaming up to suppress the Ragnars, they would do it. This is why clans share their epistemic tower quotas. Although many prefer to be the key wielder as it gives certain advantages, as long as the clan who holds the key currently is willing to share, so to speak, conflicts can be held to a minimum. The minister understood this, and as such, had no choice but to bring it up. They could search for the epistemic tower, and hopefully find it first. But, in the case that they do, they had to be prepared. Seeing that Odin's sharp gaze lessened, the minister sighed a breath of relief before continuing. As for where, Hela is not sure, but she did have some ideas. It is almost an impossibility that the previous Emperor God clans didn't know of this tower. In fact, it's likely because they were wiped out by that unknown force that the information about the epistemic tower was lost to us in the first place. So, Hela suggested that we explore gates that bordered those olden regions. The epistemic tower was likely on the cusp of shared territory because whoever wielded the key would have had to share as well. However, finding records of such a thing will be exceedingly difficult, especially since if we had records like those, we would have long since known about this tower. The ministers nodded in agreement. Finding information about those times was exceedingly difficult. There were without a doubt many resources that were lost now because of that warring period. The old man startled awake, causing everyone's eyes to be attracted to him. This old man was always the calmest of them all. What could possibly make him react like this? He held his chest, breathing heavily as a bitter look appeared on his features. He knew that this news would not bode well for the Ragnars, but even worse, if he was the one to say this out loud. He had no confidence that Odin wouldn't just directly kill him to vent his anger. By the time the old man finally calmed himself and steeled his nerves enough to look up, he found a pair of blue eyes so piercingly cold staring at him that they looked like lasers of light even in this dark room. Lord Odin. The old man was unable to look away. Although he had no pupils, it could be said that he saw things far clearer than most people. He could feel death creeping up on him, finally ready to take him away. It was his misfortune that he wouldn't die to old age. Loki is dead. Silence reigned the room. Not a single person dared to speak. All excitement that might have been brought by the information on the epistemic tower was completely wiped away by this singular three-worded sentence. A dense tension hung in the air, slowly building even as Odin's facial expression remained the same. Few understood what Loki's mission was, but Odin did. As much as he wanted to rampage about and take out his anger and the person who ended Loki's life, if it was who he thought it was, even if all 100 quadrants came together, it would mean nothing to this entity. And now he had given up his. For what? Not once did Odin even think that Loki could have died another way. The only reason he was restraining his temper was out of fear for the entity. But, if he had known that the person responsible was just a mere child in his eyes, who knew how he would react? The old man knew very little about this mission of Loki's, but when he saw his short-tempered lord react with restraint, he couldn't help but make some guesses as to just what level of danger Loki must have been in to make Odin respect it. However, there was one more piece of information he had to muster up the courage to share. This affected the entire Ragnar clan, and no matter how scared her was, he must say these words. There's something else, the old man said in a weak voice, finally prying his gaze away from Odin to stare at the floor, ready for whatever punishment may come. I've lost all sense of karmic ties to Loki's faith seed. I can't find it in the stream of reincarnation as a result. I don't know what happened. Surprisingly, though, this tidbit of information made Odin even more sure of what happened. Who else in this universe could have the power to erase karmic ties if not for that entity? Right now, he regretted trusting that thing from the very beginning, but he also knew that the entity was much too powerful to be ignored. And although he was imprisoned now, judging by the power of his subordinates, the Ragnars had no choice but to submit. In the next instant, Odin stood, disappearing from where he stood. None of the Ragnars knew when they'd see him again. Back in the Belmont Holy Land, a book inside of Dian's spatial ring was happily glowing, excited to have added a new powerhouse to its pages. There, on the 6th page, sat the glowing bulb of light that had endless inscriptions floating within it, each of which corresponded to a different legacy or Tao. If Odin had seen this, his anger would have been enough to destroy universes. In this world, there were very few things that could undo such strong karmic ties. However, to a weapon of the 33 heavens, such a thing was child's play. Whereas Odin thought the entity was the one who used his power to steal his son's faith seed, the truth was the true culprit was the soul tome. That bulb of light, riddled with endless inscriptions, was none other than Loki's faith seed. King Acacia, after hours of flying, could now finally see Earth in the distance. His speed increased another fold as he blasted through the atmosphere, allowing rings of flames to be deflected by his celestial energy. However, the sights he was greeted with were far and away out of his expectations. He had been coming here at his fastest speed in order to help, but what he found was a war that was already over. In fact, much of the Ragnars and their allies were either rounded up or had long since fled. Even more surprisingly, now that his agitated state had calmed, he suddenly became aware that his wife's soul was here instead of at the ice belt. How did Kawa get here before me? King Acacia had no idea what was going on, but currently, there was a heated argument going on down below. In any other situation, King Acacia would have ignored it. After all, his goal right now was to find and stop Loki. However, without an understanding of the situation, a situation that had clearly drastically changed, how could he understand what next step to take? Father, I disagree. Irpakel couldn't understand what he was hearing. His father had left with the unknown experts from before. But, realizing he was of no help to that situation, he came back in order to stabilize this situation first. When he found his eldest son, Ire, about to kill Thor and Vidar, he immediately stopped him, much to the anger of his son. If we kill them now and shatter their faith seeds, we can cripple the Ragnars. Why would you stop me from doing this? Have you thought about how many of our own we've lost to them and their inhumane tactics? I was here listening to the screams and cries of our own people being devoured by them. How could we allow them to live? Ire didn't dare to claim that he was fighting while his father wasn't. After all, he was quite aware that Patriarch Pakel had been fighting a battle on a scale far larger than what was occurring here. In addition, he would normally never question his father, especially not in public. Such a thing was a major taboo and much too disrespectful, even if he was the eldest son. However, he couldn't restrain himself. His boundless disgust for the Ragnars had started early. He knew their true nature. In fact, maybe a blood-leeching will like the red crystals was the perfect representation of this clan of people. Patriarch Pakel sighed. You don't understand. He was calm and patient. Despite his son's outburst, he didn't reprimand him, not did he give way to anger. Without power, it would be impossible to shatter their faith seeds. All we would do is alert the Ragnars of this universe. This was correct. Although Ire had understanding of the laws that governed faith seeds, he was still very much ignorant of matters concerning karma in conjunction with such things. The Ragnars, because of their handicap, invested heavily in karmic protections for their limited faith seeds. This made it possible not only to pull them out of the cycle of reincarnation much quicker, it also allowed for a barrier of protection that could last just long enough so that a faith seed could fade away peacefully. It seemed that his father's words had finally gotten through to him, but Ire was still not satiated. He knew that killing Thor and Vidar would bring untold calamity to this universe. But what did that have to do with them as Pakals? Was it not their goal to make their way back to their main branch? Plus, there was protection of the gates. It wasn't like the Ragnars could just make their way across the universes casually. Even if they used means other than the gates to cross, such a method would be ridiculously costly, meaning the Ragnars wouldn't be able to invest a large amount to. Father, we have to think of the future. Even if we cannot shatter their faith seeds, killing them will be enough. Eliminating 2 of the 5 Ragnar faith seeds would be a great meritorious feat. Little brother Kedlum could use this to gain a foothold in the main Pakal branch before taking it all over. Despite how sound his argument sounded, Patriarch Pakal still shook his head. You are too naive. Maybe it is my fault for spending so much time on Kedlum's development and neglecting you. The main branch cannot be taken by diplomacy, nor can it be negotiated with. You see them as family because that's what's in your heart. However, they will never place you in their hearts as you have them. They may take your brother in initially, but after understanding his background, there's no doubt that they will use him. Do you remember why the Ragnars became aware of our blood sacrifice technique? Ire remained silent, a deep frown setting into his features. By now, most important figures understood that the Pakal branch of this universe was forced to flee from the main Pakal Emperor God clan. During that escape, they took with them techniques passed down by the demon sage, of which included the blood sacrifice technique. However, a few years ago, Patriarch Ragnar, or Loki, as Dian had come to know him, started a war to steal this technique. So, the question was, how did he know they had it? Why would Loki be so sure that this fleeing branch family had such an important technique? Enough to risk his exposure and potentially preemptively alert the Belmonts in starting a war? The technique being Lasat itself would have been a major taboo to the Pakals. Even if they didn't know where it was, they wouldn't divulge information about it being lost in the first place. It could act as a great deterrent to the Ragnars, so why would they handicap themselves in this way? The answer lay with Kedlum's faith seed, Azura. Kedlum's birth was a day of both darkness and light for Patriarch Pakal. For one, it was the day that marked his wife's inevitable death. She was a simple woman with decent constitution that Patriarch Pakal had chosen among those of this universe. As a patriarch of a god clan, women like her were hardly difficult for him to attain, but he took a liking to her. She was a gentle and reassuring figure in the face of the cards he had been dealt. However, that day was also a light of hope. Although faith seeds wouldn't be detected from far distances unless they were awakened. If an expert was in close proximity, it was possible to detect even an unawakened faith seed, given that you actively looked for it. Out of sheer desperation, Patriarch Pakal had fallen into the habit of personally checking every newborn Pakal child. It just so happened that the chosen among them was his own son. This truth, though, was a double-edged sword. The day that Kedlum awakened his faith seed would be the day that the Pakal main branch knew of their survival and their general location. And yet, if they wanted revenge, Kedlum couldn't hide his faith seed forever. At first, Patriarch Pakal wanted to take his son's faith seed and shatter it. After all, one required a certain blessing in talent to be chosen by a faith seed from birth anyway. That meant that Kedlum would likely be an astounding talent even without his seed. But the problem with that plan was something that left Patriarch Pakal horrified, something he didn't have the heart to tell anyone else, but also fueled his will to want to destroy the current Pakal clan as well. The very same karmic bindings found on Ragnar faith seeds were found on Pakal ones as well. This only meant a single thing. While Patriarch Pakal was lamenting over the inhumane actions of the Ragnars and their despicable nature, his own clan had been acting in this same way behind their backs. Truthfully speaking, the Pakals only did this because they were forced into a competition with the Ragnars. If the Ragnars suddenly monopolized the majority of faith seeds in the quadrant, they'd be at a huge disadvantage. This was because even though the Ragnars only had 5 faith seeds, a single clan, despite having more, wouldn't usually manifest more than 3 or 4 in a single generation. However, this excuse didn't stop Patriarch Pakal from being sick to his stomach. When he thought about all of the innocent lives needed to make what he saw possible, the anger in his heart only burned stronger. At this point, anyone who was paying attention to the history of this quadrant would have noticed this much earlier. Why? Because around the same time Thor and Vidar died, Azura died at the hands of the dukes and duchesses too. It was no coincidence that all 3 faith seeds appeared at the same time, They were all tied together by the same death and the same bloody massacres. When Patriarch Pakal saw this truth, he was at a loss for what to do. Maybe the reason he wanted to save Thor and Vidar now because he saw in them the very same shackles that once bound his own son. At the time, Patriarch Pakal could only lament his own misfortune. He prepared himself to forget about Kedlam ever having a faith seed, making sure to seal it away so that even his son would never detect it. However, that was when his wife asked him what was wrong. Her smile was so simple and sweet that it almost undid all of the knots in Patriarch Pakal's heart. After hearing that her son would be forever shackled, Mistress Pakal paled. Her heart ached, unwilling to have her son share such a fate. So, she called in her sons. 3 in total. 1 in her arms and 2 growing toddlers, one of which was Ire. She spent weeks with them, never taking the time to do anything else. Although this confused Patriarch Pakal, he had no reason to stop it. After all, it was just a mother spending time with her sons. But then, on one day, that simple woman that Patriarch Pakal had fallen for said words so profound that they shocked him. To wash away karmic strings created by the utmost selfishness, you need karmic strings forged by the utmost selflessness. That day was the day Patriarch Pakal ended his wife's life. For the sake of her son's future, she sacrificed everything to buy his freedom. Fortunately, her simple philosophy worked. Unfortunately, it came at a price even beyond her life. To extract the essence of a person is an incredibly difficult thing to do. Every time Diane obtained the essence of an expert, it was through that expert themselves. However, Kedlam's mother was a simple woman. She didn't have a celestial soul to detach from herself to fulfill such requirements. As such, Patriarch Pakal was forced to use the blood sacrifice technique on his own wife. This freed Kedlam from ever having to worry about the karmic ties of his faith seed, letting him have all the time he needed to grow into the man who could take revenge on the clan who did this to his family. However, it also alerted the Ragnars. The use of such a powerful technique would hardly go unnoticed, especially by someone so familiar with it like Loki. This started the cascade of events that led to the legacy world battle Diane was forced to flee from. Do you understand now, Ire? My son. Patriarch Pakal placed his hand on his eldest son's shoulder, a tired look in his murky brown eyes. There is no need for you to feel this deep-seated loyalty to our clan. You need only feel anger. Be calculative. Be smart. Don't act based on emotion. Act on your better judgment. Do you understand? Ire was stunned, his eyes glistening in anger. But in the end, how could he not understand? King Acacia waited patiently for the son and father to finish their moment together. Patriarch Pakal hadn't bothered to hide their conversation from him, likely because he recognized King Acacia and Diane's father-in-law, and thus trusted him as a result. Either way, this was just yet another tragic story of the martial world, a place never short of endless cruelty. King Acacia, I'm glad you've made it back. A friend of yours wanted me to tell you that your wife is safe and sound. Patriarch Pakal turned to King Acacia, smiling amiably. King Acacia couldn't help but bitterly smile. All this time he had done next to nothing. While King Belmont felt horrible for not doing enough, the truth was that he at least defeated enemies. And also hearing that it was a friend, the figures of Amel and Nora couldn't help but surface in his mind. If it's them, then there's little to worry about, King Acacia said with a smile. It seemed like all his worries were for naught. But Patriarch Pakal's complicated gaze told a different story. Is there something wrong? King Acacia probed. The situation might be more complex than we give it credit for. It's already been a few hours since Nora began attempting to decipher the formation shrouding the Belmont Holy Land, but it doesn't seem like she's made any progress. A formation Nora is struggling with? King Acacia couldn't fathom just how complex such a formation would be. Yes, from my understanding, it's been catalyzed by the death of its layer, making it many times stronger. Death! King Acacia had mixed feelings about this piece of information. But, at the very least, one of their stronger enemies was dead. That was good. Patriarch Pakal nodded. It may be best if you head over personally. Nora said your true empath abilities may help greatly. King Acacia agreed. He may be able to find some weak points that could help. However, just as he was about to leave, an unexpected group of people blocked his path, although there was no hostility in their actions. King Acacia, Patriarch Pakal. The group bowed, following the lead of an otherworldly beauty who couldn't have been more than 25 years old. This, of course, was Ulu. Is there something the matter? The two of them nearly spoke at the same time, both being used to be the leaders of their clans. The truth was that they were still apprehensive about this clan. With their intelligence networks, they had long since understood that the new holders of Planet Nyx weren't so simple. Somehow, they had overthrown the previous clans entirely before establishing their own. Within 20 years, "We've heard of your problem and would like to help," Ulu responded simply. "Really? How can you do that?" Despite being questioned, Ulu didn't seem to mind too much. "We're in debt to Dian. We owe him our aid. If not for him, our young lord would have died by now. As for how, we have many sealing experts here. Although we can't claim to be unmatched, if given a few minutes to prepare, our elders can lay down a formation-suppressing seal. This suppression seal should work on even moon-level formations depending on the situation. If we couple our expertise with yours, King Acacia, undoing the formation can be done by force." "No?" King Acacia nodded. This plan could work. If they weakened the barrier, then used him to find its weak point before they all attacked it together, this plan really could work. To use seals to undo formations was definitely the best sort of approach to take. The two disciplines were one in the same while also running counter to one another. Unfortunately, the elves didn't have sealing experts with high enough cultivation to make this a viable path, but the Planet Nyx citizens seemed to be implying that they did. However, it would all rely on them. King Acacia knew they were looking for something in this universe. Only time would tell just what their motivations are. In the Belmont Holy Land, Dian now stood before Chengli, and although they were separated by a wall of Dayu ready to die for, Dian could feel his fear and apprehension as he leisurely walked out of the cave. Dian wouldn't forget the humiliation Chengli tried to make him suffer at his hands. He had burned the image of his fists careening through the air to connect it with his face. The Belmont ancestor had stopped attacking and now stood half a step behind Rhi and Madeline. He had long since sensed the source of amethyst within Madeline, and seeing how she deferred to Dian, he could after as such too. "Don't think I'll beg for my life." Chengli spoke words directly to Dian after the battle quietened. Dian stared at Chengli as though he was looking at a bug, an insignificant existence that he could snap out of existence in an instant. How could he care about such words now? Lionel and Evelyn were still awkwardly tied, only capable of the faintest of movements. But they were put within eye view for Chengli, helping him to understand that even his hidden allies had been captured. Seeing Dian's attitude, Chengli's veins bulged as he clenched his jaw, unwilling to accept this turn. Seemed that now he had no choice. "Kill them all." Dian spoke commandingly, leaving the Belmont ancestor with no choice but to follow orders. However, that was when something unexpected happened. Chengli's eyes sharpened. "Warrior of the Dayu, beast of the skies, ancestor of mine and blood of mine." Dian's eyes widened as the Dragon King immediately understood what was going on. Beasts could have ancestors too. Although their process required reading a writ due to the connection beasts had with the universe, it was still relatively simple. Chengli was summoning an ancestor of the Dayu. Dian frowned, immediately placing Rhi and Madeline behind his back. They didn't want this, but now that Dian's body had broken into the Saint Realms, their bodies were akin to feathers in his hands even when they struggled. Unless they used their wills, something they'd never do against their own husband, they wouldn't have a chance at resisting. When they saw Dian's large back, tattooed with brilliant white, black, and gold wings, they couldn't help but feel a sense of security even with the impending doom. Dian had every reason to be apprehensive even if the Belmont ancestor was by his side. For one, the legacy of the Belmonts could not compare to the Dayu even remotely. One was a former Emperor God clan, the other was a royal God clan at its peak. And secondly, even worse, the Belmont ancestor was already running out of time. Dian made a grasping motion at the air, but he immediately wanted to hit himself afterward. He had instinctively wanted to use his weapon's hell formation to kill Xianxia as quickly as possible to stop the summoning. But how could he without his soul? However, Dian didn't give up. His skin reddened as he circulated his Demon Emperor's will technique, pushing it directly to the peak of the first act. Reaching back, he lightly touched Ri's hand, ignoring the comfort to focus on the ring on her finger. In the next instant, a Grandmaster Spear appeared in his hand, just one among the many in the Celestial Deer Sect inventory. Extreme Yang, Darkest Jade, Dayu of the East, Ruler of the North. Xianxia continued to focus on his chance. He had to do this. He was the only one who could do this. Exactly like Lionel Belmont, only a select few of a clan could call upon their ancestors. Although it was unknown to Xianxia how Lionel stopped others from doing so, that was the last thing on his mind right now. Right now, Xianxia had no idea where his grandfather was. In fact, seeing Dian now forced a deep sense of dread to settle within him. Although the fate of his grandfather was obvious by now, he didn't dare to finish the thought. By this point, Dian could only desperately hope that his strength was enough. Xianxia was still being surrounded by the few hundred Saint Dayu left, and without his wills, the likelihood that he could make it through was nearly zero. The problem was that he could feel that his Demon Emperor's will had significantly weakened. It was originally a technique that relied heavily on his demonic will. Without it, it lost 50% of its effectiveness. This made what should have been a x8 multiplier a mere x4. However, it was at this point that his demon generals aimed their long-range attacks as well, being intelligent enough to understand that this was a time-sensitive task. The skies twisted and bent, an enormous amount of energy accumulating. Both sides acted, although with diametrically opposing goals. One for absolute attack and the other for absolute defense. Dian's arms flexed, the muscles of his torso pulled in tightly as his hazel-green eyes landed on Xianxia. In the next instant, a flurry of attacks were released. Endless streams of wills raged forward, however, their organization was impeccable. Although Dian wasn't able to communicate with his demon generals now, they understood their roles perfectly. They had already shifted into their various corps, organized by will specialty, causing their attacks to blend perfectly without any clashing. The Dayu were stunned. There was simply a different level of organization the demon generals reached under Dian's presence. It was as though his very will permeated through all of them. A feat only possible if each and every one of these prideful geniuses saw him as their undisputed leader. "Help me," Dian motioned to the celestial expert. Without so much as another word, Dian's arm flashed forward with blinding speed, releasing a spear that shattered the air as though even space was a hindrance to it. The attacks of the demon generals blasted the Dayu apart, raining down chaos in their once organized defensive formation. However, knowing this was their last chance, the Dayu pulled out everything they had, even shamelessly using the last remaining Nivea sect members as meat shields to achieve their goals. A once highly lauded god clan was reduced to nothing but a sect of women crying for mercy, while a once respected emperor god clan was reduced to the lowly state of using their allies in such a way. Evelyn could only watch with horror setting in her eyes as the women she called sister, the women she herself led here, died one after another, being thrown out by their supposed allies. She could only think about how it was they who had brought things to this point. Even now, the cruelty of the martial world shone forth. There weren't any eternal allies nor enemies, just benefits to be gained and lost, and they were very much losing, but none of it mattered. There were simply too few enemies left. The attacks of the demon generals blasted through, leaving an alley from space from Xianxia to Dian's quickly approaching spear. The coordination was impeccable, their support immaculate. They all breathed and attacked as one, feeling success on the horizon. Its silver light glistened in the sun, but its beauty was lost to them, especially Xianxia. Fear grew in his eyes as death seemed to be awaiting him. However, he resolutely channeled his bloodline, furiously chanting the final words. Yet, no matter how much he wished it, he could tell that he wouldn't have the time to finish. Handicapped or not, Dian had still multiplied his saint body strength by 4. The spear was simply moving too fast. Lei closed his eyes, futilely chanting even with the knowledge he wouldn't make it. And just as expected, in a mere instant, Dian's spear was before him. The glistening spear was a meager 3 feet away from Lei's forehead, prepared to pierce forward in the next instant. However, Dian had underestimated the willingness of the Dayu to die for their prince. Centuries had passed since the Dayu were at their peak, but many here had been fed stories since their birth. Although their bloodline was no longer among the purest, they still had the arrogance of dragons seated deep within their bones. They had been disrespected and effectively castrated by the celestial deer sect, even to the point where their very beast forms were locked away. And now, their bloodlines were so diluted that their young had lost all ability to manifest their most prized form, settling instead for pitiful soul manifestations from techniques stolen from the elves. How could they continue to live like this? No matter how far removed from the supreme dragon race they were now, they were still a beast clan. A clan meant to represent the sovereign path. Even if it meant death, they would fight for the right of their clan to once again prosper. The man who moved was none other than Lei's father. Standing in front of his son, he burned his soul without hesitation. Due to his lack of talent, diluted bloodline, and the overall inadequate resources, he was still a mere high-level essence gatherer. He was nothing like his father, Elder Dayu, nor did he have the potential his son had. But he had an unyielding will to see the Dayu once again prosper. Elder Dayu had once had many sons. But, due to the war with the celestial deer sect, many were directly killed, while the remaining few committed suicide after having their beast forms sealed. With the deep-seated pride of the dragon race running through their veins, how could they withstand such humiliation? However, Elder Dayu didn't have such a luxury. The remaining hope of their clan rested with him and him alone. So he hid, slowly fostering allies and building up the Dayu with their limited remaining resources. He hadn't married again, but understanding his bloodline needed to continue, he took a random woman with decent constitution and birthed Lei's father. Although he wasn't proud of this son's talent, he loved him nonetheless. And when Lei was born, it all became worth it. Lei's father remembered the first day he heard of Dian. His son had come to him, explaining that the celestial deer sect had found themselves a successor. Lei had told him that Dian killed an essence-gathering expert like it was nothing and directly suggested awakening the ancestors to deal with him and the possible life-saving treasures he may have. However, much like the prideful man that he was, he shut down the idea immediately. He even remembered his exact words as his life flashed before his eyes. What kind of laughingstock would we be using those experts against a child? Those were his very words. And now that child would be the death of him. The irony of it all wasn't lost on him, but even if he had to go back now, he would still do the same. Even being so weak in talent, even without a dragon form to call his own, he was still a Dayu. The pride still ran through his veins. There was no medicine for regret, so he could only bitterly laugh as the spear tore through his chest, shredding his heart to pieces in an instant. But he stood tall, using the strength he gained burning his soul to grasp the shaft, stopping it from continuing forward. Blood split from his mouth, but the smile on his face never faded. In his life, he had never made any large contributions. But this moment it would be his legacy. Ancestor, we humbly plead for your mighty presence. Dian watched this scene with a deep frown on his expression. However, unfortunately for Lei's father, Dian had already calculated for such a variable and Ancestor Belmont had long since acted. Just as the Dayu were about to sigh in relief, another spear appeared, breaking out of its spatial concealment. Almost as though it was perfectly choreographed, Lei's father's body fell, perfectly concealing the spear from Lei's view until the final moment. In that instant, Dian almost relaxed. He almost let his guard down. He almost felt like after days of fighting, he wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. But he was wrong. Just when the spear was inches from Lei's forehead, a formless energy erupted as a door opened from the skies. Everything seemed to freeze in space, unwilling to move and agitate this figure. The only person remaining who could seemingly move freely was Dian. But even he could do nothing as a man standing 10 meters tall stepped out of the foggy door. Despite his height, his long jet-black hair reached down his back, only ending at his ankles. He wore a tight-fitting chongpao with silver embroidery, nearly bursting at its seams with the robustness of his solid build. His eyes were cold and yellow slits, flickering like a wild animal despite the contradictory calm nature of his chiseled features. This was without a doubt the Dayu ancestor. Lionel was able to summon his ancestor directly from their tombs. However, Cheng-Lei hadn't had this luxury. Unless the Dayu ancestor was willing to use his own power to connect to this space through Cheng-Lei's bloodline, all of Cheng-Lei's chanting would have been for naught. But not only did this ancestor come, he didn't wait for Cheng-Lei to finish praising him, something that had never happened in the history of the Dayu. The truth was that Cheng-Lei had long since finished the rites to the universe. The only remaining part of the ceremony was praise for the ancestor he wanted to call, a tradition added by none other than the arrogant dragons themselves. After all, if normal dragons were already sovereigns, how could those powerful enough to be ancestors not be even more so? And yet, this ancestor had ignored all of that, and if who his gaze landed on was any indication, that was seemingly related to Dian. The Belmont ancestor moved to step forward, but Dian blocked him. To the Belmont ancestor, a suicide attack was just fine by him. In fact, it might garner him more good karma. But such a thing was useless to Dian. If he lost his most valuable piece in such a useless move, he might as well be co-signing them all to death. In the coming decades, with his strength so severely handicapped, he had to use his intelligence to his advantage. And letting the Belmont ancestor fight wasn't intelligent. Anyone could tell that this Dayu ancestor was more powerful. The Dayu suddenly simultaneously kneeled, ignoring even the most glaring of injuries to pay respects. Arrogant sovereigns or not, every clan had protocols and etiquette to follow. Dian could tell that this ancestor was a Dao formation expert, maybe even beyond at his peak. However, his strength had been eroded by two things. For one, it seemed like Cheng-Lei was reluctant to use him because this was his very last summoning. And two, the ancestor diverted much of his remaining strength to connecting to Cheng-Lei's location from the Dayu tombs. This observation didn't seem to mean much, though. He was still much more powerful than the Belmont ancestor, even in this state. There was no surprise in the Dayu ancestor's gaze when he noticed a mere 19-year-old not cowering under his oppressive might. In fact, he almost seemed as though he expected it. Inwardly, this confused Dian until the ancestor spoke, that is, Dragon King, are you really unwilling to let my Dayu family go? Despite the words said, there was no hint of pleading in the ancestor's voice. In fact, he held an unyielding momentum in his tone. As soon as these words were spoken, Dian understood immediately. The Dayu ancestor came out like this because he had sensed the end of the Dayu was near. With his senses, how could he not understand that only Cheng-Lei had a bloodline powerful enough to call upon him? That only meant one thing. If Cheng-Lei died, the Dayu were all but extinguished. But that was only part of the reason. The second reason was because of the Dragon King. Dian didn't have access to his soul, so although he now knew the sensitivity of Dragon King-related matters, there was nothing he could do to conceal it unless he wanted to forever keep it within his spatial ring. However, he didn't feel safe doing so. Although there was confusion deep within the hearts of Dian's allies, they didn't dare to say a word. They awaited to see if their leader could give them yet another miracle. And why should I do such a thing? Dian responded calmly. All he could do now was act as the Dragon King would. The Dragon King wouldn't fear death, nor would he put the Dayu bloodline in his eyes. However, doing such a thing wasn't too difficult for Dian. He already had arrogance seeped deep within his bones. You fight for humans while eradicating your own kind? The ancestor retorted. I fight for myself, and your family has happened to annoy me one too many times. I can smell the blood of one of our best on you. Is that not enough? The ancestor seemed to be taking a step back. The kneeling Dayu couldn't believe what they were hearing. especially Lei, who had just lost his father and had now been confirmed to lose his grandfather. A deeply sour feeling spread through his heart, but he still didn't dare to look up. However, while these words were deeply painful to the Dayu, it was yet another piece of the puzzle to Dian. The aura of the Dragon King wasn't enough to make this ancestor take this approach. No, he also sensed the death of Elder Dayu was related to Dian. Elder Dayu was no regular character. Even in the Dayu's prime, he was their patriarch, or rather, their emperor as his formal title dictated. He was in line to become an ancestor after his death as well. It was just unfortunate that there would have been no one capable of presiding over the necessary ceremonies. The fact that his death was related to Dian, and the fact Dian had the Dragon King's aura on him, told the ancestor all he needed to know. As such, despite his arrogance, his first move was to negotiate. But this wasn't so simple. To become a Dao formation expert as he had in his lifetime, he would have had to be exceedingly intelligent. He understood that even if the Dragon King took over a person's body, he should still be limited by that body despite his knowledge. So, the real question was, what price did the Dragon King pay to kill Elder Dayu then? And more importantly, could he do it again? The answer was, of course, no. But Dian just had to make it seem like the answer was yes. He offended me, he died. His grandson offended me, he should die too. Dian answered offhandedly. Don't push this too far. The ancestor roared in agitation. Dian's eyes narrowed. Or what? You'll destroy this meat sack of mine? Do you have the power to do so? And even if you did, so what? I've lived millions of years, and I'll continue to live millions more. I'll make it my second life's mission to wipe the Dayu from existence if that's what you truly want. The ancestor clenched his teeth, trying to calm his anger. Even if he used everything he had, it would be impossible to destroy the Dragon King's weapon. Added to the fact that he had limited time left as an ancestor, even if he wanted to hide it away, he wouldn't be able to protect it forever. If that was the case, as soon as the Dragon King found another poor soul to devour, the Dayu he saved now would be finished and all of this would have meant nothing. The ancestor was suddenly at a loss of what to do. The Dragon King was truly too overbearing. I'm willing. The ancestor breathed heavily, trying to calm himself. I'm willing to do you any favor as long as it spares this boy and is within my power. Dian calmly looked at the ancestor, taking his time. Minutes went by without anyone saying a word. Just when the ancestor was beginning to think that maybe he was wrong and this Dragon King was just stalling for time, Dian spoke. I want your corpse. It will greatly help me improve this meat puppet of mine. I want whatever treasures are holed up in your Dayu tombs. I know that even your lesser bloodlines have the same habits as true dragons. And he becomes my slave. Dian finished, pointing to Lei. With every passing word Dian spoke, the face of the ancestor became redder and redder. Just the first request was more than overstepping a boundary of decency. He was essentially asking this ancestor to never allow his own body to rest in peace. The second was even more glaringly disgusting. It disrespected not just him, but also every Dayu to ever earn a place in their tombs. What kind of tomb didn't have treasures? Kings, pharaohs, emperors, even their esteemed servants were all buried with ridiculous amounts of wealth. Even when the Dayu were lacking resources, never did they dare to take them from their own tombs. And yet the Dragon King wanted them now? And lastly, making Lei a slave? Making the last viable Dayu a slave? This was no less than slapping the face of the entire Dayu lineage. Is there a problem? Dian continued as though there was no issue with what he said. The ancestor grit his teeth, no longer suspecting Dian in the least. No one else could be so arrogant. Never would he think that there was someone else so bold in this world. Even the Dragon King was sounding out in a deep and shaking laughter in Dian's mind right now. Dian could tell he approved. The truth was, if even one of those requests was missing, the ancestor would have chosen to attack. In his mind, the Dragon King would be disrespectful, true, but he also had to be greedy. And, most importantly, the real Dragon King would never let Lei off in the face of benefits. No matter what he received, Lei would have to suffer for his annoying him. As for how Dian's subordinates and wives felt, They still didn't dare to speak, but the admiration in their eyes only grew fiercer with each passing moment. This was their husband. This was their leader. His place in their hearts was unshakable. During this entire process, Lionel could hardly control his shaking. However, oddly, this gave him a sense of relief. Unlike Madeline, and Diane's demon generals, all of whom were certain that Diane was in control of his own body, Lionel did not have that kind of understanding. To him, Changlei and Evelyn, they all pieced together what they thought was the truth. The reason Diane survived, the reason he was such a genius, the reason he thwarted their plans again and again, was all because he was never truly Diane to begin with. All of this time he was some ancient entity. This was why none of them dared to breathe out a single word. Just like the Dayu ancestor, they were fooled. Diane's presence and his talent were simply too overwhelming for them to accept any other explanation. There was no evidence more conclusive to them than the fact Diane could withstand this pressure. What they didn't know was that Diane had been dealing with such pressure all his life. From his father to General Mace to his uncle. None of them had martial talent, but they cultivated in other ways. They sharpened their senses, refined their discipline, molded their spirits. No matter how much Diane hated General Mace to his core, there was no doubting that all three of those men would stand at the top of the martial world had it not been for the entity. But now Diane had surpassed them. As a child, he was already capable of ignoring their presence. But now, with his heaven's blessing multiplied hundreds of folds, this 10-meter-tall man meant nothing to him. The ancestor seemed to be having trouble holding in his anger. In fact, if Diane didn't know he was a dragon, that shade of red would have likely been unhealthy. How could the last viable successor of our clan become a slave? That's no different than our family ending right now. Diane shrugged. For a prideful dragon, that would indeed be the case. But you have to earn the right to have pride in this world. Who are the Dayu in front of me? Those last words came out in a low growl. It contained such a deep arrogance that the ancestor was stunned. The tattoos on Diane's back glowed, causing a tingling sensation to catch his attention, almost as though wings were threatening to burst from his back. Although Diane ignored it for now, he had a faint understanding of why this happened. His humanoid manifestation was arrogant to its core to the point where it disdained the soul tome naming it. In this situation, even though Diane's soul was sealed, his manifestation had already caused a physical change to him. If that wasn't the case, these tattoos would never have carved out a place for themselves in his skin. It should be your Dayu clan's pride to serve me in this life. When this body has run its course, maybe you'll be lucky enough for me to never bother with you again. The ancestor could only bury his feelings. A martial expert on the level of the Dragon King was guaranteed to step into the peak transcendent realm. Even if the meat sack he chose was of poor talent, with the Dragon King's knowledge, how could he not know of hundreds of ways to improve such a thing? Plus, with his faith seed attached, there was an innate advantage. Couple this with the fact he wouldn't be handicapped by his own faith seed, and as long as he wasn't killed, it was assured. Normally, faith-seeded geniuses might fall into the habit of relying too much on their faith seed and stall their growth. However, how could the Dragon King have this problem if he was using his own? It was simply not a hurdle he needed to worry about. This made every time the Dragon King pseudo-reincarnated like this even easier than the last. Someone who's completed the foundation stage can already live hundreds of years. Because of the purification of their organs, it wouldn't be surprising to live to 500 years old. Someone who's stepped into the essence gathering stage can already live to be 2,000 years old, without issue. Depending on their progression, should they be stuck at this level, they could even live to be 3,000. A saint could live to be 5,000 years old. A celestial? 10,000 years old. However, Dao formation is where martial experts begin to break into astounding levels. Even a first-stage Dao formation expert can live to be 100,000 years old. And for each additional stage, another 100,000 years is added to the total. This not only showed the sheer difference between the quality of celestial versus enigmatic energy, it also showed just how difficult reaching new levels became as you progressed. Because even with this much time, Those who reached transcendence could be considered a drop in a bucket the size of the cosmos. Even worse, those reaching even the peak of Tao formation, although not as rare, was an anomaly in its own right. Unfortunately, there was no known age limit increase for half-transcendence. Some said at this point you would already be immortal, while others said there was no benefit at all except for taking a step closer to true transcendence. All this was to say that it would be more than 1,000,000 years until the Dayu might have a chance at freedom. And who knows if Cheng-Lei might piss off the Dragon King one day and die without any descendants at all. There were any number of factors that could change things from now until then, factors that even the most powerful of men wouldn't be able to account for entirely. And yet, when those spectating thought the ancestor might finally fold, his large hand reached for the foggy door behind his back. In the next instant, treasures the likes of which Dian had never seen flooded out with a coffin so large that it covered the sun in the skies. Many couldn't believe what they were seeing. In fact, Maybe Dian continued to maintain a deadpan expression, as though this was how things should be. Qinglei's mouth opened and closed, but in the end he didn't dare to say a word. Even if he had the thought to, the pressure the ancestor was weighing down on everything right now would have tore his words into nothingness. Minutes passed by as the flow of treasures just seemed without end. The ancestor even brought out hundreds of other coffins, opening them up one by one and taking out their valuables. In fact, under Dian's gaze, he grit his teeth and left the coffins themselves as well. How could the materials used to bury such experts be mediocre? However, the ancestor did feel a bit better about this. In his eyes, if he had to sacrifice for the good of the clan, they had to sacrifice too. Dian thought he was rich before, but clearly not. He might have been for this pitiful universe, but the Ragnars quite literally used essence-gathering stones as their cement. As for the Dayu, their wealth wasn't exaggerated. Dian saw endless piles of energy stones, each one transcendent. In fact, there were even a few thousand enigmatic stones as well. At the peak of energy stones, all three of Tao, transcendent and enigmatic energy stones were filled with enigmatic energy. The difference between them was in quality. And there was no doubt that true enigmatic stones were a cut above the rest. But it didn't end with energy stones. Countless blood-red stones began to pile atop the energy stones. Dian had no idea what they were, but he couldn't allow confusion to color his features. Not now. Luckily, the Dragon King sensed his confusion. Those are stones capable of holding essence of reverse scales. Normal beasts and humanoid creatures have blood essence to represent your body cultivation. However, dragons have a secondary ability atop of this. This is where our dragon soul ability comes from and why I said I couldn't teach it to you. The stronger the bloodline of the dragon, the stronger their reverse scale, and the more overbearing their sovereign path and dragon soul domain become. This left Dian with more questions, though. Why would something like this be in a tomb? It is the tradition of dragons to fight amongst each other, whether that be our own clans or against other clans. When a dragon is defeated, the winner is allowed to take the reverse scale of his or her opponent. Being buried with it is a direct representation of the prestige of a dragon in life. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to absorb it to make your own dragon soul stronger? With this many, I'd imagine even you might benefit. The Dragon King scoffed, the disdain in his voice clear. Even if my original body absorbed all of those with 100% efficiency, my dragon soul would hardly move even a percent of a percent forward. Dian was stunned. Although he didn't show it outwardly, there were millions of reverse scales here. In fact, considering these were all collected by Dayu ancestors, how could they be weak? You cannot fathom the amount of reverse scales needed to improve your dragon soul. You're essentially trying to defy the heavens by forcing it to give you more talent and more destiny. That's what a dragon soul represents. Those crystals are the lowest of the low. They just barely qualify to be called dragons instead of lizards. They're ranked as bronze-level dragon souls. Even 1 billion of them might not be worth the next rank. Silver. This is why they didn't bother to absorb them. It would do nothing for them. They'd rather display it as a badge for themselves. The only reason he's presenting them to you, or I guess me, is because he knows I wouldn't have my reverse scale in this form. Diane's brow furrowed. Then why can you use dragon soul? That was hardly my true dragon soul. That was only a sliver left behind in my faith seed. Didn't you notice that that so-called elder Dayu formed a bigger and stronger domain? That wasn't only because of the limitations of your soul. It's also the limitation of this form of mine. So all this means that I can absorb these scales? If you don't mind becoming the enemy of the entire Dragochilan quadrant. If even a single dragon senses you, there may be problems. I'll just pretend to be you again. The Dragon King remained silent. That was indeed a good solution. But it wasn't as though the Dragon King was devoid of enemies. And considering his status, those willing to be enemies with him were much stronger than the Dayu. Dian seemed to understand this, but he hardly cared. If no one provoked him, he would leave it be. But if anyone did, if it meant having to burn an entire quadrant to ashes, he would do it. Dian would never forget that his little brother had a name to make for himself in the Dragochilan lands. What kind of elder brother would he be if he didn't help put the demon Chilans in their place for disrespecting his martial uncle? Thinking that thought, Dian realized that although Little Black was half celestial deer, he would likely have a reverse scale given by his Chilan lineage. Dian couldn't help but wonder what level dragon soul his little brother was given. Then Dragon King, what rank is your dragon soul? Dian asked curiously, still watching the endless treasures pile up. A proud harumph resounded in Dian's mind. King level, of course. Although Dian didn't understand just what that meant now, the truth was that in the history of dragons, less than a few hundred had reached this level. In addition, it wasn't a rank given by luck. Through birth, the highest possible dragon soul ranking was gold. To reach king, the very next level, there was only one way: kill. 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 However, Dian couldn't help but ask, is that the highest level? Dian knew that, objectively speaking, the Dragon King was among the top 10 talents to ever be born to the Dragochilan lands. In all likelihood, king was in fact the highest level. However, the true answer shocked Dian. No. Although I was a sliver away from reaching the next level, I never did. But, even if I had, that wouldn't be the final one. There was a reason the Dragon King named himself as such. If it was truly just about arrogance, why wouldn't he call himself Dragon Emperor or Dragon Sovereign or Dragon God? The truth of the matter was that there were already dragons by those titles. Dragons with stronger reverse scales than the Dragon King. It wasn't the Dragon King's fault, though. To reach the next level of Dragon Soul, one could only devour king-level reverse scales. By the time it was the Dragon King's era, there were simply too few, and even gold reverse scales did nothing for him. The only option would be to enter the tombs of those three entities who had long since transcended, but whereas acquiring the Dragon King's weapon was made easy on purpose. Entering those tombs was nothing short of suicide, even for the Dragon King. For a tomb in the mortal plane to make a half-transcendent fear death, one could only imagine the sheer scale. The next things to fly out of the tombs were weapons. Although dragons often fought in their beast forms, that didn't mean they weren't adept with weapons. Or else why would the Dragon King make himself one to lure them? Dian was once again shocked. There were thousands of transcendent-level weapons. Although the Celestial Deer sect had left hundreds for Dian, that was only the few that survived being in the hidden room. They were the best the Celestial Deer sect had to offer, so there was no surprise that many of them were moon level. Much of these Dayu weapons were only comet level, but there were tens of thousands of them. Dian could give each of his demon generals a weapon of that level and raise their strength by another level. In addition, just what would happen if Dian distributed the reverse scales instead of using them for himself? What would it be like if an entire army unleashed a collective dragon soul domain? That was something he'd love to see. Dian's keen eyesight caught on to a few dozen moon-level weapons. But, in the entire pile, there was not a single supreme-level weapon. It could be understood by this point the leap that single barrier in level needed. However, the Dayu didn't disappoint Dian too much, because in the next instant, 3 resplendent treasures flew out of the tombs. But there was one in particular that took Dian's attention. Even the real Dragon King awoke from his brooding to look at it. Although Dian didn't know what it did, it gave off a very familiar aura, an aura of a weapon of the 33 heavens. What he didn't know was that it wasn't of the soul kind. No, it was among the 11 of the body cultivation category. Dian could see the pained expression of the ancestor, but he said nothing. He knew that the ancestor didn't dare to leave anything behind. Even if he did, what would be the point? Dian would just torture Chunglei until he told him where the tombs were located. Then he could just take anything hidden. In addition, because the ancestor broke his word, then why would the Dragon King keep his? He couldn't afford to take the risk. In the end, the Dayu Holy Land became a barren place where starch white skeletons lay side by side. Once might warriors. Now even the clothes on their backs gone in death. Just as the ancestor was about to fuse with his body for the final time and leave these affairs, Dian spoke out again. Burn your soul and convert it to bodily strength if you would. Would be a waste for your soul to simply dissipate. This was a large part of the reason why Dian was only interested in this ancestor's corpse. He was the last the Dayu had, which mean the others had long since decomposed and no longer had the energy Dian needed. So why take them? Although dragon bones were good and useful too, Dian had no need for the marrow they provided. The Dayu bloodline wasn't good enough for his veins. Surprisingly, the ancestor agreed without so much as a word. It was as though he had resigned to his fate. Whether he died sooner or later, what did it matter? The ancestor became illusory before slowly fusing into his coffin. There was nothing for a moment, but then a blazing white flame could be seen from its edges. Minutes passed in silence as Dian leisurely took up everything into his spatial ring, leaving behind only the coffin as ancestor fulfilled his final task for the Dayu. In truth, his sacrifice would bring him much good karma. But that didn't make his pride feel any better. Dian had a mind to take the coffin into his ring too, just to prevent problems. But spatial rings didn't accept living things, and the one ring of his that did had too many people he cared about within. He couldn't allow even the slightest chance of the Dayu ancestor's presence hurting them. Plus, he needed the Dayu elder's consent to send him into the ring, and it would seem like an oddly panicky move. Doing too much at these final stages would only be a detriment. As long as everything could stay quiet and the ancestor could silently commit suicide, they would finally be safe for the first time in forever. And yet, it was at this moment that the worst possible thing that could happen did. In any other context, Dian would have been elated. But now, his facial features could only darken. Massive booms rang out from the formation that covered the Belmont Holy Land. Dian didn't know who it was, but someone was breaking down the formation, and they were mere moments from succeeding. Was this good? Dian didn't know. How would the ancestor react? With how powerful his soul was in life, he still had a minute of life left. That was enough to wipe them all out. He was a Tao formation expert who burned his soul for more power. It would be as easy as breathing for him to do so. If anyone who entered made the wrong move while misunderstanding the situation, they could reveal Dian's identity. And that was true for whether these were friends or foes. In a case like that, they were all doomed. The loud booms of the attacks distorting the formation grew louder, as though it was slowly working its way through space, inching closer and closer to them. Dian could do nothing. He stood in front of the ancestor's floating coffin, ignoring the blazing white that emitted from it as he stared into the skies. His air of confidence and nonchalance had not cracked, because he couldn't afford to allow it to, nor did he back away for the same reason. It was obvious that whoever was attacking the barrier currently was highly likely to be an ally of Dian, but it was for that very reason that this was bad. Anyone who treated Dian like an ally would be seen with suspicion by the ancestor. The difference between his wives and the demon generals and whoever was outside was that Madeline and the demon generals grasped the situation and were pretending to be completely servile. Whoever was outside wouldn't understand this. In the same instant, the large coffin cover slid away, revealing the menacing form of the ancestor. He immediately noticed Dian standing particularly close, but Dian continued to pretend as though he noticed nothing. If these are enemies of yours, I should kill them. The ancestor stood. Although he was in pain, he had never been more powerful in his life. At the moment, even lower Tao formation experts would die almost instantly should he wish. Such was the power of burning one's soul. His logic was simple. Although the Dragon King had leverage on him, that didn't mean he had leverage on everyone else. In fact, those residents of this planet likely would not know the legend of the Dragon King. As such, they wouldn't even know to be fearful. If this was all true and they decided to attack, the Dayu would be caught in the crossfires. The truth was that, to the ancestor, anyone who saw the Dragon King as an enemy now was likely allies of his Dayu clan. But he wanted to show that the Dayu had switched sides. Dian shook his head. Idiot! The ancestor's head snapped toward Dian, anger threatening to erupt within him again. He could clearly feel the Dragon King's cultivation in this form, and it seemed like his soul and even his energy cultivation were sealed despite his body being powerful. This likely meant that the Dragon King was injured. It would be child's play to kill him. But he endured. Do you not recognize the formation surrounding this place? I'm not going to waste my time explaining this to a fool. Dian continued to look up into the sky, ignoring the gaze of the ancestor. A sudden realization came over the ancestor, immediately causing him to gain a newfound respect for the Dragon King. As primarily body cultivators, as evidenced by their reverse scales, their senses weren't exceptional in terms of non-battle-related things. Despite his cultivation, it wasn't until the booms began to sound out that the ancestor realized there was a formation to begin with. Even now he couldn't name the formation that surrounded him, which he was quite embarrassed about. But he didn't need to. Although his senses were poor, the one thing he would never mistake was the scent of another dragon. He immediately recognized the Dragon King. He immediately realized that the Dragon King was the one to kill Elder Dayu. And now he realized that the formation that surrounded them permeated with Elder Dayu's aura. Even an idiot could tell at this point that this was a formation boosted by the death of its wielder. This all meant one thing. Anyone trying to break in now wasn't an ally of the Dayu, but rather an ally of the Dragon King, likely trying to save him. Understanding this point was enough for the ancestor to lower his alertness. However, Dian's nerves were still tight, because in the next instant, the barrier disappeared, completely revealing variables that even he couldn't have thought of. In the air, tens of figures appeared. Not only was there King Belmont, King Acacia, and Patriarch Pakel and his son, there were also tens of Planet Nyx warriors. And judging by their fatigue, it was clearly a group effort to break them free. However, although this was a problem, it wasn't the most glaring issue. There were 3 people in the air that Dian didn't immediately recognize, and that was massive problem. More accurately, it was 2 people and a beast who gave off the aura of a celestial. Even worse, those 2 humans had a cultivation that Dian couldn't fathom. When those familiar with Dian noticed him, they all looked like they were seeing a ghost. Never in their wildest dream did they believe that Dian would survive, let alone in one piece. They had come here prepared to fight to the death and also find their daughters who had so foolishly entered to save their husband. Amel and Nora scanned the situation, but when their eyes landed on a girl with purple hair and eyes, they involuntarily trembled. But Amel immediately held out his hand to stop his wife. They had long since vowed to each other to say nothing on the topic. However, in the next instant, they felt a gaze that caused them to shiver land on them. Their eyes widened in shock. How could such a gaze come from a 19-year-old boy? A thick killing intent radiated outward from Dian. His eyes bore into those in the skies, unwilling to let even a single one of them off. His rage rolled off of him in waves. However, even those that felt that it was an act had lost the ability to separate what was real and what wasn't, or maybe it was never fake to begin with. None of them understood what was going on. But the ancestor did very well. How could the arrogant Dragon King allow so many of his subjects to fly above him like this? Dian immediately understood this. With how close he was to the ancestor, as long as the ancestor dared to investigate Dian closely, he would realize that Dian's aura was merely shrouded in the Dragon King's scent. Before this, the ancestor hadn't been suspicious enough or bold enough to do such a thing. After all, how could he risk offending the Dragon King? Using your senses to scan an expert was a major taboo. Everyone knew this, even Dian. He learned this the moment he became the celestial deer sect successor. King Belmont attempted to step forward to understand exactly what was happening, but Diane cut him off. "You all have a lot of nerve." The brows in the sky furrowed in confusion while the ancestor watched this silently, the last whispers of his life still going strong. It was clear to Diane at this point that taking the approach of someone who was always the Dragon King wouldn't work. He had to pretend like he had changed fundamentally, and more importantly, he needed to stall. King Belmont's words were stifled by Diane's presence. At this moment, Diane's momentum, despite his lack of cultivation, was something only Tao formation experts could match. Such was the effect of heaven's blessing. Although such a thing only had an effect on his talent and intangible aura, not affecting his strength at all, it was very useful in this situation. Hearing Diane's words, King Belmont felt a wave of guilt. He didn't understand the situation, but when he noticed Lionel bound and kneeling, he thought that Diane might think he was involved somehow. However, those who weren't being gnawed at by the same guilt could tell that Diane was referring to them all, not a single person. How could they possibly take this lying down? Yo? Pakel was a hot-headed youth. He didn't know anything about what was going on, and his cultivation was much too low to understand just the kind of presence that was currently sitting up in the coffin before Diane. But, in his estimation, since Diane wasn't afraid of it, why should he? If he was a bit more intelligent, he would have noticed the still kneeling Dayu and realized that this situation wasn't so simple. Kneel. Diane's gaze swept across them all, making his attitude clear. If they didn't follow what he said, he would kill them all. Ayer's eyes were threatening to bulge out of his head. He barely had an impression of this Diane kid other than what he knew from the World Tournament, but if that was any indication, he was wildly arrogant. They had made all of this effort to save him, and this was how they were treated. Ha ha! Diane laughed, but his voice was filled with a dense killing intent. It seems in the small time I've been gone, my name has been forgotten. Looking toward Ri, Diane made a gesture. Come here. There was no love in his eyes. In fact, he looked at Ri as though she was nothing more than a piece of meat. At this point, the hearts of King Acacia and the snow-white fox in Nora's arms seized. There was only one thought on their mind. The Dragon King. They couldn't understand the situation. No matter how intelligent a person was, without enough information, making leaps in logic to reach the right conclusion was nearly impossible in this case. But what they did know was that Diane had a weapon that no one should be able to control. And, even though he had somehow done it for a short time, he had just been in a life-or-death situation. Did Diane have no choice but to hand his body to the Dragon King to survive? Reaching this point, the rest became clear to them. Ri was listening to every word the Dragon King spoke, not because she thought it was still Diane, but because the Dragon King was holding the body of her love hostage. How could Ri dare to defy the Dragon King knowing her husband's life was in the balance? Ri stepped forward without hesitation while Madeline along with the demon generals didn't hesitate to kneel, following Diane's orders without hesitation as though they were scared to meet his wrath. The ancestor watched as Diane lustfully scanned Ri's body, tracing her jaw line with his finger. He had slipped into the role of tyrant with ease, not hesitating lift Ri's soft lips to his own before taking the ring off of her hand. He seemed to indulge in this without a care in the world, his other hand wandering across her body. One would have never thought that this was truly all an act. That said, it wasn't very difficult for Diane to act infatuated with his wife's body. And his face was more than thick enough to do so in front of her parents too. With his body having broken into the saint stage and him having taken on more of the demon sage's blood, his lust was even greater than it had been before. King Acacia and Kawa trembled in the air but didn't dare to make a move. They could only watch their daughter lightly blush while gritting her teeth. Ri then took a step back before respectfully kneeling as well. Diane's hand flashed, in it appearing Kedlam Pakel. Ayer's eyes widened, watching his brother struggle to breathe as his neck was squeezed tighter and tighter by Diane. Kedlam had little idea what was going on. Just before, he was within the demon sage's tower, quietly meditating. And now the person who was the closest thing to a friend to him was trying to kill him? He thrashed about, but Diane's power was on another level now. Having broken into the saint realm, and now using the peak of the first act of Demon Emperor's will, Kedlam stood no chance. Whereas putting someone into a ring required consent. As the owner of the ring, how could Dian not kick out anyone he wanted at any time? Do I need to repeat myself? Or do I need to kill someone first? Ire and Patriarch Pakel froze. A bitterness rose in their hearts. Was this really the young man they had hoped would help them revive their Pakel clan to its former glory? Ulu, however, was more intelligent. She had an innately scheming personality, the very same personality that led her to almost losing everything to Dian. She could tell that something was wrong here. There was no way she'd believe that the man willing to spare her child and save her husband was the same one who couldn't stand anyone standing above him. However, she also understood that it should be impossible for Dian to have survived being taken away by a celestial expert. And considering Planet Nyx was once approached to ally with the Dayu, she knew they had a celestial who hadn't shown up as well. So, how could a teenage boy survive, seemingly completely unscathed, after dealing with two celestials? The only answer seemed to be that he hadn't, but someone else had, someone who clearly had a completely different personality. Without any hesitation, she followed the Pakals in falling down from the sky, secretly motioning for her clan to the same. After all, how could she not understand that her husband was in danger if she didn't comply? King Belmont and King Acacia, in addition to the allies and family, didn't hesitate as well. Dragon King or not, the most important thing was their daughter's life, not their pride. As for King Belmont, he simply felt guilty. The sound of kneeling resounded through the Belmont Holy Land. Kedlam continuously struggled in Dian's hand, but by now, he knew it was futile. However, rage burned in his eyes, unwilling to watch his father and brother kneel for his sake. Dian didn't seem to mind, completely unperturbed. In fact, he was well prepared for this. He silently applied pressure to a specific vein in Kedlam's neck. In mere moments, the struggling teenage boy struggled no more, hanging unconscious from Dian's hand. Then, Dian placed him down, ignoring him. He's alive for now, but disrespect me again, and there won't be a second chance. Patriarch Pakel and Ire grit their teeth, but in the end, kept their heads lowered, not daring to say a thing with their only hope's life in Dian's hands. However, in the air, two people remained. The very same two variables that Dian had locked onto from the very beginning. Would you like me to kill them? There was an odd light in the ancestor's eyes now. There was something suspicious about all of this, but he couldn't put his finger on just what it was. He decided to subtly probe the Dragon King, seeing what kind of answer he would receive. Hearing those words, it was now that everyone finally realized they were focused on the wrong entity. The sheer power the wafted off of the ancestor erupted. He no longer reeled in back for the sake of showing respect to the Dragon King, instead using fighting as an excuse to not hold back. Only Dian was aware of just how precarious this situation was. If the ancestor decided he wasn't who he was pretending to be, it would take seconds for him to kill everyone here, and this outcome would be worth it to him. Why? Because only the Dayu would be left and they'd have a successor and all the treasures he had brought out to bring themselves up. He would likely be known as the Dayu who contributed the most to their prosperous future, and he would be rewarded in kind in his next life. However, he had to be careful. If he provoked the Dragon King, and it led to the end of the Dayu sometime in the future, it would negatively affect his karma, and thus his effort would have the opposite effect on his next life. It was his dream to be reborn as a dragon with a gold dragon soul. How could he not give it his all? But if he allowed himself to be tricked by a fake, he'd never reach his goal. Dian's brain was racing, trying to balance between stalling and dealing with the situation. He thought of the Belmont ancestor who still remained, but he was clearly too weak. He was almost at the point where he was silently pleading that they would just give in and kneel. He didn't know who they were, so how could he have a clever scheme of dealing with them? For everyone else who came, he had plenty of leverage. Big Red's daughter Ava was with him. King Belmont's son and Guilt. King Acacia and Kawa's daughter. Ulu's husband and the child in her belly. The Pakel's successor, Kedlam. But these two people? He had nothing. Dian silently stared into the skies. With his senses being cut to fractions of what it once was, he couldn't tell just how much longer it would be until the ancestor died from burning his soul. It was almost like there was a ticking bomb, but he didn't know just how much time was left. In all this time, with so many things racing through his mind, Diane had completely forgotten to think of a proper answer to the ancestor's question. After all, he didn't know who these people were, but they were clearly allies. If he said yes, they would be as good as dead. How could he live knowing he had killed someone who had come to save him? The eyes of the ancestor narrowed. He had finally realized just what was wrong with this picture. Just as he was about to test his theory, Madeline suddenly spoke. "Sovereign Lord, Dragon King, if I may speak." Inexplicably, a sense of relief came over within Diane despite his lack of expression change. His killing intent continued to overflow, staring daggers at the couple in the sky. Dragon King. The eyes of Nora and Amel narrowed, but it wasn't in a good way. How could they not know the story? In fact, they were there. This wasn't a good thing for Diane at all. Before, Nora and Amel were waiting to see just what would happen, completely unwilling to kneel as Tao formation experts. They were smart and they understood that if they did so, they would be giving away just how much they cared about the people here. If they gave this person that understanding, this would be over. Only by maintaining nonchalance could they have a chance. But, hearing that the virus that was the Dragon King was what was controlling this young man, they resolved themselves to attack. That, of course, wasn't the only reason. There was more. There was someone here they cared about more deeply than anyone or anything in the cosmos, and they weren't willing to see them serve under this person like this. Seeing that Diane had no objections, Madeline continued. "We are the basis of your new empire. Relying on outsiders to deal with disrespect to our sovereign ruler would be nothing short of a slap to our faces. Although you have every right to do so, I believe your kingdom would be better served if you ordered us to deal with these disrespectful individuals for you." Madeline's plan was simple. Use the pride of the Dragon King to justify not having the ancestor attack. Suddenly Diane thought of something. Madeline's words were perfect for the situation. He realized that doing this alone was impossible. But this wasn't enough. There was a way out, he just had to take a chance on it. And all of this stemmed from one thing. King Acacia called Madeline his goddaughter. At the time, King Acacia would have had no way of knowing Diane heard him. After all, he wasn't healed at the time and his senses were dull. This was clearly a secret they wanted to keep. But right now, that secret was Diane's last hope. "Come here," Diane said, still not looking away from the skies. The ancestor watched this scene, an amused light in his eyes. Madeline stood, nervously walking to Diane. Without so much as looking at Madeline, entirely because he couldn't bear to, Diane spoke his next word coldly. "Strip." Before Madeline could even respond to Diane's words, the thunderous booms of imploding energy raged through the skies. But, instead of showing fear, Diane smirked. "How dare you?" The husband and wife couple spoke in unison, not caring about whatever secrets they wanted to hold to themselves, having completely lost their rationality to anger. "Oh? Is it just now that you've figured out your petty tricks mean nothing to me? Kneel." Diane's voice cut through their oppressive aura. He had no music will, but he had the air of an emperor to him that could not be denied. Madeline, in keeping with her character, ignored the couple in the sky. Although she didn't know why they were so angry, it was her duty to follow the words of the Dragon King as law. The buttons of sleek white qipao slowly loosened one at a time as her elegant figure, once tightly wrapped, began to overflow. There was no question that she was a beauty few could match. Diane couldn't bear to watch, so he kept his eyes trained on the skies, as though he couldn't bother to care about the sight. Amel and Nora grit their teeth, but immediately fell from the skies, slamming their foreheads to the ground in unison. "We apologize for our rudeness, great Dragon King." Without much being revealed, many had guessed just the connection was between these three, but there was no time mentioned such a thing. There was a tension in the air that made it impossible for many to breathe. Diane waved his hand toward Madeline, signaling for her to stop. Suddenly, a clapping noise and a happy laughter came from behind Diane. The voice was so deep that it could have only been from the ancestor. Diane turned, facing him. Is something funny? It's nothing, the ancestor laughed. Just a senile old man enjoying the last seconds of his life. I have to say, I was looking forward to seeing a beauty dance in my last moments. It's unfortunate you made her stop. Is that supposed to be a joke? If anyone laid eyes on a woman I claimed, I would kill her. If you'd like to enjoy a corpse in your last moments, I'm more than happy to oblige. No, I wouldn't dare, mighty Dragon King. I do have a question though, if you would be so kind. How does one use their soul to control a body if that soul is sealed? Diane froze. In the end, despite all of his effort, the Dayu ancestor had figured out the major flaw in all of his plans. They were so close. The Dragon King's method of control was obvious. Erase a soul by forcing it to use more energy than it had, before replacing it. But currently, Diane's soul was sealed completely, and yet he still gave off the aura of the Dragon King. That was absolutely impossible. If the Dragon King took over a body, the only part of that body that would be his would be the soul. If that soul was sealed, what then was emitting the aura of the Dragon King? The only remaining explanation then was that the Dragon King had never taken over this body. And what was emitting the aura of the Dragon King wasn't Diane's body, but rather the black band on his wrist. The ancestor slowly got up from his coffin, stretching his neck. Understanding that by Diane's lack of an answer, he was correct. Diane's eyes narrowed. Do you really think we can't resist you until you die? It's obvious to everyone you only have a few seconds remaining. The ancestor laughed again. What a funny joke. How long does it take you to crush an ant? Is that something even worth calculating? I have to say I'm impressed. You were very close to winning. I can't tell if you truly are just this arrogant, or if you're just a great performer. Diane sneered. You don't seem angry about me forcing you to burn your soul. PFT. The ancestor laughed. Of course not. I'm dying anyway, and I have more than enough time to accomplish my goals. The only reason I'm talking to you now is out of respect for a youngster. To kill a Tao formation expert as a 19-year-old without help. You are truly a genius among geniuses. Even that might not be enough to describe you. Those who remained kneeling were stunned. What did this man just say? Diane did what? It's unfortunate for you that whatever method you used is lost you now. Likely gone away with the lock on your soul. The ancestor shrugged, reaching out his hand toward Diane as a formless pressure spread out and sealed Diane's movements. There's nothing us dragons value more than strength, and you have not only that, but the air and arrogance only a sovereign should have. You've earned my respect, truly. But for the sake of my clan, you must die. Diane watched as this massive hand careened toward him. There seemed to be no more tricks left. In the face of absolute power, what use was there in a 19-year-old struggling? However, this was when an unexpected benefit of heaven's blessing was noticed by Diane. His movements were still severely limited by the ancestor, he could still speak. Haven't you thought of one other thing? Diane said offhandedly, as though he didn't care about his own life or death. The ancestor frowned. Did he truly miss something? And just what is that? The ancestor asked. He was well aware of how much time he had left, and stalling for time was an impossibility. He wouldn't have paused if this was truly his last moments. Well, for one, there were 2 wives kneeling before me, but now there's only one. The eyes of the ancestor bulged as he looked Diane. Madeline was still there, but Ri was nowhere to be seen. An instant later, the ancestor found her. Standing over Chunglei was a sword pointed to the back of his neck while she stared at the ancestor. That's it. Do you believe that I can't handle this? She's a mere meridian formation expert. Is this a joke? The ancestor looked at Diane with disdain. Even if Ri used her fastest speed to pierce downward, it still wouldn't be fast enough. In the face of absolute power, schemes meant nothing. Although he was surprised that Ri had moved through his spatial lock, that was all. He was a bit surprised. He didn't have time to care that it was because she was wielding a supreme law and thus wasn't affected by such things. Spatial laws weren't the ancestors' forte. Of course not, that's just one thing to consider. The second thing to consider is that whether you're stronger than them or not, two of my subordinates happen to be Tao formation experts as well. Even if you're stronger, you can't ignore them, now can you? Can you deal with their interference and kill my wife before she kills Xianxia? The eyes of the ancestor narrowed. But Dian was still too naive. The difference between even a single meridian filled in the Tao formation realm was incomparably large. Of course it was. Even the most lauded geniuses spend thousands of years trying to fill even a single one. Yet, the ancestor was multiple stages above these two so-called experts. Defeating them, especially with his soul burning, would be child's play. They would delay him for a bit, but not enough to stop him from stopping Re. Then there's of course the last thing, Dian said with a smile. Even when backed into a corner, he had managed to think of a way out. In your millennia of existence, and in the countless stories you've heard, how many people have forced the Dragon King to submit? The ancestor froze. Dian knew this approach wouldn't have worked under normal circumstances. The ancestor would have simply been too overcome with anger in the scenarios Dian had thought of. But in this case, it just might work. Why? Because he had gained this ancestor's respect. What are you trying to say? The ancestor spoke slowly, his eyes narrowing. I only mean that I give off the aura of the Dragon King for a reason. It can't be faked, and you likely recognized it because you've sensed it before. I was there when he killed two of our most promising geniuses, and now you've killed the third. Of course, I recognize it. Then you know that the reason I have this aura on me, while my soul is sealed, is because I've tamed the Dragon King. You could say that that makes him quite fond of me, don't you think? The ancestor already understood where this was going. It was nothing but a thinly veiled threat. Dian was saying that whether or not he was the Dragon King or not didn't matter. In revenge for killing his master, whenever the Dragon King was next used, he would wipe out the Dayu. Dian smiled, watching the ancestor think. What a hateful boy! The ancestor muttered. Dian chuckled lightly. In reality, he got that a lot. And you still plan to enslave my family? Dian's eyes flashed with anger. This generation of Dayu will never be forgiven by me for what they've done. However, I can allow the next generation of Dayu to live. I plan to help my little brother rule over the Dragochilan lands. When the time comes, the next generation of Dayu will be allowed a place to thrive. There was no leeway in Dian's voice. Xianxia was unforgivable. His grandfather had already died by Dian's hands. However, it wasn't in Dian's nature to punish the innocent. Even without the ancestor, Dian would have allowed the next generation of Dayu to live. Rule over the Dragochilan lands. The ancestor didn't know how to feel. Dragons and Chilants were both the representations of sovereignty. The amount of power that would be needed to suppress that would have to be otherworldly. Even the dragon god nor even the dragon sovereign could do such a thing. Dian ring flashed and a little boy appeared by his side. Little Zaire looked around blinking before he noticed his big brother standing beside him. Big brother! Zaire jumped with excitement. Despite his strength, he was still just a 7-year-old little boy. How could he not be excited that his elder brother was still alive? Dian laughed lightly, taking Zaire into his arms and hugging him tightly. The ancestor stared at the back of this little boy, absolutely stunned. His reverse scale. The ancestor nearly choked out his words, unable to believe what he was sensing. From the first time Dian met Zaire, there had always been a perfectly shaped white scale at the center of his forehead. This was no normal scale, it was none other than Zaire's reverse scale, and within it, held an aura that could only be manifested by the most powerful of Dragochilan bloodlines. And yet, his was also mutated with a specialty only made possible by a miracle. Gold dragon soul. On a child. The ancestor stuttered, incapable of holding in his emotions. He could tell that it wasn't just any gold dragon soul. Zaire was likely only a single push away from the king dragon soul. A peak gold dragon soul from birth. And it was a variation domain with incomparable purity attached to it. Dian rubbed his little brother's head lovingly before letting him sit atop his shoulder and look at the tall man standing before them. Ha ha! The ancestor's voice seemed to be fading away. It looked like he had finally run out of time. It seems that this may be the fortune of my Dayu family. Take these treasures and raise this boy to surpass the dragon god. Lead him to be the dragon that transcends all. Let the cosmos remember the might of our sovereign race. This was truly a small price to pay. And with those final words, the ancestor's consciousness disappeared, leaving behind a body flowing with vitality that Dian immediately used the help of the Dragon King to place within the soul tome. It was only then that Dian finally sighed in relief. He stumbled, falling to his knees, causing Zaire to almost fall from his shoulders. "Big brother!" Zaire rushed down, worriedly holding Dian's unconscious figure on his small shoulders. Ree and Madeline rushed forward, kneeling beside their husband. But all they found was a young man with otherworldly handsome features, sleeping soundly with a smile on his face. The whole world was still kneeling to Dian, but right now all he needed was rest for a battle well fought. Dian awoke groggily. He didn't feel very refreshed at all. In fact, he felt like someone who had overslept, yet somehow still wanted more rest. With his habits, it was rare that he woke up feeling like this. Even when he was in a coma for 4 months, he had woken up feeling like he had just had a good night's rest. Blinking his eyes to adjust to surroundings, he noticed that he was in a dark room he was unfamiliar with. The bed he lay on was 3 times his height in width, and almost 5 times that in length. It wasn't an exaggeration to say this was the largest bed he had ever been on. But it was even more comfortable than it was large, and that was saying something. Dian was disappointed to see that none of his wives were here. He had expected to wake up to at least Clara, or maybe his little siblings, but it seemed they were off doing other things. With one swift motion, Dian tried to leap off of the bed. But the moment his feet landed on the ground, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the floor. "Ha!" A wave of weakness overcame Dian as his eyes threatened to close. Dian looked down at himself. It didn't make sense for a person with a saint stage body to feel this weak. Not to mention the fact he stumbled. When had that ever happened to him, even when he didn't have cultivation? It was clear that his body still had strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to leap off the bed like he did. But it was also clear that using that strength depleted him far faster than it should. Dian's first thought that this was the result of sealing away his energy and soul cultivation, but that didn't make sense. Even if they were sealed, as a mortal, Dian hadn't had any cultivation whatsoever, and he never felt this fatigued. Damn! Dian held onto his head, trying to stop the world from spinning around him. He vaguely noticed the fact he was wearing what looked like baggy white hospital pants, but the comfort exceeded that kind of material, so he didn't think too much of it. After gingerly stabilizing himself, Dian walked toward the door, not bothering to find a shirt. What the hell? The door knob of the large oak doors slowly turned under Dian's effort, but that was the problem. It was taking too much energy. Dian leaned backward, gritting his teeth as he pulled with everything he had. The door creaked open, but threatened to close immediately afterward. Dian could only leap through the crack with his remaining strength, causing him to fall pitifully into the hallway, hitting his knees and palms hard against the marbled ground. Coughing resounded through the large hallway. Dian's chest heaved painfully as though he had just ran a marathon without pause. He truly couldn't remember ever feeling so weak in his life. Minutes passed by before Dian's fit of coughing finally died down. Unable to get up for the moment, he looked side to side, trying to figure out just where he was. If Dian had been with Madeline when she had her first confrontation with her former master, he would have immediately recognized this place as the very same hall she stood in. In other words, this was the Belmont Palace. The floors were filled with intricate patterns of alternating marble, but the truly spectacular piece of architecture were the windows that reached tens of meters from the ground to the very peak of the curved ceiling, allowing the perfect viewership of the elegant gardens and ponds outside. However, because Dian hadn't went with Madeline, this view meant next to nothing to him other than being pretty to look at. It told him nothing about where he was, which was slightly disappointing. Couple that with the fact that no one had heard him coughing for minutes on end, and he found this place quite odd. What was going on? Out of habit, Dian tried to check the technological devices he had for the date, but he could only freeze, not bothering to turn them on. Because of all of the events that happened so quickly, it had only just now truly sunk in for Diane that his world was gone. How could he use their technology to check when there was no longer keeping track of that sort of thing? Diane stared at the marbled ground, trying to steady his heartbeat before he grit his teeth and stood. What was done was done. He had to move forward. The first order of business? Finding people. In a large hall that looked prepped for an exquisite banquet, numerous familiar figures sat. However, there was seemingly nothing festive about the event. It was the early evening when King Belmont scheduled this dinner. It was meant to raise morale after the events that had been occurring recently. However, it seemed like none of that was working. He felt like he was a failure of a king, so he was trying too hard to overcompensate. King Acacia was trying to pretend as though he wasn't bothered by the fact his wife was permanently stuck in her beast form. The Belmont family as a whole was trying to recover from the loss of a prince, something that had understandably made Queen Acacia lose much of her elegance. The Pacals and elves had lost too many in their war, despite many of their representatives appearing in an attempt to give face to the Belmonts as the royal god clan still in power. It was clear that their hearts were elsewhere. Surprisingly, the Jafari and their subordinate clans were here as well, seemingly having replaced Planet Naiad as the allies of Planet Earth. However, they too were heavy-spirited due to the young king being in a coma. And yet, every pained expression here in this quiet feast seemingly still somehow revolved around one young man. Or it was quiet, until grunts of anger and agitation filled the space as someone struggled to open the large banquet hall doors. God damn it! Who made these doors so heavy? Diane leaned all of his weight forward, pushing with all of his might. Doors that should have taken him nothing but a finger to obliterate had suddenly become the hardest obstacle of his life. Diane had a mind to give up. He was looking around for people, but wouldn't a room filled with people have some kind of noise coming from it? He had even opened the door a crack, and yet he still heard nothing. With the limited amount of energy he had, he wasn't even clear if he would fall asleep again the moment he took his next step. He couldn't afford to be opening heavy doors that led to nowhere. Diane's feet slipped backwards, causing the door to slam shut. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. That voice, was it who they thought it was? Madeline, and Clara immediately snapped their attention toward the door. Diane, however, was standing outside breathing so hard that it seemed his lungs might combust at any moment. His eyelids fluttered, threatening to close, but that was when a wave of anger came over him. Who the fuck made this bullshit door? Move! Diane's voice roared through the quiet hallway. He had irrationally lost his temper at a completely innocent, inanimate object. Maybe it was because of his weakness, or maybe it was because he still felt a lingering melancholy over remembering what happened. But either way, he was pissed. The black band on his arm immediately became 6-foot-long sword, scraping against the ground because of Diane's weak hold on it. But that didn't stop Diane's demeanor from completely changing. Sealed soul or not, sealed wills or not, sealed energy cultivation or not, he was still a weapons master. And right now, this weapons master wanted to hack this door to pieces. Regardless of the seals still being on the Dragon King weapon, it was still countless times sharper than a regular Grandmaster weapon. Even the weakest of babies could slice a hot knife through butter. Diane's arm swung with all the might he could muster, slicing the door 3 times before the sword morphed away. Even it seemingly realized that if it stayed, Diane would collapse. The booming sounds of pieces of door tumbling away filled, resulting in a flood of light landing on Diane's hunched-over figure. The beating of Diane's heart was fast. It was almost as though one more push would cause it to burst apart completely. He instantly regretted his actions. He could barely walk. What was he doing going around yelling and slashing doors? Diane's eyes threatened to close again as waves of fatigue assaulted him. But that was when an aroma wafted past his nose, catching his attention. Food. Am I just hungry? Diane looked up. It was as though he didn't see the hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him, or the figures rushing toward him. All he saw was the endless food on the table. Food. Diane's voice was weak as he tried to stand up straight only to be rewarded with losing his balance. Diane fell forward, his eyes completely incapable of keeping up with the speed he was falling to the ground at. Dian was completely deaf to the cries. He didn't even realize that someone had caught him moments before he hit the ground. Dian's lips twitched as he felt the drip of a sweet liquid touch them. It flowed slowly into his mouth, filling it with a blast of overflowing juiciness that shouldn't have been possible for just this single drop. It continued to rain downward, allowing Dian taste after taste of its delicious nectar. Dian's eyes lids were heavy, and no matter how much he tried to open them, it seemed that they'd always apply more force to stay down. His arms reach up, trying to grasp at something to sit up, but that was the moment he realized his head was lying on something particularly comfortable, even more comfortable than the large bed he had just been on. Dian's hands paused, instead choosing to rub his eyes open. Slowly, but surely, the blurry image of his surroundings became clear enough for him to notice that something was hanging in front of his face. In confusion, he weakly reached up, trying to push it away, but almost immediately became frustrated when he noticed how soft it was. It gave way so much that he felt like all of his effort was being wasted. At least it feels nice. Because of that, Dian didn't feel the urge to slash it apart like the door. Instead, he continued to try and gently push upwards as he struggled to sit up. Suddenly, a familiar voice filled Dian's ears, followed by giggling. Pervert. Dian's brows furrowed as his vision cleared. He could suddenly make out that the softness blocking his vision was actually what looked like a mound of purple with gold embroidery. An instant later, the image clicked in his mind, causing his vision to go from surprise to a smirk. He shamelessly pretended to not understand the situation as he played with the softness, closing his eyes as a wave of comfort overcame him. The thickness of his face hadn't changed in the slightest. If anything, his rest had only made him all the more shameless. Madeline giggled, slapping Dian's hand away. You're awake. We missed you. Dian sat up from Madeline's lap, blinking as he adjusted to the bright lights. It was only then he realized that they were in a large banquet hall and still by the pile of wood that once made up its doors. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were on Dian, apparently completely confused and surprised about what was happening. However, Dian first noticed that there were quite a few people around him. He wasn't the type to feel embarrassed, but even he couldn't help but regret his temper tantrum earlier, even if it was only just a bit. So is someone gonna help me up? My legs don't seem to working. Dian looked around with a smile on his face. He could tell that there was something off about the atmosphere, but he put that aside for now. He was much too hungry. A sad expression colored the features of Madeline and Clara when they heard this. Although they had been trying to suppress their emotions for the sake of Dian, everyone here could see it. Dian had walked out of his room feeling weak, but maybe the first thing he should have done was get a mirror. His once healthy caramel skin was a sickly gray, and his rippling lean muscles had become nothing but skin sagging against his bones. Even his handsome and chiseled features that had been slowly maturing had grayed, losing its luster almost completely. As much as they tried to keep up their smiles, they could tell there was something very wrong with their husband. And Madeline both took a side, wrapping their soft arms around his waist as they floated above the rubble and into the banquet hall. Before, they had been silent due to a heavy atmosphere of loss and regret, but now its silence as a showing or respect. During the duration of Dian's coma, everyone here had come to understand just what Dian had faced alone. After interrogating the Dayu and Ragnar prisoners, how could they not understand? If it wasn't for the fact that they found the remains of Loki themselves, coupled with the ridiculously large pools of blood left by Elder Dayu, even knowing the only explanation for Dian being alive was to have defeated them, they wouldn't believe it. A mere meridian formation expert had defeated not just a peak saint, but a peak saint and a Dao formation expert. And that wasn't even counting the peak Dao formation expert he talked down from attacking. He was quite frankly the savior of this universe. They all felt useless. Even Nora, who had complex feelings about this boy, felt this way. As a comet-level array alchemist whose alchemy actually reached moon levels, she was ashamed to have no way of making Dian better. After everything he had done, there was nothing they could do for him. If it wasn't for Dian, they would all be dead. Soon, Dian sat down with his wives to either side of him, hardly able to keep his eyes open. But, when he noticed the food before him, somehow still untouched, he couldn't help but look around at these people like they were crazy. All of this food and no one's eaten? You couldn't have been waiting for me, no? Dian laughed to himself, completely unaware that his voice was so weak that had they not been a room filled with cultivators, no one would have heard him. Although no one reacted with laughter to Dian's words, he didn't seem to notice. He knew his body needed food, but he ironically had no energy to eat it. Even moving his lips was a burden, let alone chewing and swallowing. How he had even made it here was a miracle. The Belmont Palace was a massive place, and the distance from Dian's room to this hall reflected that. It should have been at least a 500-meter walk, and yet in Dian's mind, he had gotten here in an instant. His consciousness kept fading in and out. It caused his memories to be fragmented, and oftentimes tossed out entirely. Over time, he was consistently getting worse. His body grew weaker. His mind grew more frail. Even the outburst of rage he had just had was a product of accumulated frustration that may have been forgotten by him, but nevertheless remained in the depths of his being. The Dian they all knew would never yell at a door, let alone rampage through it like it was the enemy. This wasn't even the first time Dian had awoken. It just seemed that he forgot about it each time. A vicious cycle of wake and sleep that ended with the same disappointing result. Dian wasn't left alone in his room because his wives didn't care. They had been quite literally pulled out by force because they were unwilling to leave his side. They wanted to be there every time he woke up so that they could be ready to do anything for him, and yet in the end, they only felt more and more useless. Dian's chin slumped to his chest before snapping up. He shook his head, his eyes squinting as he looked at the food in front of him again. He reached out slowly, grabbing for what looked like a beast meat leg. From the scent of it, it was seemingly an earth-level beast, so it likely had quite good nutritional value. But, when Dian stretched out to grab it, he suddenly noticed his hand. At first, he was startled. He assumed that someone beside him was reaching for food at the same time. After all, how could he, Dian Sicharo, have such a sickly-looking hand? However, when his hand back, about to apologize and let the person have the food they were both reaching for, a sudden realization hit him. That wasn't someone else's hand. It was his own. Dian blinked, unable to believe just what he was seeing. How long have I been sleeping? Dian asked in a soft voice, suddenly realizing that Madeline's breasts were much larger than he remembered. Tears fell. No one knew who lost control of their emotions first, but it was clear at this point that not many could handle the fall of such a genius. This was not only not the first time Dian had woken up, it was also not the first time he asked this question. This was the 5th time he woke up, and the 8th time he asked this very same question. In the past nearly 2 years, Dian sat with a dazed look, but because of the weakness of his muscles, he looked as though he hadn't reacted to the answer to his question at all. However, his next sentence was different than what a normal person would ask. In fact, all 8 times he had asked his first question, he always immediately followed it up with this one. How long can I stay awake? 3 days is your maximum. But, it's clear you've overexerted yourself today, so it's impossible to tell if that time will be shortened or not. Without anyone needing to tell him, Dian had already concluded 2 things. He had likely already been awake and had thus asked these questions before, and despite all of this time, he hadn't come up with a solution, which also unfortunately meant that he was having memory loss issues. What have I said out loud already that hasn't worked? Dian asked this question to save time and be more efficient. He knew himself well. There was no doubt in his mind that he would have begun to speak out loud so that his wives could note what he wanted to try. The problem was clear to Dian now. Despite his soul being sealed away, it was still dissipating, although at a much slower rate than usual. This meant many things that only made Dian angrier the more he thought about it. For one, the boost in speed inner world, Sanctuary would have gotten was gone. It was impossible for his inner world to have made any process in the past 2 years with the mess his soul was in, and it was equally impossible for the Dragon King to compensate for such a thing. Before Dian began using the Dragon King to boost his energy and body cultivation talent, even with his soul talent having accumulated billions of souls, it was estimated by his grand teacher that it would still take him more than a century to build his inner world. And that was with his overwhelming soul talent. It was only after grasping the true use of the Dragon King's weapon that Dian became capable of reducing that time to a fraction of its original form, shortening it to about 5 to 10 years. This may not make sense to those unfamiliar with the technique, however. There is no mistake in this calculation. The inner world's construction requires a balance of all talents excluding body cultivation. No matter how overwhelming Dian's soul talent was, after a certain point, it would be impossible to compensate for his poor energy cultivation talent. But now, the reverse situation was occurring. The talent Dian had gained from the Dragon King was trying to compensate for his dwindling soul, and clearly it was losing. That said, there was one possible explanation that just might salvage this situation. If Dian's soul was sapping energy from his body in order to sustain and repair itself in its sealed form, then that would explain pretty much everything. By the time Dian reached this conclusion, only a split second had passed, and his wives hadn't even begun to speak yet. It seemed they knew he would reach this conclusion as well. It was like they were replaying the same events again and again. Each time they were in awe of how fundamentally sound Dian's logic was, to the point where he would capable of reaching the same correct conclusion no matter how many times his memories were wiped. So I'm right. They didn't need any more communication between them. From their silence, Dian understood that they had lived all of this already. So I already mentioned the seal and what's in it? They nodded. And I already asked that woman over there to try and use it? They nodded again, sending a complicated gaze toward Nora. And I assume the Dragon King is in a coma right now, too? Once again they nodded. Dian sighed. He already understood what happened. The seal had his last hope within it. If he absorbed the talent, it might give him enough of a boost in immediate energy so that he'd be able to eat, plus it would increase his body's ability to feed his soul. One might wonder why Dian couldn't just swallow a piece of food with very dense energy. And the answer to that was digestive efficiency. The reason Dian could eat so much when he was healthy was ironically because he was so full of energy. As a cultivator, those who could eat more were often seen as much stronger because they actually had the ability to digest what they were eating. Right now, not only did Dian not have enough energy to eat, even if he mustered the courage to chew, he would convert a very small percentage of that food into true energy. In the end, he'd likely spend more energy biting and chewing than what he gained. The only way to compensate for this would be to inject Dian's bodily with readily available energy he wouldn't have to digest. But such things were ridiculously rare. There was a second way to compensate, and that was by having someone digest the energy for him, but the amount of energy Dian's body needed was astronomical. It wasn't that there weren't any here powerful enough to do it, it was just that the efficiency would be poor, which would bring them right back to square one. A celestial would have to use celestial energy, something Dian's body couldn't withstand. This was even more of a glaring issue for Tao formation experts. If Dian so much as touched enigmatic energy with thoughts of absorbing it, he would implode. This meant that these experts would be forced to lower their quality of energy to saint energy, but because their meridians weren't filled with it, the process of doing so would be only marginally faster than if they were back in their sainthood days and cultivating. Needless to say, it would be too slow and too inefficient. There was no need to talk about saints themselves doing it. Dian had plenty of talented demon generals willing to help. But Dian was at the point where saint energy would be of little help. Dian's situation was truly unfortunate. He couldn't digest food himself because he would need more energy to do so than he would gain. He couldn't have others digest it for him either. Saints wouldn't be able to convert enough energy for him, and higher-level experts would be too slow in accumulating the necessary energy because if they used higher-level energy, Dian would die. Dian was at a point where he needed high levels of quality energy, but at the same time, that energy would kill him. Having already understood all of this, Dian had thrown out both the ideas of eating and having others digest for him. As such, he had focused his attention on the kernels. But the problem was that the kernels were stuck in the seal. It was clear that this Nora person was incapable of being recognized by the seal, and she was seemingly the most qualified. However, the seal had completely rejected her, not allowing her to use it at all. This meant that Diane's next option would have been to rely on the Dragon King. Because of the Dragon King's soul connection with Diane, it was recognized by other objects bound to Diane. This was how he was able to use the soul tome to grasp Loki's faith seed, something Diane still wasn't aware of, likely because he had been too fatigued to notice when he placed the Daiyu ancestor within. However, Diane understood that the Dragon King was a mere remnant soul. While placing things inside the seal and soul tome was easy, taking them out was exceedingly difficult. This was why Diane had completely passed out when he pushed the death chi within the soul tome out. Despite this, the Dragon King had tried to help Diane by manifesting the seal for him, but halfway through, his soul was damaged, causing him to go into a coma-like state as well. Diane understood this because he had tried to ask the Dragon King how long he had slept for after he realized he couldn't use technology anymore. But he had gotten no response. Now he knew why. The seemingly only remaining option was to take Diane to his grand teacher at the epistemic tower. The old man would likely be able to do something. But that was where the problems just continued to add up. The Weta. Once again, everyone nodded. Diane had missed not one, but 2 campaigns in their entirety. If Diane was awake when the gates were open, that would be one thing. All he would have to do is appear in the gates before locking them down and forcing everyone out. This was very much possible as an epistemic tower key wielder, as long as you were in the universe housing your epistemic tower. Another reason why the old man would be shocked if one of his chosen died. "Tell me what's happened," Diane said in a weak voice. "It's not so bad at Earth Gate," Clara chimed in, grasping Diane's hand lightly to allow her golden aurora flames to comfort him. "You!" Diane could see right through what Clara was doing. She had immediately tried to calm his emotions as he spoke. "What? Did you expect me to just sit here? Without your innate aurora, the efficiency of the army takes a huge plunge." Diane frowned as well as his features would allow. "That's just an excuse you're peddling. There's still Aladar. He's more than capable. In fact, by now, his soul should have surpassed me when last I campaigned." If Diane remembered correctly, he was only around the lower essence soul stage then. Aladar, with his talent and 2 years, should have definitely caught up. That meant his efficiency shouldn't have been much less than Diane's from back then. Humph. Although my soul only just reached the middle of the blossom stage, I had a peak foundation stage innate soul. I can't just do nothing. With Ree and Madeline, nothing will happen to me. Diane sighed. Aside from him who was born with a peak blossom stage innate soul, the very best of the best could boast about having a peak foundation stage soul. If this was known to any universe across the cosmos, soul experts every would clamber to have Clara as their disciple. In fact, even Nora had tried to coax Clara while Diane was in his coma, but she had vehemently refused. It was just important to keep in perspective that although Diane far overshadowed everyone in terms of soul talent, he could only be measured on his own scale, while it was best to measure others on another. "Don't be mad," Madeline said softly. "Learn to trust Clara the same way you've trusted me and little sister Ree in the past. Do you understand?" Diane struggled to look at Madeline, but he truly couldn't see clearly. Everything was much too blurry. He felt pained that he could enjoy the beauty of his wives. In the end, he could only nod. Like Clara said, Earthgate isn't so bad, but that's only in comparison to what it could be, Ree continued. The entire banquet hall was quiet as they watched these 4 interact. It was as though everyone had a tacit understanding to not interrupt. Even little Lila and Zaire, who had both grown up quite a bit, had matured enough to stay quiet. They knew that this wasn't the time to see their big brother. The Weta for both of these past campaigns have been completely focused on us. In fact, they've entirely ignored the other gates. "All 10 sons and daughters?" Diane asked weakly. They all solemnly nodded. "All 5 Meridian, and all 5 Essence sons and daughters have gathered. So I guess they replaced the dead one. They don't seem highly intent on ending this quickly. In fact, the first move they made was to secure the perimeter around the epistemic tower. We've tried twice now. For all 4 months the gates are open to get you in. But we've failed both times. Even worse, because our forces were so focused, the only tower we have left in our possession is Earth Tower. The other 7 are theirs. Diane's eyes narrowed. They had conquered all of their towers but one? He couldn't help but feel guilty. There's no way such a thing would happen if everyone wasn't so focused on trying to save him. With all the talent that was here, how could that be possible? In these 2 years, he had no doubt that Ree and Madeline had become near unbeatable in the essence-gathering realm. They were likely stronger than he'd been 2 years ago, even with his soul unsealed. In fact, Diane had no doubt about that fact. There was Kedlum, who would have vastly improved as well. Even without the use of Thor and Vidar, there was still Aladar as well. And none of this was to mention the demon generals. But then, Diane thought of something else. It's the other planets, isn't it? The atmosphere seemed to get heavier. It was clear that the aftermath of the war wasn't so simple at all. We've been forced to station many of the demon generals on planet Mino, Deimos, and Naiad. Madeline said softly, Planet Mino? Why Planet Mino? Ree shook her head. The Shruti disappeared. We found no traces of them at all. If it wasn't for the remaining Planet Mino citizens, we could have already lost Mino Gate. This confirmed to Diane the Shruti really weren't from this universe. They had forcefully taken Planet Mino by eradicating the previous god and royal god clans, but because of that, Mino had no one protecting it, no one strong enough anyway. However, this isn't what made Diane angry. It was Planet Deimos and Planet Naiad that truly pissed him off. These were none other than the 2 planets that helped the Ragnars in their attempted takeover. Planet Naiad housed the Clyte, who were now leaderless. Planet Deimos housed the infamous Amun clan, a planet Diane had sworn to destroy. We knew that they weren't trustworthy, Clara said through gritted teeth. So, King Acacia took a diplomatic trip along with King Belmont to see just what their thinking was. It turned out that they had plans to willingly hand over their gates to the Weta and submit. If it wasn't for King Acacia, we would have been caught completely unawares. Diane chuckled bitterly. Let me guess. The Weta asked for my head and the Amuns were all too willing to oblige? A wave of frustration and anger overcame the banquet hall. But it seemed this truly was the case. In order to keep them in line, Nora and Amel, respectively, spend the campaign months on either Planet Deimos or Naiad, effectively keeping their upper-tier experts hostage. But even that isn't enough for us to feel assured, so we also separated out a few hundred demon generals to keep those armies in line. Ree finished explaining. Luckily, Planet Nyx has officially allied with us, Madeline said with a sweet smile, seemingly lighting up the whole room. Diane blinked, trying to stay awake. Did I already teach you how to make the pill for Zabia? Where is he? Under Diane's words, Nora blushed profusely, unable to make eye contact with the young man that could hardly see her through his blurred vision. Diane was taken aback by the lack of response, but he didn't have the energy to pursue the topic. Amel coughed awkwardly, feeling bad for his wife. This, of course, wasn't the first time Diane had asked this. The moment he woke up the first time, the first thing he had done was try and fulfill his promise, but obviously he had no soul strength at the moment, so it was impossible. However, when he found out that Nora was an innate Aurora wielder, he was elated and immediately tried to teach her the method for making the pill. After all, it was exceedingly simple in Diane's mind, while Nora was a moon-level alchemist. There should have been no problem considering the pill itself was actually just a master-level pill according to Diane's master. But Nora had failed time and time again, even under Diane's diligent explanations. The reason for this was simple. Nora was an alchemist. Diane was an array alchemist. Nora had no real concept of fusing the 2 concepts into one. As such, her viewpoints were shallow and her understanding was lacking. Diane's master hadn't lied. The pill itself was a master-level pill. But if you wanted to create such a complex pill without the perfect fusion of the 2 disciplines, it became a mountain almost impossible to transcend. In fact, it was even difficult to find the ingredients. Diane simply didn't have the wake hours or the energy to explain things to Nora any more than he had. It was an odd situation. Nora without a doubt had more accumulated knowledge than Diane, and it might be true that Diane wouldn't make heads or tails of comet or moon-level alchemy, Not now, but when it came to Grandmaster and below, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Diane was unmatched through the cosmos. Suddenly Diane thought of something else. He had left Clara with the Tao of array alchemy all of this time. With her intelligence, he had little doubt that she had grasped a solid foundation. She was the perfect person to teach Nora because Diane couldn't. "Clara, can you stop?" Clara said abruptly, grasping onto her knees tightly. "Ha!" Diane blinked, shaking his head. "Stop worrying about others and worry about yourself." Clara spoke firmly, her gray eyes reddening in what looked like a violent mix of anger and sadness. Ree and Madeline ignored Diane's gaze as he looked toward them, completely unwilling to help. "You don't remember what happened the first time you woke up? But we do. You recognized the problem immediately. You sat there and made the very same deductions. And then when you were finally getting somewhere, you stopped and changed the subject entirely, pretending as though we wouldn't notice." Diane froze. Something was telling him that this was the very first time Clara had said those words. The pattern had been broken. "You know why your little sister didn't come and greet you? Because she's quite literally in too much pain to be around you. The very first time you woke up," little Lila said it clear as day, "you already had the solution, you just weren't willing to say what it was. Instead, you trudged through and tried to use the Dragon King to accomplish it. And even worse, when he wakes up, you plan on trying again. No matter how much we poked and prodded you, you refused to tell us the solution. Stop being selfish and give us our Diane back." Clara glared at Diane angrily. Diane looked at Clara to the best of his abilities. In the end, despite his best try, he could only see two floating orbs of gray he assumed were her eyes. "Ha! I can't see you. But you've probably gotten more beautiful, right?" Diane smiled. "It's a shame I can't see you three. But even if it means my death, I'll never hurt any one of you." "Shut up." Clara clamped her delicate palms over Diane's mouth. "You see, in the years you've been out of it, moping around, waiting for death, I finally figured out the solution. Now you have no choice." Diane's eyes widened. "Clara, why?" In an instant, Clara's eyes flashed with a golden light and the two of them instantly disappeared. Everyone remained in the banquet hall stunned, having no idea what was going on. The only clues they had was a King Acacia who refused to make contact with anyone, a little Lila who was oddly acting the same, and a Ree and Madeline who had devious smiles on their faces. Diane's world went dizzy for an instant. He wasn't used to being the one teleported away as he was always the one controlling it. It seemed Clara had improved quite a bit in these 2 years. Although with a middle blossom stage soul, her teleportation radius was only a few hundred meters, that was more than enough to move directly from one side of the palace to another. "What are you doing?" Diane said weakly, stumbling forward only to be caught by who he assumed was Clara. There was no response, but Diane could feel himself being lifted up into the air before being dropped down on something soft. The feeling felt familiar, so he immediately understood that this was the very same bed he had woken up on. Flashing gold lights assaulted his blurred vision, fading away in the next instant. Then, Diane felt something tight binding his wrists, before he felt the same sensation on his ankles. Before he knew it, he was spread out like a star. If he could see himself now, he'd look like a cross between a pale ghost and an incredulous housewife. "You can't be serious. Can we talk about this? What is going on?" Diane once again received no response. All he felt were his pants being but off and a slightly comfortable breeze hitting a place it shouldn't usually hit. Even in this state, Diane couldn't help but laugh. "And you call me a pervert? You want to take advantage of a wounded man like this? Have you no shame? Humph, you should be more worried about whether you can get it up or not. It'd be pretty embarrassing if you had erectile dysfunction at only 21. Hey, wait, you aren't serious, are you? This isn't even the solution I had." Diane suddenly felt a weight climb on top of him, and somehow, despite his weakness, it felt exceedingly comfortable. "Don't lie to me. Not now." The laughter in Clara's voice had disappeared. Diane could only remain silent. "I know the truth and what it takes to use the seal, you just weren't willing to tell us. So, instead, You made us run around madly trying to get you to the epistemic tower when all along it had taken you 10 minutes to think of a solution. Do you think you were being brave? Or selfless? Do you think that this is something that pains me? Do you like making decisions for me that much? Droplets of liquid fell onto Diane's torso as he felt two small palms touch down to his chest. There seemed to be something deeper about Clara's words, as though her tears had nothing to do with this situation, but rather guilt at not having died along with her father and friends, as though she resented Diane's decision to take her away, when she thought that she'd at least be able to have Diane lifting her up by her side. To dull that pain, he had fallen into a coma and been struck with amnesia. He couldn't even see her properly anymore. Diane had no idea how much it pained Clara to see him like this. Forget it. All that matter now is that your wives and me are too smart for you to fool for so long. In fact, I'm certain that Madeline and Clara figured it out a long time ago. They just weren't willing to tell me for the same reason you weren't. Clara couldn't have been more correct. Madeline was the first to understand the method to heal Diane, and she understood mere moments after little Lila called Diane out for withholding information. Ree wasn't too far behind either. The reason it had taken Clara almost 2 years to understand was because this solution wasn't just about being intelligent. It required being intelligent and having a strong understanding of the martial world, something Clara just didn't have back then. Diane stared at the ceiling silently. From the moment he had woken up, his vision had been getting worse and worse, almost as though as he ran out of energy, so did his senses go as well. But that didn't stop an overwhelming guilt from sinking deep into his stomach. Whether Clara truly figured out what she had to do or not no longer mattered. What mattered to Diane was that she would have to do something like this for the sake of saving his life. He didn't feel like it was fair. Do you know how long it took me to figure out that it wasn't normal for others to be able to use treasures you had bound your soul to? I feel silly just thinking about it, Clara said softly. Diane could feel her shifting on his chest before soft fabric landed on his face. He was agitated in not being able to see, but just the thought of what was happening made him immediately react. Clara felt something poking at the small of her back, and when she turned around, she couldn't help but be stunned. Pervert! You can't even see, Clara harumphed, but the beating of her quickened, as she whispered her next words in a voice Diane was too weak to hear. Why couldn't that thing shrink like the rest of you? What can I say, your clothes smell nice. Plus, apparently it's been 2 years. Diane would shrug, but his hands and feet were tied. In fact, they were done so tightly that it made him question Clara's strength. You've been cultivating? Clara nodded, although Diane's vision was blocked by her dress. Ree and Madeline wouldn't let me go until I reached the 9th foundation stage. But it seems I can't continue from then on. No matter how hard I try, I can't sense my meridians. Diane sighed. Although the seals were effectively undone now, Clara's energy cultivation talent was technically still locked in the seal right now. A sudden realization came over Clara. Stop distracting me. I know the truth now and you won't get out of this. Clara, as much as I'd love to do this, you really have it all wrong. You don't have to do this. Diane's voice came out firmly, surprising Clara. It was as though all of his weakness was gone. Shut up. If you want to be convinced that I understand so much, I'll tell you. Then, I'll never talk to you again since it's apparently such a burden for you to do this with me. Before Diane could refute that, he felt Clara shift again before another pair of fabric was stuffed into his mouth, stopping him from speaking completely. However, what was most glaring to Diane was the distinct skin-to-skin contact he felt when Clara sat back down on his lower torso. In fact, he thought that for just a moment he felt a faint wetness. Diane's imagination spun out of control, causing him to grow yet another size. Clara could only ignore the object that was apparently trying to bore a hole into her back as she silently unclipped her bra, allowing 2 mounds of beautiful flesh to drop into the view of no one but herself. And then, she steadied her breathing. At first, I didn't think there was anything odd about Madeline and Ree being freely able to use your spatial rings. In fact, even little Zaire can do so. But when I realized little Lila couldn't, and then that I couldn't, I realized that it was more complicated than that. To just realize that there was something odd, something that's simple, took me more than a year. This wasn't Clara's fault, honestly. To observe something that detailed without actively seeking to understand was a miracle in and of itself. When I noticed this, I knew there was something more to it. First, I thought it was simply sex. But even with how much of a fool you can be, I would never think you did something like that to Zaire. Diane cringed. Why would you even bother saying that? I get it. When I asked Ree and Madeline about it, they seemed to want to dodge the question. Clearly they knew I was coming close to the answer as well. But eventually you woke up for the fourth time. Your condition was so much worse than before that it seemed Ree and Madeline were finally getting worried that you really wouldn't get better. I know why they chose not to tell me. They wanted to respect me, as well as your decision as well. But all you three did was hurt me more. Eventually, I found out that while Madeline gained the ability to use your spatial rings through having sex with you, Ree was able to even before that. It was clear at that point that what connected Ree and Zaire was the fact they were both beasts and had a special connection with you. While Madeline was human, meaning there had to be a physical connector to reach that point. At first I thought this was great, but then I thought of another problem. If this was all it took to use the seal, why hadn't Madeline or Ree done it yet? It turned out that they had already tried while you were sleeping, but they couldn't get the seal to acknowledge them. And yet, when I tried, even though I hadn't had a soul connection with you yet, I could at the very least sense its presence, although it didn't acknowledge me either. Clara grit her teeth. Who asked you to have so much soul talent? Making everything so complicated. By this point, Diane knew that Clara had understood. He knew from the beginning that the bare minimum soul talent needed to be acknowledged by the seal would be someone with enough talent to earn an innate aurora at birth. Much like Nora, Clara had sensed the seal, but in favor of Diane, it had turned the both of them down. However, if either Nora or Clara linked their souls with Diane, the result would be much different. Diane could obviously not ask such a thing of Nora. For one, she had a husband, and secondly, even if she didn't, her identity was likely really sensitive. And, if he was right about who she was, there wouldn't be a hot enough place in hell for him if he asked that of her. On the other hand, Diane would never ask Clara to do this for him. He would literally rather die. Clara was the last person he had of their world. She was his best friend. He understood just how important her virginity and her love life meant to her. How could he ask her for something like that? So, even though he knew it was stupid, he still asked the Dragon King to try and use the seal through him. Unlike Zaire, Ree, and Madeline, the Dragon King could perceive what Diane did, making him able to skip the step of sensing the seal. However, because he was a remnant soul, he ended up injuring himself. In fact, to now, he had been in a coma for more than a year and a half. Now, I know what I have to do. Since we can't get you to your grand teacher, you'll have to accept me. You can decide to not acknowledge me after this. I've decided that I'm fine with that. But, for right now, with your life on the line, you have no choice. Diane froze as he felt a trembling hand grasp onto his member. He could barely stay awake, let alone fight back against these restraints. The scent of Clara filled his nose, but when he felt the delicate fabric in his mouth, he almost lost control of what little energy he did have left. His tip was invaded by a faint wetness as it glided across soft skin that seemed to easily separate, and then, his mind went blank, filled with a sensation he could never forget, the best feeling in the world. Clara bit her lip, unable to stop the gasp from escaping her lips. This is strictly to save his life. Yes, this doesn't feel good at all. Not one bit. Clara was a tomboy, as Diane often teased her for. As such, she played a lot of sports as a kid before she stopped to focus on her cancer research. So, her hymen had long since broken due to those activities, and considering the fact Diane was the person she would want to do this with the most, she felt no pain whatsoever, exactly like Ree and Madeline. Diane felt the slow grind of a wet vortex steadily lowering toward his base. Soft moans escaped from Clara as she hoped that Diane was too weak to hear her. If she couldn't focus, this would all be for nothing. Soon, she reached the very base, but she felt like all of her energy had been sapped from her. She fell forward, resting her head and hands on Diane's broad chest while she slowly grinded her hips. It was almost like she had forgotten the true purpose of her actions. If Clara knew that this was a mere fraction of Diane's ability, and that had his celestial will and aurora flames not been locked away, she would feel hundreds of times better. Who knew how she would react? Soon, Clara snapped out of it. Although she couldn't bring herself to stop grinding her hips, her own aurora flames finally flamed into existence, slowly tracing Diane's body with comfortable golden flames. Diane felt his inner energy surge to life as the flames bored into him, making their way to his aurora and slowly caressing it before piercing its way inside. Clara didn't have much cultivation, nor did she had an overwhelmingly powerful primordial Yin, but Diane cherished this moment nonetheless. Under normal circumstances, Clara's cultivation should have skyrocketed, but Diane's body was completely lacking energy. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the body's innate instinct to protect reproductive abilities, there was a chance that even this might not be possible. But that was when everything changed. Clara's aurora flames melded into Diane's mind's eye, finding his sealed soul and gently embracing it. Their souls intertwined, forming a connection that Ree and Madeline immediately felt, causing smiles to spread across their faces. In the next instant, Clara immediately felt capable of manipulating the seal. An intricate array with wildly shifting colors and endlessly shifting gears appeared in Clara's mind as she slowly teased it apart, finding two floating orbs within. She could immediately feel which was which with her connection to Diane and didn't hesitate to grasp the body cultivation orb, pulling it into reality. Clara's breathing was heavy and labored. One might think it was because of manifesting something from the seal, when in reality it was because the moment her soul melded with Diane's, she felt an overwhelming rush of love and worry coming from him. It was so intense that her lower regions clenched, convulsing involuntarily as she lost control of her body. The orb was completely forgotten. Clara held onto Diane's torso both as firmly and gently as she could, unwilling to hurt him even as she lost herself in the feeling of being connected to him. She, herself, was embarrassed to even think about how often she had thought of doing this with Diane. She couldn't help but see him as her man. 2 years ago, Clara would have done this very thing for Diane. But deep inside, she would know that it was only for the sake of saving his life. Although she loved him back then as well, there was a deep-seated doubt within her that couldn't leap over the barrier that protected martial world culture. If the mortal realm still existed, Clara would without a doubt be known as a traditionalist. She wanted to have a single husband, all to her own. She wanted to lose her virginity to the one she loved. But she also wanted it to be on her wedding night. She wanted 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl, hoping that the boy would be the elder so he could protect his little sister. These were all things Clara wanted, and she wanted them with no one else but Diane. But when he came back, the first thing she heard was that he had found not 1, but 2 others to fill a place in his heart she thought she could one day fight to earn. It had hurt. She knew that her and Diane had never had that kind of relationship before, and she knew how irrational it was to feel that way, but she couldn't control it. She had genuinely wished them the best, thinking that she could just avoid Diane and never see him again, allowing him to continue ignoring her as he had for all those years. But then he swooped in and flashed his handsome smile and caring, warm eyes at her. Then he saved her father like it was as easy as breathing to him, and then he whisked her off to an unknown fantastical land where he didn't hesitate to protect her with his very life. During those 2 years of Diane's constant pain and torment, his amnesia, his unwillingness to hurt her by burdening her with this decision, Clara realized that she just didn't care anymore. There would never be another man in her heart. "I love you," she said softly. The orb gently floated above them. With nothing to bind it, it finally had freedom for the first time. The laws of the universe dictated where talent went, but it also had an inability to take back that talent. This meant only one thing. Since there were only 2 mortals deserving of this talent left, it could only go to one of them. Diane understood this as well. He didn't need to do anything, that talent would simply choose. But that was when something highly important happened. Body cultivation talent was directly linked to body constitutions, of which was directly separated into male and female rankings. So, the bulb of light shook violently, confused with what to do with itself before eventually shearing into 2 halves. still hovering in the air. Diane's eyes became sharper. Although Clara's primordial een wasn't much now, as a woman with so good soul talent, even with her energy and body cultivation locked, the energy she provided was the purest of the pure. He could feel her aurora flames coursing through his body, tapping awake veins of blood that had laid dormant for months before revitalizing the beating of his heart. And then, the orbs fell. Diane and Clara's heartbeats stalled, freezing them in time as one clung to the other. Motes of light danced along their skin, filling the room with blinding hues. It felt like everything within them was rearranging. Confusing and foreign concepts became simple, odd and abstract wills became as easy as breathing, and their bodies transformed. It was clear by now just what kind of concept having the accumulated talent of billions for soul cultivation. Unmatched will stamina and comprehension, otherworldly manifestations, and exceedingly domineering intelligence. But what did it mean to have the accumulated talent of billions for body cultivation? It meant never having an affinity out of your touch. Never would there be a cultivation technique unsuitable for you. Never would there be will you couldn't learn. The world was opened up. Whether it be the soul or the meridians, both were anchored by the body. Clara's convulsions finally stopped. She couldn't see Diane, or even herself clearly because of the lights, but she knew that she had done her part. She slowly lifted herself off of Diane, biting her lip as she felt a large mass slide out of her. But when she tried to get up to leave the room, her legs gave way, causing her to collapse on top of Diane again. Frustration began to build. She felt like she had so much energy and she felt better than she ever had before. So why weren't her damn legs working? She tried to use her aurora to teleport away, but that was when she realized that changes weren't only occurring in Diane, they were occurring in herself as well. Clara could almost feel her silky brunette hair growing longer. In fact, she felt it sliding down spine, well past the small of her back. The bones in her face shifted ever so slightly. There was barely a change, but with Clara's senses, how could she not feel these things happening to her? Her gorgeous caramel skin grew softer, and her gray eyes grew brighter. She was very much still the beautiful Clara Diane had called best friend for so many years, but she had grown in elegance and grace, something impossible to put into words. Clara was already an otherworldly beauty, one rivaling Ree and Madeline without a doubt. This was something that was gifted to her by her domineering soul talent. It had cleansed her in a way other mortal women just couldn't match. However, there was something overwhelming about her presence now. Almost as though she was sculpted by the hands of a master, the perfection of a female form only meant to be looked at, but never blasphemed. Diane was right. She had gotten more beautiful in these past 2 years, but this was an entirely different level. Soon, the lights around Clara faded, and she blinked awake to find herself still lying on Diane. Although her legs were still weak, they had finally recovered enough for her to move, so she lightly pushed off, getting a good look at Diane. What she saw left her in a daze. Diane had seemingly lost consciousness, but Clara didn't mind. The same had happened to her, and she was in much better condition than Diane had been. His sickly and loose skin had disappeared, replaced by a golden sheen that pumped with vitality. His lean and rippling muscles had come back, coursing with veins of gold that made Clara blush when she realized her small hands were still lying on his chest. But what Clara truly couldn't stop looking at was Diane's handsome face. It had been 2 years since she last saw him in full health, and back then he was still just a teenage boy. He was the most attractive man she had ever seen until she laid eyes on Amel, but nothing could compare to the love she felt for Diane. However, now that hardly seemed to matter at all. His face had lost all signs of immaturity. His jaw was strong and even held a faint stubble that made Clara swoon. His nose had a delicate and elegant arch to it, and sat perfectly symmetrical at the center, as though it was a crowning achievement. But what Clara couldn't help but want to see were his eyes. Unfortunately, they were closed as his breathing steadied to a comfortable rhythm. Clara chuckled when she noticed Diane's full lips were slightly parted with a piece of laced fabric hanging out of them. Her hand caressed his cheek before she pulled it out gently, taking her dress that had fallen to the side along with her. She moved to slide off of Diane, looking back one last time before she gave herself a nod of assurance. Even if he didn't accept her, she regretted nothing. Clara silently slipped her dress on, unwilling to wear these soaked panties of hers, and her bra was even less of an issue. Suddenly, she froze as she felt a strong grip on her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Clara didn't look back. "You want to fight me? I'm not so weak anymore." "Humph. What I meant was that was some pretty self-pleasing sex. How are you going to use me like a tool, then forget about me?" Clara was so taken aback by that answer and the pitiful sound of Diane's voice that she burst into laughter. "Leave me alone, pervert. I don't know what you're talking about. I simply helped out a friend in need." "You're welcome. If you want more, you'll have to get into a queue with all of my other future husband candidates." Diane paused for a moment. Clara didn't turn to face him, but there was a slight disappointment welling up in her heart at the pregnant silence. She tried to pull her arm away, but Diane's grip seemed to tighten. "I don't think you understand." Diane's voice held a domineering power to it that caught Clara off guard. Diane's grip pulled her toward him with a force that was somehow gentle, yet inescapable. In an instant, Clara found herself beneath Diane, staring into the very hazel-green eyes she had wanted to look into this whole time. If Diane was stunned by Clara's beauty, he didn't show it. To him, the loves of his lives were always the peak of perfection, regardless of how the world viewed them. "You're my woman now." Clara looked up, stunned, still awkwardly holding onto her panties and bra, but all she could see was the pair of eyes above her. And despite the domineering nature of Diane's voice and actions, all she could see was love and pleading. But she didn't want to be a burden for Diane. She didn't want to be yet another person he thought he owed. Yet another person he thought he had to make something up to. "Don't be ridiculous," Clara said, looking up at Diane to show how serious she was. "Sex means nothing, especially not self-pleasing sex. I didn't do this to become your charity case. I did this to pay you back for everything you've done for me. You owe me nothing." Clara shifted out from underneath Diane, flashing to the side of the bed before walking toward the door. However, just as she was reaching for the door handle, she heard something that made a tear inadvertently fall down her delicate cheeks. "I love you too." The words were simple, but their impact were so profound that Clara's hand couldn't seem to grip the doorknob properly. She hadn't thought Diane had heard her. After all, he was unconscious and his hearing was impaired to begin with. However, it was clear to her now that he had to have. A moment later, Clara didn't have to turn around to feel a warm and comfortable presence standing directly behind her. All she saw was a palm on the door, a hand so steady and strong that she almost couldn't stop herself from leaning backward. "Geez, I go to sleep for a few years and you become such a crybaby. What the hell happened?" Diane snorted. "Fuck you." Clara wiped her eyes with her forearm, still not looking back. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Is that any way to speak to your husband? PFT. You think I'd let you call me your wife? I'm not as nice as Ree and Madeline. I see no ring and I definitely see no ceremony. You think you can just use our bodies and give us nothing in return? Pervert." Clara harumphed, still unwilling to look back. Diane grabbed Clara's hips, spinning her around to face him before tilting her chin up. "You want to talk to me about perversion? Who just used whose body again?" Clara glared at Diane but found herself unable to keep her anger while looking up at him. "Used you? I barely felt a thing. If anything, it was a chore." Diane smiled, looking down at Clara. She could tell that there was something new hidden behind the teasing in his eyes. "Let me have it," Diane said softly. "Have what?" Clara's voice came out weaker than she wanted, causing a blush to spread along her cheeks. "Your first kiss, of course." Clara's words were caught in her throat. She really hadn't kissed Diane, or anyone for that matter. "Until I get access to my soul back, you'll have to settle for subpar sex. But, as a Sacharo, I'm sure you'll soldier through." Clara didn't seem to understand Diane's words immediately, but when she did, she went through a cycle of blushing and rolling her eyes. "Can't you be serious?" However, despite her words, She inwardly had a sudden realization. This really wasn't as good as it got. Clara didn't get her answer. Instead, her senses were overwhelmed by Diane's scent as his lips touched down to hers. This was the very first time Clara and Diane had interacted in such a way. This was the first time they truly and seriously crossed the barrier of friendship. And as Clara fell into Diane's arms, almost incapable of controlling her trembling legs, she felt nothing but happiness. Diane slowly pulled back to find Clara's gray eyes staring back at him. She stood on the very tips of her toes, clutching her panties and bra against Diane's chest, much to his amusement. "One time," she said softly, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. "You get one time, then you have to go and eat. Or else this would have all been for nothing." Clara squealed as Diane lifted her up by her thighs, a sound she never thought she'd make. But, under Diane's powerful hands, she felt like a feather in the wind. Diane gently laid Clara down, letting her soft thighs wrap around his waist as he slowly pulled her dress off. Even expecting a scene of unmatched beauty, Diane's breath couldn't help but quicken. Clara was perfect. Her caramel skin was glistening with a sweet layer of sweat that reflected the red of her adorable blush. Her figure was nothing short of golden proportion. Ample, soft breasts, wide hips, and an ass so plump and round that Diane's hand nearly got lost in their fullness. Reaching down, Diane delicately cupped Clara's face as she shyly looked away. But she was unwilling to show weakness, so she allowed Diane to scan her in her entirety, not blocking his view with her hands. Their eyes met as Diane lowered his forehead to hers. "Clara Gallagher, are you willing to be mine?" There was only a brief silence before Clara's soft lips met Diane's, allowing her small tongue to release a pleasant fragrance into Diane's mouth. "Clara Cicharo," Clara corrected softly. Clara's shy moans filled the large room. She was a mere foundation stage expert being ravaged by a man with the body of a saint. It was no wonder she felt like she was just along for the ride. However, there was no barriers left in her mind to what was happening. She was happy to cling to Diane's neck, running her hands through his hair as she enjoyed his lips. A part of her couldn't believe that there could be any feeling in the world better than this, but the other part was eager for Diane's cultivation technique to run its course. However, that was when Clara began being filled with another feeling entirely. The first time Diane and Clara had sex, it wasn't dual cultivating in the strictest sense. Without the active participation of both parties, such a thing was impossible. But now, everything was different. Clara felt her soul surging to ridiculous heights. She couldn't believe what she was feeling. It had taken her 2 entire years to climb from the peak of the foundation stage to the middle of the blossom, and yet she had just broken through the higher blossom stage without any difficulty. She had always wondered why Ree and Madeline's souls were so powerful despite their not having much talent in that area. But now the answer was clear. It was all Diane. Clara, though, wasn't the only one to benefit as their 2 bodies intertwined. Before these events, Clara's primordial een had been simple and fairly weak. But this all changed the moment she absorbed half of the kernel. Clara had essentially been given an entirely new body, a new body capable of giving its own virginity as well. The individual constitutions had washed away into something completely new, a primordial een of absolute balance and perfection, without blemish or fault. It could only be given the very same name as Diane's flames. Origin primordial een. A constitution transcending a god-level one. This was, of course, the same for Diane. By the design of his new body, he too was a virgin. Before, Diane had never had a primordial yang. Not a true one, anyway. How could he without a bodily constitution? Much like Clara's, his was exceedingly weak and frail. However, now, his could only be named after his flames as well. Origin primordial yang. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately given the current situation, the very reason why Diane had never been able to make true use of Ree and Madeline's primordial een is because his own primordial yang wasn't complete. Unlike primordial een, a primordial yang never leaves the body of its owner. Instead, it grows as its own source of power, capable of supplementing either one of the 3 cultivation disciplines. This meant that Diane could now continue to improve through dual cultivating instead of being stuck at a singular boost after taking the virginity of a power woman. In addition, as long as a woman continued to cultivate with the same man that held her primordial yin, they too would continue to receive massive benefits, improving by accepting energy from his primordial yang. It was because of this oddity of the universe that the culture of the martial world was as such. The physical reality of things had begun to affect the cultural reality of it. I guess this means I can teach you a real dual cultivation technique now. Diane frowned, hearing the ancient voice of the Dragon King entering his mind. You've been pretending to be asleep for weeks now so that I wouldn't send you on that suicide mission again. This is literally the worst time for you to speak. Go away and close your eyes. Clara looked up at Diane confused, obviously unable to hear the Dragon King. Her hips wiggled in agitation, wanting him to continue. Diane obliged, ignoring the snort of the Dragon King. Diane smirked, slowly stroking as he watched Clara try her best to maintain eye contact without letting her moans escape from her lips. Unless you want little kids running around, you're gonna have to get good enough to use a raise in this situation. You're ruining my vibe. I was almost there. Clara harumphed adorably, but given the convulsion of her walls and how she bit her lip after she spoke, Diane could tell that almost there was an understatement. Hearing this response, Diane was sure that Clara likely placed some sort of protection on herself beforehand. Diane didn't bother too much with her words, instead pulling her up to sit on his lap. He lifted her up and down slowly by her ass, feeling himself about to lose control. Noticing this, Clara smirked to herself, lowering her head to lightly kiss on Diane's ear before purposefully thrusting her hips downward and tightening. Ah shit! Diane's wrapped his arms around Clara's waist tightly, holding onto her as his breathing slowed. The room grew silent. Clara was unwilling to let go of Diane's neck, and Diane was unwilling to let go of her waist. Two lovers in each other's arms. It was only when the rumbling of a stomach filled the once quiet room that Clara giggled lightly. Go and eat, pervert. I'm too tired to move. Diane smiled, slowly lifting Clara off of him before tucking her into bed. Before you sleep, make me a pair of sweatpants and shirt. Clara waved her hand nonchalantly, causing a purple gold formation to bloom around Diane. This wasn't surprising to Diane in the least. With her soul talent and his added boost, it only made sense for her to burst through to the lower essence soul stage so quickly. In fact, had her energy cultivation not been sealed, she may have improved drastically in that aspect as well. For the record, Diane lowered his head and kissed Clara on the forehead. The bet is off. If you keep attacking me like this, it's only a matter of time before you reach the higher Saint Soul stage. Ha! Clara smiled, closing her eyes and rolling away and into the covers. No thank you, slave. And you had better not neglect me either just to win a bet. Diane could only chuckle bitterly, but he responded seriously. Never. Although Diane couldn't see Clara's face anymore, when she heard those words, she couldn't help but smile from the depths of heart because she knew with her soul connection to Diane that he meant that word with every fiber of his being. Diane quietly left the room, finding a nearby bathroom to clean himself before taking the clothes Ree gave him to put on. After putting on the sleek black sweatpants, he finally felt comfortable. But when he looked at the white shirt, he couldn't help but shake his head. At the front, in big letters, it said, "Pervert." Back in the banquet hall, a few hours had passed but no one had left. Regardless of whether Diane truly got better or not didn't change the fact that this universe was still in a bad spot. The next campaign was only a few weeks away and had to be planned for. Under normal circumstances, this was something left to the youth. Never would clan heads or elders participate. However, it was clear that the balance had been tilted. Now that so many of their towers had been conquered, the campaigns had changed from a training ground for young talent to the literal life and death of a universe's sovereignty. As much as I appreciate what Diane has done for us, we can no longer continue to concentrate our forces to attack the epistemic tower. If we continue to do so, it's only a matter of time before Earth Tower is conquered. A Belmont elder spoke. He had been lucky enough to be part of the Belmont entourage that escorted the royal family to the World Tournament. As such, he wasn't as heavily injured as the other Belmont under the attack of the Dayu. After the events of the war ended, many Belmonts were found chained and bound in the castle underground prison. Ree and Madeline, although angered by this statement, only responded with logic and not emotion. In case you've forgotten, the choice to focus our forces on the epistemic tower is about more than just saving our husband's life. Ree refuted. This about this logically, Madeline continued. Despite us concentrating the entirety of our forces at the epistemic tower, not only have they defended so well that not even a single one of us made it through, they also had enough forces to attack our other towers and conquer them. What Madeline said was correct. What they described as the entirety of their forces was really just the vast majority of what they had at their disposal. With that aside, they had of course left some numbers behind to defend their towers adequately, and yet they had still lost them. The meaning was clear. If they could conquer and defend so well at the same time, that means that they are simply that much more powerful than us. Support Madeline's statement wholeheartedly. This means that our only chance of winning is Diane's recovery. His life means more than just his life. Hearing these words, many in attendance couldn't help but frown. The truth of the epistemic tower was still a tightly guarded secret. Understanding just how much the Emperor God clans wanted it, how could they allow such information to be spread willfully? So, when others heard the confidence in the voices of Ree and Madeline, they couldn't help but believe that it was simply blind love that clouded their judgment. How could one boy, a heavily injured one at that, change the course of a war against a King God clan by himself? It didn't make sense to them. Even King Acacia was skeptical. As the only one truly aware that Diane had the epistemic tower key, he by all rights should be full of confidence. But he simply didn't know what the key could do. His knowledge of the epistemic tower was limited to the fact that it was a cultivation resource of utmost importance. In fact, he wouldn't have even recognized the key at all if it wasn't for his true empathy. As much as he wanted to tell Amel and Nora, at the very least he couldn't. Not while Diane was unconscious and not while he didn't understand the function of the key. Amel and Nora simply had too many enemies. This was the reason they could only output a max of 10% of their power, or else they would be found. Luckily, 10% of a Tao formation expert's power was enough to run rampant in this universe. I know that you trust your husband's ability. We've all witnessed it as well. But don't you believe that this is on an entirely different scale? Even if we manage to get him to the tower, who knows how long it will take him to recover in there? A youth of the Jafari clan spoke. Honestly speaking, many youths were quite disgruntled. Before, no one was aware of the names of Clara, Ree, and Madeline, but in the past 2 years, there wasn't a single youth who didn't either look up to them or dream of them. Those three had firmly erased all ideas of the 6 beauties. Now, there was simply a triad of goddesses. However, therein lied the problem. All 3 of these women had somehow fallen for the same man, not showing even a hint of interest toward anyone else in his absence. It was almost to the point that it was depressing. Sure, Diane had been crowned the honorary first-place champion of the World Tournament, a feat less than 100 people had accomplished, also being by far the youngest to do so. And, sure, it was clear after his fight with Zabia that Lionel Belmont and Tao Amen stood not a single chance in defeating him. But he was a cripple now. How could they just sit idly by and let 3 pristine beauties wallow away their youth for a now useless man? Unfortunately, these feelings were shared by many. The martial world was a cruel and disgusting place, incapable of understanding even the most basics of human decency when it was left to the opinions of the masses. Jealousy, envy, inferiority. These things were only made worse every time Diane woke up, as they steadily watched him decline. Ree looked at the Jafari clan member with a look of sheer disgust. She still hadn't forgotten what happened those years ago, but she had forgiven because Ulu had done right by her in her 9 months of pregnancy. Diane's first instinct, even while so injured, was to try and save your very own king, and yet this is how you repay him. Seeing Ree's gaze, the youth looked down, but didn't back off of his words. Do remember that we will be the ones fighting. While what your husband has done for this universe is commendable, It cannot be denied that had he not done so, his life would have ended as well. Painting him as a savior and a saint would be nothing more than wishful thinking. Elwing Belmont spoke. It was hard to tell whether or not he was still hurt by his brother's betrayal, or even if he irrationally blamed Diane, but at least at this very moment he stood against Diane. It wasn't that he didn't understand what Ree and Madeline were saying. A Diane at his peak could very well change the course of the war by himself. But he just wasn't now. Even if they saved him, there was no telling how long it would take him to recover, let alone how long it would take after that for him to have an impact on the battlefield. Because he understood this, he could only choose to cripple a leg of Ree and Madeline's argument. This would stop their ability to appeal to emotion and thus make implementing his own plans easier. Without his elder brother here, he was the most qualified to succeed the throne, and he had to make strides to protect his own kingdom. Without knowing it, the elders had completely dropped out of the conversation, letting it be controlled by the youths. After all, it was these very youngsters that had seen the gates most recently. As such, they were in the best position to speak on the topic. King Belmont also remained silent. Deep guilt still resided in his heart, but he had lost all of the drive he once had. He was simply a shell of his former self. Even his master Nora had noticed this. But there were some things men and women needed to work through for themselves. "Are you sure that's the angle you'd like to take?" Madeline spoke evenly and gently. The softness of her voice somehow lessened the blow of the opposition, weakening their strikes. "If we want to speak of selflessness, there is no man in this world more selfless than my husband. If it wasn't for his actions, how many more thousands of innocent students would have died at the hands of the Storm family?" He was a mere 16-year-old boy without any cultivation to speak of, and yet he angered 2 god clans for the sake of saving them. If it wasn't for his actions, the elves would have fallen under the control of the Dayu. Without the support of the elves, how many more of your people would have died to the red crystal will of the Ragnars? How many more of your families would you have to bury? He was a mere 17-year-old boy when he saved the Elven Kingdom. If it wasn't for his actions, we would have lost our towers long ago. Did you already forget that he single-handedly repelled an Weta army led by their second daughter with ease? He was merely 18 years old at that time. If it wasn't for his actions, who would have killed the Dao formation level Elder Dayu? Who would have killed the wielder of the second strongest faith seed in Ragnar history? Who would have stopped a peak Dao formation expert from attacking? He was merely 19 years old at that time. Tell me, were all of these things done for himself? Did you hear them from his own mouth? When he was disrespected by clans in this very room, dragging his name through the mud in your silly world tournament, did he choose not to save you? Madeline wanted to say more, but she stopped herself. Only her and Ree knew that had Diane decided to go to the entrance of the Earth Gate, the epistemic tower key would have allowed him to enter even during the gate's closure. If he had done that and only taken those he cared about with him, would these people even be here? However, what she said had fanned the flames of inferiority in the room. They couldn't help but wonder, what else would he have accomplished had he not been in a coma for the past 2 years? Many, though, were stunned by her words. Amel and Nora had never heard these stories. But, considering many of those they involved were in this very room, they understood that there was not a single hint of falsehood in her words. Just as Elwing wanted to refute, though, another voice rang out. No one in this world should ever question the selflessness of Diane Sacharo, least of all planet Nyx citizens. Everyone's gaze shifted to a beautiful dark-skinned beauty. Her hair was long, and her eyes slightly tired, but she had a smile on her face that read that she was nothing but happy with life. In her lap sat a wide-eyed toddler who constantly looked around the room with his large silver eyes, giggling happily in his mother's embrace. This person was none other than Ulu Jafari, genius of the Lebna god clan. 2 years ago, I made a mistake. Qui? Ulu shook her head, stopping those around her from speaking. I acted out of my own selfish desire to see my clan prosper. I saw it fit to bend anyone to my will for those goals, even if it meant tearing a family apart. In the end, in an attempt to control Diane, I forced a seal on Alexandria that would effectively make her barren. Shock rang through the hall. Many inadvertently turned their gaze toward Ri to see what her reaction would be. However, it was only a moment before I understood that I bit off more than I was capable of handling. It clearly took no effort from Dian to remove the seal I placed, and he rightfully decided to punish B by giving back what I chose to dole out. Confusion reigned the banquet hall. Everyone here could understand Dian's actions. In fact, it was almost righteous. However, wasn't this meant to be a story about his selflessness? What did this prove? After that happened, I spent 2 months with only thoughts of revenge. I hardly thought about what I had done wrong and only sought to one-up those who had wronged me. What I didn't know all of that time until my mother-in-law told me was that I had been pregnant. And as a result, Dian's seal not only ruined my life, but likely the life of my child as well. Because of my actions, my husband fought Dian with his life on the line. What should have been a simple spar between geniuses turned into a battle of life and death. Flashbacks of the bloody battle between Dian and Zabia played through the minds of those in attendance. Many had wondered just why Zabia hated Dian so much, but now the reason was very clear. In the end, my husband burned his soul and nearly killed Dian. But, even in the brief moment we thought he was dead, I realized that there was no satisfaction in my heart because I had lost someone dear to me. Dian had every right to hate me to my core. He had every right to look down on my husband for defending a woman that didn't deserve such a thing. Silence. No one had anything to say. Yet, he didn't kill my husband when he had the chance to. The only reason he is still alive is by the grace of Dian. But that alone isn't the reason I won't tolerate anyone speaking ill of Dian's motives. That very day, in the midst of a battle that put his life on the line, directly after he lost the world he had come to know, after watching his own mother-in-law drawn within an inch of her life, after knowing he was entering a den of experts he had no business or chance in beating, he still came to me and removed the seal, saving my baby. At the time, he told me I would die. He said the moment I gave birth, I would be exchanging my life for that of my child. The Jafari gasped. This was clearly an aspect of the story even they had never heard. So I prepared myself for death. I diligently prepared for my baby's arrival, writing letters for him to remember me by, reading him stories late into the night, feeding him what he seemingly craved. Ulu rubbed the head of the little boy on her lap lovingly, a small smile on her features. And yet, when the day came, I didn't die. In fact, our elders found an array within my that greatly boosted the nutrition and healthy growth of my child. Those who had spoke out against Dian couldn't find a place to hide their faces. How could these actions be anything other than the peak of selflessness? A person who truly wanted to do good in the world. There is no leader of people better than Dian Sicharo. There is no man I will ever love other than my husband. But Dian is a man that will always have my undying support and respect. If he needs me, I will be of use. Planet Nyx stands with Dian. Ulu finished firmly, quelling any rebellious voices within her subjects. The elves smiled before Zaltrish too threw in his thoughts. The elves stand with Dian. Eli lightly gripped on Delia's delicate hand as they nodded to each other. The Viridi and the Niveus god sect stand with Dian. Venus and the rest of the Viridi, of course, had no objections. Kedlam never thought of joining another side at all. The Pakals stand with Dian. Thaddeus' uproarious laughter filled the banquet hall. The demon generals will always stand with the successor. Elwing had an ugly expression on his face, but there was nothing he could do. Not only did their allies side with Dian, most of his own people did as well. That wasn't even to mention the fact the demon generals were highly important to all moves they made. How could he have forgotten that they only responded to orders from Dian or his wives? A chorus of voices rang outward, mostly from girls of miscellaneous clans that had fallen for Dian's heroic stature. But they were supportive nonetheless. Suddenly a light laughter sounded at the sliced banquet hall door, causing everyone to focus their gaze on a handsome young man wearing baggy black sweatpants. He held a shirt in his hand, but he was clearly unwilling to wear it for some odd reason. But considering everything, no one was very focused on that. Ree and Madeline's eyes glistened when they saw Diane looking so healthy. It was clear to them that Clara and them had been right. Little Lila and Zaire clapped their hands, excited beyond belief to see their brother looking like himself again. Diane smiled lightly, scanning the room before his eyes landed on Ulu. With a flash of his steps, he appeared before her and kneeled down to get a good look at her son. "Thank you," Diane said, sincerely thanking Ulu for standing up for him. Ulu shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wanted to say that she should be the one thanking him, but she couldn't make out the words. Diane stretched out his hand and ruffled the hair of the little silver-eyed boy. "What's his name?" Sarid. Ulu managed to choke out. The happily clapped his little hands, recognizing the sound of his own name. "Would you allow me to be his godfather?" Diane didn't know why, but he wanted a connection with this little boy. "MHM. Ulu nodded, still barely able to speak. Diane smiled. His ring flashed, coming with it something he hadn't used in a very long time. It looked like a skateboard, but it didn't have any wheels and had a sleek silver metal finish. The eyes of the little boy widened with happiness, seeing a toy he very much liked. Diane didn't hesitate to give it to him. The board shrunk, turning into a ring that slipped on Sarid's little fingers. With all the safety features he had built into that hoverboard, not even the smallest bruise would appear on the little boy. "Grow strong. I'll bring your real dad to see you soon." Diane walked to where Ree and Madeline sat. They looked like a pair of goddess-like queens, and the smiles on their faces were so radiant that Diane's heart couldn't help but quicken. The male youths in the banquet hall could only imagine just what had revitalized Diane like this. But with the absence of the third beauty, the jealousy ran rampant in their imaginations. Before, Diane had been sure that the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was Nora. But, somehow, in these 2 years, Clara, Ree and Madeline had matured into women that could look down on anyone. It was only now that everyone realized that the 6 beauties of 3 years ago were all women deep into their 20s, while the only still in their teens had been Ree and Madeline. Diane took a single knee and gently took both of their hands, seemingly not noticing the eyes aimed toward them in the room. "You seem to be doing much better," Ree said with a knowing look in her eyes. Madeline giggled, smiling sweetly as she tried to cover Diane's large hands with her own. Diane cleared his throat. "I have no idea what you mean. I only innocently picked you two up a third sister. Is this not noble of me?" Ree nodded. "We approve." Little Lila and Zaire couldn't wait anymore. They sprinted down from chairs much too tall for them and ran into Diane's sides, almost tackling him to the ground. "Big brother, you're so mean." Little Lila pouted, her large pink diamond eyes glistening with tears. She had grown into a delicate little flower in the last 2 years. She was now about 8 years old, while Zaire was 9, and from the looks of things, quickly approaching the peak of the essence-gathering realm. Diane held them tightly, repeatedly saying sorry until he appeased the little beasts. Madeline got up, allowing Diane her seat. He was going to refuse, but that was when her purple eyes glistened with a double meaning. When Diane saw what she meant, he was more than happy to allow such a beauty to sit in his lap. "They really have gotten bigger," Diane breathed in Madeline's delicate scent, enjoying the view of the plump roundness that was now eye level with him. Madeline smiled. Despite how selfless she was, she couldn't help but feel resentful at how long it had been since her husband touched her. So, she was the happiest she had been in a long time right now. "You should eat," Ree said, pointing toward the food her and Madeline had set aside for him. Diane grinned, finally biting into the earth-level meat he had been eyeing before. But, before it reached his stomach, he could feel that it had dissipated into practically nothing. Diane could only laugh bitterly. "It seems like this amount of food isn't going to be enough." At first, those in the banquet hall couldn't understand his words. There was so much food here that even a year wouldn't be enough for a single person to finish it all. But, as the minutes passed, the shock only grew. Diane's stomach was like a black hole, endlessly absorbing energy. It was to the point where Diane didn't even feel food settle into his stomach. It disappeared into nothingness, digested to 100% in an instant. King Belmont finally looked up from his depressed state, feeling a bit better to see that Diane was okay. Bring the heaven beast meat. The surrounding servants didn't dare to delay and immediately went to prepare. In this universe, heaven-level beasts were rare. This ranking was, of course, not based on cultivation but rather bloodline. Earth-level beasts were usually just modified ordinary creatures. However, heaven-level beasts qualified to be true beasts with a connection to the universe. Unfortunately, there was only one such beast still native to Earth. It was a deer that grazed the grass of the Crescent Island that once surrounded Focus Academy. Because that had once been celestial deer territory, this was the first case of an ordinary animal evolving to a heaven-level beast. But that was just a product of how good the celestial deer land had been. There were only a few thousand of these creatures, but the Belmonts had a few hundred that they bred for this purpose. When the servants brought the deer out, those around were stunned by its sheer size. It was easily 40 meters long and just as high if the antlers were accounted for. And yet, Diane didn't stop until it was all gone. The bones was so clean that it shone a bright white that illuminated the room. It was only then that Diane stopped. It wasn't that he was full, but if he had to pace himself in what he ate every day. Otherwise, they'd run out. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a clearly agitated, but seemingly still handsome man with golden eyes. "You little bastard. It was you." Diane, who had his arm wrapped around Madeline's waist lightly enjoying the feel of her thigh while speaking to Ree, was a bit startled by this outburst. "Do I know you?" Diane raised an eyebrow. Iacus, who was right by his master, pretended not to know anything. But how sharp were Diane's senses. Even without his soul, the moment he recognized Iacus in a group of what looked like geniuses he had never seen before, he put two and two together. Nora tried to calm her husband down, but could only sigh in the end. After all, Amel had been a money grubber from birth. He hated to lose out on profits. But his anger was likely even placed to a higher level with not only Diane's response, but also the fact Madeline was sitting on his lap like some sort of plaything. Diane, however, who figured out who this man was, wasn't inclined to apologize. After all, it had been his own disciple that lost the bet, so how was this his fault? Couple that with what the identity of this man likely was in relation to his Madeline, and he didn't have much of a favorable impression of him to begin with. "Ah, you must be esteemed owner of Heaven's wine. I must say, your food is quite good." Diane smiled with a bit of provocation in his eyes. The geniuses around Amel, who had once been nonchalant about this whole situation, suddenly sharpened their attention toward Diane. It was clear how they somehow thought they were above what was happening here. They couldn't be blamed for that, honestly. They were 5 of the most talented youths in this universe, hand-picked to be the disciple of Tao formation experts. How could they not feel haughty? Couple this with the fact that they were already dissatisfied with Diane and his relationship with Ree, Madeline, and Clara, and it was a combination more than lethal enough to implode with this very clear disrespect of their master. There was a reason none of them had participated in the World Tournament. Their master had told them not to. However, every single one of them knew that there was some sort of special relationship between their master and the girl on Diane's lap. They all assumed that she was someone their master had an eye on, so they had all begun to see her as a junior sister of theirs. To them, the reason Amel hadn't already accepted her as a disciple was because, judging by her age, the last time Amel was here, she was a newborn. This was why Iacus was so acquainted with Madeline. He had been hoping to be the first of her senior brothers to win her heart. Although none of them said anything about it, all of their opinions were in sync. Since Diane had never caught the eye of their master, he was below them. The veins on Amel's face bulged. He actually had quite a good impression of Diane and didn't hate him at all. If there was one man who was deserving of Madeline in the cosmos, he had to admit that it would be Diane. Although he was a bit dissatisfied that he had more than one wife while even he only had concubines, it was something he could accept. But his bottom line was his money. This kid had cost him so much. The moment Amel saw how much Diane could eat, he understood immediately that it was this very Diane that put his Heaven's wine in a deficit they were still trying to climb out of. Hearing that Diane knew what he had done, and even guessed his identity, how could Amel tolerate the blatant provocation? Dian picked up on 4 pairs of glaring eyes and one that was clearly avoiding his gaze. He chuckled to himself. It seemed Iacus wasn't going to admit his wrongs on his own. By now, though, Amel had settled on the fact that Dian had used his array alchemy to cheat his system. After sensing his soul for himself, although it was sealed, as a Tao formation expert, he could easily tell it was very powerful. Couple that with the fact that he had wanted to guide his wife in alchemy, and that sealed his thoughts. Because of this, he threw out the idea of Dian having used one of his Heaven's Wine badges. "You owe me 2 transcendent stones," Amel roared. Dian, who had been drinking some spirit wine to continually replenish himself, spit it out in a fit. If it wasn't for Ree's quick array to catch it, it would have sprayed all over the table. To Ree and Madeline, Dian was dying of laughter. They knew their husband quite well, and 2 transcendent stones was a drop in a bucket to him. However, to everyone else, he was nervous beyond belief. After all, 2 transcendent stones was an astronomical amount. The normal mode of currency for most here were profound stones. Only very rarely would they use saint stones. Even calculating the conversion made some faint. Stones filled with enigmatic energy were split into 3 categories with a conversion of 1,000,000 between them. This meant that transcendent stones, which were the second step in this category, were worth 1,000,000 Tao stones. A step down from this were celestial stones. This was also another conversion of 1,000,000. This meant 1 transcendent stone was 1,000,000,000,000 celestial stones. Another step down was saint stones. This was a conversion of 1,000. This meant 1 transcendent stone was 1,000,000,000 saint stones. Yet another step down was the final step to reach profound stones. This was a conversion of another 1,000. This meant that 1 transcendent stone was 1,000,000,000 profound stones. Amel was essentially asking Dian for 2,000,000,000 profound stones. This was an amount those here couldn't even fathom. It was only after everyone finished sweating over these calculations that everyone realized that Dian was laughing. Ree and Madeline shook their heads. However, the small smile on their faces showed that they were happy to be here. If only they had been there to see Dian scoop up all of the transcendent stones of the Dayu, they would know how much of a joke it was for him to see a Tao formation expert stressing over 2 of them. In fact, even before that, didn't Dian also win 100,000 transcendent stones from bidding on himself in the World Tournament? Even if he used some to fuel the Demon Sage's tower, there was still plenty left. Amel wasn't very happy with Dian's laughter, but Nora seemed to realize that there was quite the scheming eye behind that boy's laughter. If her husband continued, he would definitely end up on the losing end. However, before she could tell him to protect his pride, one of Amel's disciples stepped forward, clearly unable to take the disrespect of his master any longer. Interestingly enough, he looked nothing like one would expect. Usually the first to step out would be a muscle-headed brute, but that archetype of their group had only glared at Dian for a few moments before going back to his food. The one who stepped forward was actually quite a scrawny boy who also happened to be quite tall. He had large glasses on his face and he held what looked like a grimoire in his hand, but in reality, it was just a normal book. Amel was going to stop him, but then he thought twice of it. He decided to let his disciple cut Dian down a peg before he stepped in to be the magnanimous elder. "My name is Trot Vinum. This is the 3rd time you've disrespected my master today. As his most senior disciple, it is my duty to clear his name. Please step forward." It seemed Amel gave all of his disciples the very same last name. Either that or Iacus and Trot were related. That said, the former was the more likely of the 2 options from Dian's observation. Dian didn't seem like he was going to move though. After all, he felt so comfortable. Plus, he didn't want to lose the feeling of Madeline on his lap. 3 times? Please enlighten me. First with how you addressed him. "Do I know you?" is not a proper way to greet an elder. Second, with your laughter. It is a fact that you owe what you owe. My master has worked very hard to establish his franchise throughout many universes. You happen to take advantage of the more lax security in this universe to steal. While slightly impressive, it is still wrong. Thirdly, you've dared to disrespect our junior sister by having her sit on your lap. This is the ultimate disrespect to my master. Step out if you have any face. Diane blinked, looking at Madeline with a raised eyebrow. But when he saw her shrug, he understood that she had no idea what this person was talking about either. So, I've disrespected your master by spending time with my wife? When next I wipe my ass, should I ask for his permission first too? Diane turned back to Trot. Trot's calm demeanor finally seemed to crack. He wasn't expecting such a vulgar response, and the laughter at Diane's words only made it worse. Martial artists of their stages didn't even need to do such a thing, so why would he say this? Trot's frown deepened. How could you be worthy of our junior sister? And what kind of marriage could be finalized without the consent of her master? Diane shrugged. This kind. I didn't even need permission from her father to marry my Madeline. Why would I need that of her master? Diane emphasized the word father, not bothering to look at Amel, but his meaning was clear. Amel's eyes narrowed, but said nothing. I've had enough of your talk. Either pay my master or step out here, coward. Diane ignored Trot and looked at Ree. Did any of them participate in the campaigns? Ree shook her head. No, I assume they stood guard on planet Naiad and Deimos with their master and his wife. Oh, and why's that? It doesn't seem like they're saints yet. Ree shrugged. I guess they believe they're above it. Diane laughed. I see. Madeline raised an eyebrow. Why? I dunno. They just seemed really weak but also big-headed. I just wanted to make sure my assumption was right. Weak. Trot grit his teeth. We don't participate in your wars because our master told us not to. We're not meant to influence this universe. We've been trained our entire lives to do just one thing. Conquer the epistemic tower. Now is just not the right time. We have to hide our strength and catch the opposition unawares. You would understand nothing of that. You are nothing compared to us. Diane gently lifted Madeline up before standing and setting her down on their seat. But, just as he was walking forward, Ree grabbed his wrist. Are you sure your body is okay? Both her and Madeline had worried expressions on their faces. Diane had literally just recovered. They weren't even sure if it was permanent just yet. Diane smiled. I'm feeling great. In the end, Ree could only let go, sighing as she watched him walk to the center of the room. Trot smirked on the inside, happy that he had provoked Diane to come out. This way he could expose him for the fraud he was. Diane's hand flashed with a light before two long shards of energy stones came out, balancing on the tips of two of his fingers. The entire room seemed to freeze, staring at Diane's hand. Even Amel's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Diane stopped 10 meters from Trot, spinning the energy stones. I guess these are the two transcendent stones I supposedly owe your master, right? Well, I quite frankly don't feel like giving them, so how about this? You beat me and you get the glory and the stones. In fact, Diane tossed the stones behind him as pile after pile of transcendent stones filled the room. Amel's heart seized. Even Nora, who hadn't expected this, could only shake her head. The message was clear. Why would I have to steal when I have this much money? Trot immediately understood this as well. This was nothing less than yet another slap to the face of his master. How could he tolerate such a thing? Since you don't understand your limits, I'll cripple you for good, Trot growled. Trot's foot slammed downward, his book disappearing in a flash of light as sped forward with blinding speed. His body seemed to disappear into a mirage, shifting oddly under the light of the room. This was clearly a high-level movement technique. It seemed Amel treated his disciple well. Without his sixth sense, Diane had to admit it was a bit difficult to see just what was happening. He dearly missed his soul. Such a thing couldn't even be called child's play if he had it. It was clear that Trot still marginally respected Diane, willing to go all out. However, Diane could hardly care. Without moving even an inch, the tattoos on Diane's back bloomed magnificently, causing two pairs of white and black wings coated in glistening feathers to appear, spreading out 3.5 meters to each side. The room was immediately filled with a majestic and stifling arrogant aura. Diane's wings seemed to sing with excitement after being held in captivity for such a long time. They flexed in unison as Diane calmly watched Trot approach. And then, they flapped. From beginning to end, Diane didn't take either a step forward or back. Trot hardly registered what happened as a gust of wind as violent as a Category 5 hurricane careened toward him, blasting him away and nearly caving his rib cage inward. Amel had no choice but to open up a barrier, protecting his disciples from the unforgiving wind even as his most senior disciple slammed against the walls, coughing up blood. Even his reinforced glasses that were actually a vision treasure shattered underneath the impact, sending shard of glass around his eye. But it seemed Diane had somehow managed to not blind him. Diane took a look at Amel's bitter expression. This is what you left this universe for 20 years for? This is the group of supposed geniuses you put together to conquer the tower. What could you possibly know about it? Amel frowned, deeply surprised by Diane's power. Regardless of the fact he had heard that Diane defeated a peak saint and a Tao formation expert or not, he had thought, and rightfully so, that involved a lot of tricks and trump cards. He had no way of knowing that Diane's base strength was this overwhelming. I'm just making a commentary on how you were so willing to leave what was important behind, and yet your results are so pathetically mediocre. Diane's eyes sharpened as he looked from Nora to Amel. Only a few in this room understood what he really meant, but those words cut deep for both Nora and Amel. Although the story wasn't so simple, the bare truth was that Diane was right. However, that didn't mean that they were happy to hear it. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Do you understand the importance of the epistemic tower? Do you understand how difficult it is to conquer? Do you know just how many decades of research and blood and sweat and tears it took us to gather the information we have? We did all of this for this universe and those who are important to us. We want to grow a future for this universe and allow geniuses to lead to the path. You are clearly worthy in terms of power, but your character is wholly lacking. Amel's playful anger had completely disappeared. He was serious now. My character? Funny. Diane snorted as his hand flashed once again. You don't recognize this, do you? Amel froze. How could he not recognize the badge of his own restaurant? You! For a man speaking on another's character, you'd think that he would at least do his research before accusing another of stealing. Your very own disciple lost a bet to me and was forced to give me this. As his master, it's your responsibility to make up for his shortcomings. It's just a shame that your supposed pillars of the future have been losing to me for years already. You speak of character, yet what you've instilled in your disciples nothing but overblown and undeserved pride. Do you think I'm the only one in this universe who can beat them? Are you really so shallow? I have little doubt that my very own wives are more powerful than me right now. Any one of my demon generals can slaughter them with a thought despite their being the very same age. Kedlam Pakel, Thor Ragnar, Zabia Jafari, even my little brother can beat them. Yet you let them parade around like they're something they're not? And you want to speak of my character? You left this universe for almost 2 decades. You were so sure in yourself and your own perception that you thought it would be impossible for anyone you have chosen to be inferior to someone else. Well, let me be the first to tell you that you are wrong. Very wrong. With how weak your disciples are, how are they supposed to be a trump card of any kind? Did they even watch the World Tournament? Or was that too far beneath them? If they had done at least that much, even with how blind they apparently are, they would at least have known there was plenty of competition for them. King Acacia frowned, holding onto a pure white fox in his lap. He had long since figured why Diane was being so hard on Amel and Nora, but he still felt like this was too far. No one was pained more than the two of them, but they had done what they thought was best. However, Diane had no intentions of letting up. There was nothing in this world he knew more about than living without parents. Madeline had spent years with such an inferior clan. She had spent even longer crying over the strained relationship between her and people who weren't even truly related. And yet here were her real parents, still pretending not to know her, still not acknowledging her, while peddling some nonsense about for the greater good. He couldn't stand it. Until now, he had completely ignored them. He hadn't mentioned them to Madeline. He hadn't even thought about them. But then, not only did he want to provoke him for actually spending time with his wife, he also raised such piss-poor excuses for the saviors of the universe. Are you fucking kidding? And for the record, oh great Tao formation experts who think only for the sake of the future. I know nothing of epistemic tower. I can't understand how important it is. It took you how much blood, sweat, and tears. Diane forearm flashed with a blinding golden light as an intricately designed key appeared in the air. It was somehow both delicate and yet robust, carrying with it a complex structure and layered mechanism that could make one's head spin. Amel and Nora stormed to their feet. The eyes of their disciple below widened. Even Trot, who was still coughing blood stuck to a wall in the distance, felt himself faint, only to wake up to see the image before him was very much real. This very thing you spent so long planning for is meaningless. If I had to choose between this and those that I love, I would toss it away 1,000,000,000,000 out of 1,000,000,000,000 times. Diane's key disappeared as he flapped his wings to gently land beside Ree and Madeline, scooping them up in his arms and causing them to giggle with delight. The anger on his features disappeared as he landed a kiss on each one of their cheeks, flying away through the broken door and not forgetting to pick up every last one of his transcendent stones. Call me when the campaign gates open. Don't waste your time debating strategy. I'm back now. Within the first few days, the Ouida will run home with their tails between their legs. Diane lay in his large bed with his eyes closed, a smile content on his face. How could he not be happy? Ree lay on his chest panting, while Clara and Madeline offered a handful of plump softness for each one of his hands. Even one of these beauties would allow a man to die with a life fulfilled, and yet he was lucky enough to have 3 of them. Truth be told, Clara would have never been so eager to join into this imperial orgy so quickly, but Diane, in true perverted fashion, had brought Ree and Madeline into the room while she was sleeping. Before she even realized it, his hands were running all over her and her mind had gone blank with the endless waves of pleasure. Humph! Clara harumphed, trying to roll away. But the ache between her thighs caused a half-moan, half-pained cry escape her lips. Madeline giggled. You need to be more caring of little sister Clara's body. She's talented, but she hasn't cultivated for long yet. You'll hurt her. Diane shifted, lightly placing the out-of-breath Ree on the bed beside Clara before attacking Madeline. Then you have to take responsibility as her big sister, no? Madeline's purple eyes sparkled with desire. Over the past 2 years, she had integrated with her faith seed more and more, causing her desire for such things to grow as her bestial instincts grew as well. However, because of her selfless nature, she had allowed Ree to pounce on Diane first. At first Ree had been so energetic that Madeline was worried that Diane would be tired, but it seemed she had worried too much. This man had too much energy for his own good. He had even made Ree yield. Diane silently scanned Madeline's glistening eyes before lightly kissing her neck and running his hand across the soft curves of her body. It only took a few rounds for Madeline to figure out that Diane's stamina was truly endless. She collapsed onto the bed with a content smile on her face, clinging onto Diane's arm. Later that day, Diane sat with his back to the head of bed, Clara sitting in the nude on his lap with Ree and Madeline watching the scene with interest in their eyes. However, aside from Diane's constantly roaming hands, there was nothing lewd about their actions. In fact, Clara was trying her best to concentrate on the purple gold array and flames that were dancing before her even while Diane gave her pointers. I would have succeeded already if you stopped groping me, you know? Clara said in frustration as the array collapsed again. Diane smirked, lightly pinching Clara's pink nipples and resting his chin on her shoulder. If this little bit distracts you, you aren't ready yet, young disciple. Clara bit her lip, choking back her moan before playfully pinching Diane's thigh. Okay, I'll really help you now. A focused expression appeared on Diane's features. Although he liked to play around with his wives, this pill was about the life and death of a good man. He had left Zabia in that state for too long. Now that Clara had a lower essence stage soul, it was enough to form the master-level pill they needed, so he wouldn't be asking Amel or Nora for anything. Also, since his soul was melded with Clara's, and Clara's with Ree and Madeline's, doing something like guiding in a technique was exceedingly easy. Diane leaned back, covering Clara's belly button with his large hand. At first, Clara thought he was taking advantage of her again, but then a wave of calmness overcame her, and she suddenly felt like she was standing in Diane's mind. Without even thinking about it, she closed her eyes, embracing the feeling. She was immediately overwhelmed by his speed of thought, and maybe this was truly the first time she felt inferior to Diane in terms of intelligence. However, this feeling made her almost inexplicably happy instead of the bitterness she had expected. Diane inwardly smiled. As your cultivation increases, so will your own speed of thought. You'll catch up in no time. For now, I'll slow it down. Clara nodded, resting her back against Diane's chest. Previously, Diane had been worried about communicating secretly with his wives. Because he didn't have access to his wind will or energy cultivation, that would usually be impossible. However, that was when Ree told him about how her parents communicate. It was a simple technique that was seemingly only possible between those with melded souls. Without even knowing it, Diane remembered that he had done this with Little Black once before. He was content knowing that he could at the very least speak with Ree, Madeline and Clara freely if he was within range of their soul strength, which at the moment was about 10 kilometers for Clara, and closer to about 100 kilometers for Ree and Madeline considering their souls had already breached the upper levels of the essence stage. If the world knew about this, they would be in an uproar. But it seemed Diane's effect on the souls of his wives was better than any soul cultivation technique in existence. This may be a master-level pill, but it requires grafting about 50 common-level plants together. The truth is that the theory behind this pill is maybe higher than Grandmaster level, it's just that the soul strength requirement is low. It seems like the asks for array alchemy experts was much higher in the past. It's not complex if you fuse your understanding of arrays and alchemy. But when I spoke to Nora about it, she said that was very taboo and that I shouldn't do it. Diane nodded. Clara knew little of the martial world and had just spent her time diligently studying. Considering the materials Diane gave her didn't separate the two, she understood that they were disciplines that weren't meant to be separated. Unfortunately, the martial world said different. In the future, if I'm not around, it's best that you pretend you don't understand how the two play off of each other. Diane explained the history of the Chaos Path to Clara and a bit about his speculations for why Guild headquarters police such a thing. Oh, Clara seemed lost in thought. But, after a few moments, she focused on the task, flowing her progress along with Diane's thoughts. Hours passed by before two black pills bathed in white flames appeared. One was for Zabia and the other for Diane. The truth was that it was unlikely this pill would fix Diane's problem entirely. The simple fact was that Zabia's soul was far weaker than his, so the requirements for healing it were also much lower. After all, Diane's soul was a breath away from breaking into celestial realms. How could a mere lower master-level soul birth a pill capable of healing him? However, this pill would be enough to stave off the effects of his soul eating away his body's energy by a bit. Diane realized that, at the moment, his stamina was woefully inadequate. After his thrashing of Trot, he felt a wave of fatigue hit him. He was able to push that feeling off by dual cultivating with his wives, but it was obvious that he couldn't eat and have sex 24/7, as much as he'd love to. So, his solution was to partially heal his soul before also stashing plenty of high-energy and easy-to-eat spiritual fruits in his spatial ring. As for where he'd get those, he'd have to thank his father-in-law for that. The best spiritual fruits available in this universe, as provided by Heaven's Wine, were celestial fruits. Diane would have preferred enigmatic fruits, but that was asking for too much given the resources. Normally such foods would cause Diane to implode. But he realized that because of his soul, his body was in a special state of energy consumption wherein it could handle that mass of energy. It should be noted that celestial fruits and celestial energy were two very different concepts. The reason Diane couldn't have a celestial digest his food for him is because celestial energy couldn't be processed by his body without causing severe and irreparable damage. But remember that spiritual fruits are special because they occur in a natural state of already processed and gentle energy. Couple this with the fact that Diane's soul was already a mere moment from breaking into the celestial level, and he was already sure that he could handle it. Of course, the reason he wasn't fed these fruits before was because he was too weak to digest them. So, everything came full circle. Clara breathed heavily, essentially collapsing in Diane's arms. She had already been pushed to the brink, making a single pill after so many failures. It was a miracle she was able to make a second. Luckily, although she couldn't siphon energy from Diane's soul, she could from Ree and Madeline. Diane didn't hesitate to swallow the pill. Under his guidance, there was no need to speak of its purity of 100%. Such a thing was shocking for others who would likely be happy with 30 or 40%, but Diane felt that array alchemy was like a secondary limb to him, as easy as breathing. Also, Clara was a perfectionist. Technically, all of her failures were just less than 100% pure pills that she didn't bother to take to completion. An instant later, Diane felt a warm white flame invading his meridians, teasing apart the seal they formed to lock away his soul, and caressing it as gently as Clara had with her aurora flames. The method of communication was different, but the result was the same. Diane could feel his soul again for the first time in a long time. Although he couldn't use it because it was sealed, he was happy to be able to sense it. By now, it was late into the night, and although they didn't necessarily need to sleep to replenish their energy, the four of them decided to anyway, sleeping with smiles on their faces. The next morning, large amounts of food greeted Diane the moment he woke up. It seemed a maid had delivered it under King Belmont's orders. But, when she saw the scene of Diane sprawled out naked, somehow managing to fondle 3 pairs of breasts at once, she had run away with tears and a bashful red tint on her delicate features. Maybe seeing Ree, Clara, and Madeline naked wasn't so bad, but seeing the monstrosity between Diane's legs was much too much for her innocent soul to handle. Diane had only just managed to hand her a box sealed with Zabia's pill before she ran off. Luckily, King Belmont had foreseen something like this and sent a woman, or else Diane would likely raze the whole palace to the ground. After a few laughs and a massive meal, Diane finally decided that he should probably get a better understanding of what happened while he was unconscious. The moment you fell asleep, there was a lot of confusion, Madeline explained. It took a lot before everyone calmed down enough to listen to our explanations. But, luckily Amel and Nora could attest to the strength of the Dayu ancestor. Some weren't convinced. Mostly the citizens the planet Nyx were angry because their queen was forced to kneel, but Ulu was able to quiet that down fairly quickly. At the time, we thought you were just tired, so we laid you down to rest in the Belmont Palace. King Belmont refused to let us go anywhere else, and considering we didn't really have an official home, we accepted. This was the best place to avoid the annoyance of the Sapientia and my family. Diane frowned. Have they been bothering you? Madeline shook her head. Not so much recently. But, in the beginning Connery continued to make a huge fuss about the Sapientia name and reputation. Speaking of which, there's actually an interesting bit of information about my former master. Diane looked over in interest. Madeline's master was someone he very much didn't like, for obvious reasons, but for Madeline to mention her, it must be something important. Even more surprisingly, it was Ree who continued the story. Remember when we realized how flustered Uncle Acacia was? Diane's eyes widened. No way. Ree's giggle turned into a fit of laughter that didn't stop for minutes. In the end, she was holding onto her stomach, clearly wheezing. You should have seen them. Evelyn came here with Connery in hopes that would soften Madeline's position, but when they saw each other, they went beet red. Ask Clara or Madeline if you think I'm lying. But Uncle quite literally spit out his wine. Diane chuckled. What a twist of fate. He had wondered why Uncle Acacia hadn't come out to defend Ree when Evelyn attacked her. But now he knew why. He simply didn't have the face to. Thinking about it, Uncle Acacia probably sighed a huge breath of relief when Diane appeared. At least then he wouldn't have to do anything. From the beginning, Diane had always wondered just why the elves believed the story of Ree being his daughter so easily. It turned out that Uncle Acacia really had had a human girlfriend in the past. But, in true Evelyn fashion, she turned down all marriages for the sake of her research. Which was likely why she had been pushing for Madeline to marry Lionel, to make up for her own mistakes. After all, marrying the prince of the Elven Kingdom would be quite a bump up in her current status. Then what's going on between them now? Diane asked. Still nothing. Despite his reaction, Uncle wasn't happy at all that she attacked us. Add that to the fact that Evelyn was a cold and secluded individual to begin with, and I doubt that relationship is going to go anywhere. Ri explained. I see. That's a shame. I wanted Uncle Acacia to blow some steam. Uncle Acacia is a very nice man. Don't try and corrupt him, Clara said, nibbling away at what looking like a croissant. It seemed she had asked the Belmonts to make some human world food. Diane laughed, but didn't respond, quietly listening to the rest of the happenings. After we got settled into the castle, King Belmont was still very angry. In fact, I don't think he's gotten over it at all. He wanted to destroy all of the rebelling sects and even declare war on the other planets, but that was when we told him about the threat of the Weta. As much as we hate them now, if we can't use their manpower to defend, we'd be in trouble. So, King Belmont handed over the Niveus God sect to little Delia, who's grown up quite a lot from when last you saw her. Her and Eli are also a lot closer and seemingly less shy about their relationship. Patieniva and his wife have been on an extended vacation, although they do pop in from time to time. So, Delia has been very happy, even though there seems to be something wrong with Eli's cultivation. Diane frowned. There's something wrong? Madeline shook her head. Maybe wrong is the wrong way to put it. He's just really slow. It may just be that he doesn't have much talent. The room went silent. Although no one said it out loud, everyone understood just what this meant. There was a reason martial artists didn't often marry early despite often being promised and betrothed early. It was because of the drastic differences in age expectancy between different levels of cultivation. Even the difference between a single meridian in the Tao formation realm was thousands of years. However, that didn't mean that there wasn't a problem at the lower levels as well. Based on Eli's place of birth, it wasn't surprising if a person never reached the meridian formation stage in their entire lives. If Eli was measured up against those people, he was progressing just fine. In fact, if people of the martial world could live for 500 years like Foundation experts could, they would be delirious with joy. But Delia was already in the essence gathering stage. Even if she never again improved, she would have won 500 years of life without Eli at a minimum. This would only get worse when she became a saint. Of course, there were medicines capable of lengthening life of mortal and lower martial experts by even thousands of years. And Diane, seeing Eli as a friend, wouldn't hesitate for a moment to spend whatever amount of transcendent stones was necessary. But even those things had a limit. With Delia's talent, there was no doubt that she'd become a Tao formation expert, especially with the resources of the tower. Even with how overconfident Diane was about so many things, could he really find a plant or make a pill capable of extending life by hundreds of thousands of years? Some might say that the two could simply dual cultivate. If Delia was powerful, wouldn't she be able to bring Eli along? The problem with that idea was the very same problem Diane had before he received a capable primordial yang. If the male was weak, aside from the initial boost received in taking a strong woman's virginity, there would be little other benefits. Their dual cultivating would follow a law of diminishing returns until Eli completely stopped improving. Without a primordial yang capable of properly refining a powerful primordial yin, dual cultivating with a powerful woman was simply a fool's errand. However, Diane didn't want to give up on his friend so easily. Diane shook his head. There's something special about Eli. I know it. At first, the girls thought Diane was just saying this to remain in denial for a bit longer. But that was when Ree seemed to remember was Diane did. You mean? Diane nodded. He can't possibly be normal. Eli had spent years as a pill slave of the Cavasitas. And yet, he was booted away because he seemed to never react to the pills given him. He was even immune to poison. How could he be normal? The question was, just what was he? Diane's wives were intrigued by this new information about Eli enough that they seemed lost in their own thoughts for a moment. Because of things like girl talk, it could be said that they probably knew as much about Eli and Delia's relationship as the two of them themselves knew. So, they understand that it had already been more than a year since Delia had willingly given herself to Eli. And yet, his cultivation hadn't improved. For context, even if Eli knew no dual cultivation methods to improve efficiency, the mere fact that Delia had a god-level constitution within the top 3 meant that he should, at a bare minimum, have broken into the meridian formation stage. If not, he should have at the very least become a peak foundation stage expert. And yet, he was still at the first foundation stage. It made no sense. This was the very same foundation stage he had been the day met Diane. There's definitely something weird about it. Delia hasn't brought this up to Eli, but it's clear that he's become apprehensive about their relations. He can't keep up. Ree said solemnly. A dark expression colored Diane's features. There was nothing more humiliating for a man than when his woman wanted more, and yet he had the inability to provide. He silently vowed to help his friend with this. I'll find a way to help him. I'm sure my grand teacher knows something. What else have I missed? What happened to the Ragnars and Cavasitas? The Cavasitas were shown mercy. Unfortunately, they're a major part of Earth's economy, and completely uprooting them when they were clearly nothing but a puppet would be a massive mistake. Madeline explained. Diane nodded. This was true. Arena City and the Chaos Arenas across the planet were massive sources of income. And that didn't even mention the fact that in a post-war period, entertainment to calm the population was important. The contentment of the public was highly important to a stable rule. The Ragnars, however, were almost all executed. With the exception of children, even the Ipsum and Seklum clans died. The only remaining members that are of age are Thor and Vidar, but they are heavily guarded in the palace dungeon. Diane frowned. Were the Ipsum and Seklum clans not victims as well? Complex look appeared on Ree's features. The actions of those clans affected her the most, after all. So, she chose to explain. No. Ree shook her head. Those clans are tied by the same karmic strings as the Ragnar adults. In addition, they spread the red crystal will that poisoned you for so long. But, unlike you, those afflicted didn't have access to the soul tome. Neither did they have your level of purity wills, so they stood no chance. Hundreds of elves died. Diane's expression softened as he lightly grasped Ree's hand. He had spoken too rashly. With how few the elves were in number, and how difficult it was for them to reproduce, losing so many younger generation members was a huge blow. As their princess, how could Ree not care? Couple this with the emotional turmoil she had to deal with when it came to her mother's seemingly permanent beast form, and Diane couldn't help but feel a deep-seated guilt for not being present. We'll find a solution, Diane said resolutely. Ree smiled, understanding what Diane meant. Speaking of age Ragnars, I forgot to include Tammy. Madeline corrected herself. I'm not entirely sure what she's up to, but from our talks with Ava, it doesn't seem like her relationship with Arios has progressed at all. But it seems that's more so Arios' choice than hers. Diane nodded. He knew that Arios had likely fostered some fondness for Tammy. If he hadn't, why would he allow her to kill him? However, how could an elder brother forgive such a slight against his little sister so easily? Diane had no idea if their relationship would ever be repaired. Diane sighed. How's Aladar and his little sister? Speaking of his rival, Diane inadvertently smiled. Although that man caused him a whole host of trouble with the Ouida by impersonating him, considering Diane's personality, he would have provoked them one way or another anyway. Clara couldn't help but pout at this question. Dealing with Kira, Lila, and Zaire at the same time is too much for any one human being. They're little devils. Diane laughed, knowing well that Clara just wasn't good with dealing with children. As for Aladar, he's just as arrogant as you, but he traded in his perversion for speaking in half sentences and expecting you to understand. I have to say that it's partially because of him that I figured out how to cure you. You should thank him. If it wasn't for the fact I knew he wasn't a pervert, I would have agreed to his line of thinking. Hey, don't make me attack you again. Clara's legs inadvertently clamped together. But she immediately regretted it when a familiar soreness flared up again. Her actions caused a light laughter to fill the room that only increased with her adorably cold glare. Wait, Diane said through short breaths. You guys said that Delia was given the Niveus God sect. So, what happened to Evelyn? About that, Madeline sighed. It was odd when we found out as well, but Evelyn followed Lionel, forcefully cutting ties with her little sister. Left? Diane asked questioningly. Silence pervaded the room for a bit. It was clear that whatever the truth of this matter was, wasn't something they were willing to speak lightly of. King Belmont. After the war, he was furious. He wanted to directly execute Lionel before everyone, to show that no one was above the punishment. But, under the pleading of his wife and Elwing, he instead crippled Lionel's meridians, washing his cultivation away. Clara said softly. She didn't have any love lost to Lionel, but the next part was so cruel that she couldn't watch when it happened. If she closed her eyes, she could still hear the screams of agony that continued for what seemed like an endless week. Then, King Belmont forcibly ripped the Belmont Phoenix bloodline from Lionel and banished him from their holy land. Diane hardly reacted to the news. His eyes remained cold and indifferent. He had not a shred of sympathy for Lionel, nor could anyone ever make him feel that way. The only part of the story that was odd was Evelyn's choice. They didn't seem like a couple that came together for the sake of love. And even if there was some like between them, it was definitely not to the point where Evelyn would leave behind her sister. Something was definitely odd about that. But he didn't know enough to make any conjectures. Deciding not to dwell on it, Diane changed the topic. Have you two explained to Clara the deal behind the epistemic tower? Mostly. Ree and Madeline answered at once. Although, Ree continued, because we knew you'd be angry about her participating in martial world matters, we held back more than we should. Diane blinked away the pain, accepting the flick to his forehead. Judging by the fact he didn't have to fake it this time, it seemed his Ree really had gotten a lot stronger. Acknowledging his wrongs, Diane decided to explain most of it right now. After a few minutes, Clara grasped the key concepts. So, how far up the tower can we go without conquering any other universes? It is a domination quest, no? Diane nodded. Yes. Other quadrants have a leg up because their key wielders are usually already part of Emperor God clans, which is the minimum requirement for reaching the top floor, but we'll have to work from the bottom up. As for how far up we can go, I think we can reach the peak Saint level floors without conquering anything. To go to peak celestial floors, we need to become a King God clan. To go to peak Tao formation floors and beyond, we need to become an Emperor God clan. So, in reality, we have some time before we reached locked floors. In the meantime, the most suitable of my Grand Teacher's powers for you to learn is the innate aurora. Clara looked at Diane in confusion. Don't I already have that? Yes, which will make it easier, but there are a few steps past where you're at now. The perfect innate aurora has an innate soul strength of the peak of the blossom stage, not the foundation stage. Clara pouted, immediately realizing that when she gloated about having a peak foundation stage innate soul, that Diane was probably chuckling inside. Diane smiled, lovingly hugging Clara, who had somehow made it back to his lap. Usually it would take 10 years at the fastest to master one of his 5 main powers. But, considering you have such a leg up, it might only take 1 or 2 years. And there's a great reward at the end of it as well. You'll be able to replace your meridians so that you can energy cultivate. Oh, so that's how you fixed yours. But why can we not use the energy kernel instead? A look of longing mixed with a complex expression surfaced on Diane's features. Probably because of heavenly tribulations, Madeline guessed. Really? What do you mean? Clara looked eager to fill in her still lacking martial world knowledge. After the Saint Realm, and with each subsequent realm after that, excluding the half-step to Transcendent Realm, there's a tribulation. However, that tribulation is based on your energy cultivation talent. If you took in the talent of billions, you'd be asking to die. Although Clara understood, she still seemed confused by that answer. Why isn't there punishment for soul or body cultivation talent? I'm not sure anyone knows the answer to that question, Ree said. I might have a guess, Diane interjected with a pensive expression. It may be for the very same reason some are gifted with special body constitutions. The universe seems to be pushing us toward following all 3 disciplines with equal balance. If it's for equal balance, then why isn't there equal punishment? Clara asked. My best guess is that it's an incentive. Those with overwhelming energy talent would likely die early deaths despite being geniuses. However, if they took their time and slowed their cultivation to appreciate aspects of the martial way that they weren't just as good at, then they'd have a better chance at survival. Imagine, for instance, if a person broke into the saint realm, but had a celestial-level body, how easy would surviving that tribulation be? That person might not even need to move an inch. Then that means body cultivating gives you a huge advantage, no? Considering soul talent is so difficult to translate into real strength, then why don't more people body cultivate? Although body cultivating is easier than soul cultivating, it's still a very difficult practice and it's very painful as well. Not many are willing to do it. Remember, body cultivating is literally altering your own bloodline. It feels like drilling millions of holes into your bones and into the depths of your marrow in order to effect change. Diane explained. The source of blood cells in the body came from the bones. That meant that if you wanted to change your bloodline permanently, it was about more than just absorbing the blood, you had to fundamentally change your bone marrow as well, or else that blood you absorbed would eventually be overrun by your regular blood, thereby diluting it. Also, Madeline giggled. Not everyone is lucky enough to have the whole blood essence of one of the greatest body cultivators to ever live just handed to them. Diane smiled at her teasing, but obviously didn't mind it too much. He spent the rest of the following weeks secluded from everything but his wives and little siblings. He even spent a bunch of time with Eli to appease the nagging Ava, Delia, and Elven girls who felt wronged that he had stolen 3 of their best friends from them. Soon, Diane's reappearance into the world of campaigning was upon them. Are you sure about this? A nervous Eli looked out into the Belmont natural moat, unable to remove his eyes from the swirling portal in the distance. As much as he wanted to buy Delia's side when he fought, he knew enough to know that he'd be nothing but a burden. That was why he spent months of his time refining the herbs he grew and concocting pills for her, so that he could support her from afar. Diane patted his friend's shoulder. Surprisingly, despite having grown to 6 feet 6 inches, Eli seemed to have followed him in height again. In fact, Eli was 3 inches taller than him. That said, he was still the same scrawny boy, although his features had matured a bit. Of course, you don't even have to step out. Just stay in my spatial ring and I'll make sure to protect you. Eli felt a soft hand slide into his and couldn't help but feel reassured. Despite his nervousness, Diane knew his friend well. Eli wasn't nervous because he was afraid to die. He just didn't want his death to make Delia sad. Regardless of what that useless old man says about you, he'll accept you no matter what. He owes me. Diane didn't explain his words any further, but anyone around him could feel that he was very much serious. Maybe only Diane could speak like that about a transcendent being and make it feel natural. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Diane's attention. In fact, they made the very boat they were on sway more than the waves should have allowed. Diane curiously looked behind him only to find a hulking 3-meter-tall dark-skinned man picking him up in a bear hug to end all bear hugs. Laughter sounded out all around as the goodwill spread, but to Diane, his bones were creaking, and he could hardly breathe. He had a saint body, what the hell? Zabia, Diane groaned. Let me go! Zabia's uproarious laughter made the bright morning even brighter as he set Diane down. From today onward, you are my brother. Zabia smiled wildly. It was clear to everyone by this point that he was nothing more than a gentle giant. Diane smiled, reaching out his hand to clasp Zabia's. Why would he not want another ally this strong? While the other quadrants were scrambling and fighting amongst each other for placement in their towers, they would work together toward a single goal. Diane wasn't so arrogant or naive as to believe he could do it alone. Only with strong allies would they reach the pinnacle of cultivation. And only then could they live in this shit world without worries. About an hour later, the rumbling of the gate indicated that the next campaign was about to begin in just a few minutes. But that was when some unexpected guests arrived. A group of 7, led by Amel and Nora, lightly touched down on the boat to face Diane and his friends. There was a complicated look on the couple's features, and they couldn't help but inadvertently glance between Diane and Madeline. But in the end, they could only sigh. When Diane noticed the bandaged-up Iacus nursing swollen cheeks, he couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. How are you doing, Iacus? Do you need ointment for that? Iacus glared at Diane, but when he noticed Amel turn back to him, he immediately pretended as though he had heard nothing. Amel sighed. I know we've made mistakes, but I can only promise that if I had another choice, I would have never done what I did. I only ask that you don't punish my disciples for my mistakes. Can you take them with you? Dian scanned the sorrowful Amel before looking back toward his 5 disciples. It seemed like, of them, Iacus and Trot weren't willing to meet his gaze, but the other 3 had respect in their eyes. The more, the merrier, Dian said with a smile. Despite his domineering defeat of Trot, they were still talents. How could he pass them up so easily? They, at the very least, had heaven-level bodies like Ava. Amel and Nora sighed a breath of relief at these words. They were happy that Dian wasn't a petty person, or else they wouldn't know what to do with their regret. With that out of the way, Amel and Nora seemed to become concerned about something else. Are you sure that you can handle the Weta King God clan alone? They're no normal King God clan. For all intents and purposes, they're practically an Emperor God clan. If the Pakals and Ragnars weren't suppressing their growth in other directions, they would have already become an Emperor God clan. It's just that each universe acts as a base of power to any clan. So, the Weta were a bit reluctant to add such a weak universe to its total. However, they seem to have thrown away that idea. It's more than likely that they've comprehended the secret, at least in part, of the epistemic tower. It's best to be cautious. Dian nodded at Nora's words. He could appreciate her concern, but there really would be no issues. In fact, Dian had never been so sure of a victory in his life. There's no need to worry. I can't promise that the Weta's animosity will disappear after this campaign. In fact, it will increase hundreds of folds. I can guarantee that. The couple frowned at these words but could only continue to listen as they felt the blood of the youths around them boiling to the words of this young man. They had an unwavering confidence in him, the kind of confidence only born to an emperor by his subjects. However, all they'll be able to do with that anger is hold it in, unable to vent. After today, not only would the Weta army of Earthgate be destroyed, they won't dare to attack this universe from any gate so frivolously or arrogantly again. The words Dian spoke during his first campaign, he meant with every fiber of his being. This universe was his home, and he wouldn't allow anyone or anything to encroach on it. A familiar sight greeted Dian as he witnessed the massive world tree-like Earth Tower for the second time in his life. An uncontrollable grin spread across his lips, his blood pumping with vigor he hadn't felt in ages. The events that seemed like such a distance pass had stolen 2 years of his life from him, and although most of those who were responsible had paid, Dian still felt like it wasn't enough. He wouldn't feel better until he could truly stretch out his wings. Shouldn't we be rushing to the epistemic tower? Zabia asked. He had little understanding of situation, but everyone did seem much too relaxed to him. Technically speaking, if they managed to get to the tower first this time, wouldn't this all be over? Ree shook her head. We tried this during the second campaign, but it seemed they were willing to weather the danger of the gate's closure in order to make sure they had a leg up on us. Zabia nodded in acknowledgement. It wasn't exactly common knowledge that it was possible to survive in the gates while they were closed, but Zabia was a very straightforward kind of person. Since Ree said it, and she had no reason to lie to him, he would accept it. That said, it was common knowledge to Ree. After all, Aladar and his sister did this very thing in order to survive the destruction of their clan. Of course, that was mostly due to Aladar's intelligence and array alchemy specialty, but the Weta weren't ones to care about casualties of their lesser clan members. All this to say, staying in the gates during their maintenance periods was difficult, especially in large numbers, but not impossible. The group stepped off of the large boat to walk along the dock. Much like the last time Dian campaigned, there were already hundreds of thousands, if not millions of youths here already. The number was likely even higher than in the past, considering only Earth Tower was left under their control. However, Dian hardly cared about that. We can head to the epistemic tower directly. I can teleport us there in a few moments using the key. Dian stated nonchalantly. He hadn't really explained to anyone just what his plan was, so no one understood just what the epistemic tower key could do. So, when they heard his words, shock was clearly evident. Only Aladar, who was quiet as usual, didn't react. He had already assumed much of the possible functions of the key. After all, much like Dian, He had figured out the special nature of the tower without anyone needing to tell him. The only thing he had been brooding over as of late was his disbelief that his soul strength still hadn't caught up to Diane's. Aladar, although he hadn't told anyone, had already resigned himself to following Diane, not because he liked playing second fiddle, but because anything was a secondary matter to him if it meant he would be able to destroy the Weta. He was smart enough to understand that Diane was his best chance at this, in addition to his best path toward a bright future. However, that didn't mean he wasn't depressed about the fact Diane's seal on him was still going strong even after his 2-year coma. Aladar knew, much like Diane did, that as long as his soul strength surpassed Diane's, the seal would become ineffective. He also knew that his soul talent in through the universes was matched by only a handful of people. In fact, before Clara came into the mix, he would bet that only Diane could compare to him in terms of age and talent. But Diane had clearly not cultivated in 2 years, and that was all on top of the fact his soul was damaged. So, how was it still stronger than his? This feeling of frustration was unfamiliar territory for Aladar. He was currently stuck at the peak of the essence stage, unwilling to be a madman to soar into sainthood without a strong enough body. Maybe if he knew Diane technically had 6 months training in a time-lock space he'd feel better. But not by much. Hearing Diane's words, though, Ava was the very first to complain, even under the bitter smile of her elder brother. Why couldn't you tell us these things before? You're always going off and doing your own thing. TSK. Diane laughed. I would have, but I'm not a fan of authority. Plus, I was on vacation. PSH. Ava was about to say more, but when she noticed the entourage of people approaching from the distance, she changed her next thought. Speaking of authority, Diane turned toward where Ava was referring to, and sure enough, a familiar figure with purple hair and a red and blue eye was approaching. Much like in previous campaigns, the Belmonts always took charge of Earth Tower. It was the last line of defense, so as the Royal God Clan, this made perfect sense. Unlike what one might think, Elwing, and not Lionel, had always been the head of this specific operation. This was because Lionel was often increasing his stock and rank. Staying here was mostly administrative work, which was exactly why Elwing never ranked despite being a prince. This may seem useless, but it allowed Elwing to ingratiate himself with the lesser-known clans. Clans that weren't quite god clans, but were on the cusp. After all, between the hierarchy of places like Focus Academy and the god clans, there were many in-between clans as well. For example, Madeline's stepmother was from one such clan, a Sapientia branch that was higher than her father's, but lower than the main branch. Meaning, if Elwing wanted to cause trouble, he could very well make use of these eager youths who were just waiting in the wing to replace the fallen god clans of Earth. And considering the look in his eye, he may just do so. Diane continued to walk forward with an interesting glint in his eye. He was amused because he realized the Elwing had no idea just how much power Diane had over everything that happened in the gates of this universe. Usually, not being a part of a massive clan was a detriment to Diane. But, in this case, it made him nearly invincible. The reason clans who acquired the key had to compromise was so that they weren't attacked by massive alliances. No matter how powerful an Emperor God clan was, they couldn't very well fight off the attack of an entire quadrant of angry people by themselves. As such, they shared. However, this was only because those clans spanned across many universes, while the Epistemic Tower key was only its most powerful in one universe. The powers of the Epistemic Tower key were simple. For one, there was free teleportation of between any gates in the entire quadrant. The limitation of this rule was that the teleportation was only truly free in this universe and conquered gates. Meaning Diane could teleport to any given location in any of the 5 gates of this universe without issues. However, when teleporting to an unconquered gate, there would be no option but to be teleported to the very center of the gate. The second power was unilateral control over the threshold of cultivation for gates of this universe. This rule doesn't extend to other conquered gates because it is redundant. Obviously, if you've conquered the gate, you can control this already. The third power was pertaining to the tower itself. This included freely entering and exiting, deciding who could do so, as well as accessing special areas restricted to non-key wielders. These special areas were the main way in distinguishing those who were talented enough to conquer the tower themselves, and those who weren't. However, the truth of the matter was that even among those who have conquered the tower, surviving those areas was a rarity. The fourth power was miscellaneous. But within the gate that housed the epistemic tower, the key functioned as a master key to all towers. This may seem useless, but it was actually of interesting importance. For example, Lotus Tower. Before Dian removed the Death Abyssal Core, which was currently slowly reforming itself, that Death Chi hurt attackers while not harming those defending, almost like a defender's buff from a video game. Essentially, Dian and his allies would have this advantage at every tower. Regardless of who owned it, only Dian would benefit, while all others would suffer. So why was Dian lucky? Because he only had this one universe to worry about, while those massive clans had all of their territory to worry about. Dian, and any key wielder, was essentially invincible in the universe that housed their epistemic tower. However, as they moved away from that location, that power would be tempered and weakened, causing them to be susceptible to be attacked. Basically, if the Weta got the key and were discovered, they could enter the epistemic tower before lowering the threshold to foundation stage experts only. In that case, how could a normal foundation stage expert survive the middle of a gate? Such a thing was impossible. However, what of their other territory? While they were holding up, their enemies would simply eat away at everything they had built. Some may say, so what? How could territory compare to becoming a transcendent? Simply stay in the tower until you become more powerful than anyone, right? But that was a large reason why one of the most important rules of the epistemic tower was put in place. You could not climb the tower unless you had territory, and you couldn't climb to the top floor unless you groomed an Emperor God clan. Such rules left key wielders feeling frustrated, but also balanced out the power provided by the tower. This way, talents wouldn't fall through the cracks simply because they were younger or a step too late. However, Dian didn't need to worry about any of that now. He could climb to the top of the Saint floors without owning even a bit of territory. He had a lot to gain and a lot of room to grow before he started on his true campaigns. This meant that Dian was essentially untouchable. Now, whether Elwing wanted to find out firsthand or not would be up to him. The Weta, however, wouldn't have much of a choice. Elwing eventually stopped 3 or so meters from Dian. But when he noticed that Dian didn't have any intention of stopping himself, a deep-seated fury was threatening to boil over. Regardless of whether he understood that his brother was in the wrong, Elwing couldn't help but feel resentful toward Dian. Lionel was his elder brother, after all. In fact, Elwing had been angry with his father for a long time for actually going through with it. But, in the end, he actually had love for his father, whereas Dian used to be a nobody to him. So, while he had gotten past his hatred for his father, although King Belmont had yet to forgive his own self, he had not gotten rid of his anger entirely. Instead, it was mostly pointed toward Dian. Under normal circumstances, Elwing couldn't do too much because he knew his dad would side with Dian. But the gates were a different story. There were only them here, and Elwing had much more people on his side. Finally, just as Dian was about to brush past him, Elwing couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke. "It's best that you stay here. Don't forget who the rulers of this planet are." Tongue of red flames hovered outward, threatening to grip Dian's throat. Outside of the gate, in a completely different universe, a conspiracy was moving under the broad daylight, not bothering to hide their sinister intentions at all. An army of elites with streaking golden hair, often with lines of black within, followed behind 10 youths of unmatched aura. These were the sons and daughters of the Weta King God clan, both the Meridian Formation and Essence Gathering ranks. There were many faces Dian would recognize, but even more that he wouldn't. A shirtless woman that was beginning to bloom into true maturity followed in the second row of 5, because second from the right. This was Silver Weta, the second daughter of the Meridian Formation rankings and the leader of the army Dian handed a demeaning loss to. To her left was another familiar face, clearly wielding what looked like a discolored hand. This was, of course, Kagan Weta, the first son of the Weta King God clan and a man that was forced to grow an artificial hand after losing his. In the front 5 row of sons and daughters stood another 2 familiar figures, both of whom, ironically, had been fought against by Lionel Belmont, and both of whom lost. One was Makai Wida, the fourth son of the Essence Gathering ranking, and the other was Lilith Wida, a woman whose once delicate face held a scar that was still fading. It was clear that she diligently treated it every day to once again match her complexion. But it seemed the enemy that gifted her the scar was a tricky one to deal with, even with their status. Of course, the person who scarred such a beauty like this was Lionel Belmont. She was the wind will and blade specialist that Lionel defeated in hopes of obtaining Amethyst's legacy, only for him to lose out to Madeline. However, despite all of the geniuses present, there was one man that stood out among the rest. Even within his row of 5, he walked a half step ahead, and yet no one complained even a bit. This was the first son of the Essence Gathering ranking, Dravel Wida. This was no normal young man. Even within the stringent competition between siblings, no one dared to challenge him. This wasn't only because of his genius, but also because of his special status. Along with the first son of sainthood, only Dravel had a faith seed. When Aladar left a trail of clues to lure an important member of the Wida to the epistemic tower, the one he had hoped would bite the bait was Dravel. This was because Aladar wanted to steal his faith seed for himself in order to grow more powerful for the future. This would be undetectable because they were technically of the same clan. In fact, Dravel's faith seed was actually from Aladar's Guatemala family, originally. Unfortunately for Aladar, not only did he end up alerting the Wida about the possible special nature of the tower, he had also lured the wrong person and lost out on the tower entirely. Aside from the main 10 characters, there was one more person that was of important note. In fact, although to the Wida, first son Dravel was the most important of all, if Diane was there, Dravel would not have been the first person he noticed. It would have been Tao Amen. Many questions would have resulted from this. How did Tao contact the Wida even though the Dao formation couple monitored the Amens during campaign months? Even regardless of that, how did the Wida know to contact the Amens in the first place instead of some other clan? Or was it possible the Amens were the ones to contact the Wida? If that was the case, why would the Wida have listened? Or more accurately, what did the Amens know to make the Wida listen? However, those questions remained unanswered even as Tao silently followed behind the 10 sons and daughters, completely forgetting his dignity as a supposed genius to lower his presence. In reality, Tao would have been weaker than Lionel 2 years ago, which means he was about strong enough to be the 5th or 4th son of the Wida, just about. However, he didn't dare to voice such an opinion in order to get better treatment. In front of a king god clan, his measly royal god clan lineage meant nothing. Back on the other side of the gate, Diane had stopped walking, silently looking at the tongue of flames hovering in front of his face and threatening to sear off the top layer of his skin completely. Tense moments passed. It was as though time was completely frozen, but as each second ticked by, Elwing became more and more aware of a formless presence raging over him. He had just threatened the life of someone who was practically a legend now. "What did you say?" Diane suddenly broke the silence. He didn't retaliate. He didn't lash out. He only asked for a simple reiteration of what he had just heard. Diane's words seemed to have snapped the entourage that had followed Elwing out of their fear. Since they had chosen a side, they couldn't half-ass it or else they would just offend everyone. A fiery young lady of a well-off sword clan spoke up. In fact, she had managed to place decently well onto the Meridian Formation rankings just 2 years prior. A prince shouldn't have to repeat himself. The Belmonts are the rightful rulers of this planet, and none of that has changed. In fact, they've solidified themselves after being the ones to fend off a joint attack of 3 planets. Show some resp? Boom! Barely anyone saw how it happened. Especially not the mediocre so-called geniuses that followed Elwing who somehow thought that their massive numbers advantage meant anything to Diane. However, in one swift motion, Diane's hand became like a claw, shooting up its position to slam into Elwing's face, completely crushing his nose. Moments later, the back of Elwing's head slammed into the ground, grinding even further downward as Diane clamped down on his face, only leaving the space between his fingers so that Elwing could look him directly in the eye. The boldness of Elwing's entourage complete dissipated. Looks of horror surfaced on their features as they involuntarily inched backward. This Dayan person had done this to a prince. What would he do if his gaze landed on them? No one rules me, Dayan said, almost tearing Elwing's soul out with his glare. Least of all your pitiful Belmont clan. Dayan's eyes were vicious. There was an edge to him that hadn't been there just 2 years, and maybe back then he would have talked down to Elwing until he understood just how stupid his words were. But the Dayan of now didn't have that kind of patience. Years ago, even from the very first moment Dayan stepped into the Elven Kingdom for the first time, he had been aware that his inherited bloodline from the demon sage had been having an effect on him. However, in all this time, he had still not managed to find a suitable balancing blood essence. After all, how could it be easy to find a body cultivator as strong as the demon sage? And even if you could, how could they be willing to hand it over to Dayan so easily? This had even spilt over into his sex life with his wives. Even with Ree and Madeline's eagerness in the beginning, it was simply impossible for them to keep up with his lust. A lust that had grown exponentially after Dayan stepped into bodily sainthood. Of course, Dayan had a kind of self-control most couldn't match, so he had never once thought about going overboard with those he cared for. But what his current nature wouldn't tolerate was bullshit from those he didn't have a good impression of to begin with. Keep your irrational anger to yourself. Dayan's words were like daggers piercing into Elwing's heart. It was clear from this one line that Dayan understood exactly what Elwing's gripe with him was. Be happy that I wasn't awake when your brother's punishment was being decided, or else I would have directly killed him regardless of what was said. The flames of anger wanted to spark in Elwing's eyes, but he simply didn't have the courage to let it happen with Dayan staring directly at him like this. He couldn't even speak because Dayan's large hand was clamped over his face. Dayan lifted his hand and stood up, leaving Elwing's head in a small crater formed on the ground. If you'd like to witness how I save your kingdom, O great prince, do follow. But don't try and stop me again because even 1,000,000,000,000 of your little supporters mean nothing to me. Dayan's eyes swept over the entourage that followed Elwing, but in the end, they had nothing to say. Elwing remained silent even as Dayan walked away. As for those who were on Dayan's side, they had mixed feelings about what they had just witnessed. Those like Zabia and Aladar could hardly care. This was the martial world and Dayan was meant to be their leader. Tolerating disrespect would only cause those under him to question his viability as a leader. However, those who had feelings for Dayan beyond just sheer respect felt troubled by his actions. Dayan's balance had been tipped unfavorably. With his soul and energy cultivation sealed, his body cultivation would be ruling his body for at least the next few decades. Who knew if his behavior would get worse? Later that day, Elwing had managed to gather himself and begin to act sensibly. His reason for stopping Dayan earlier that day wasn't for an entirely selfish purpose. Dayan hadn't told anyone what his plan was. He only made large and seemingly impossible promises to keep. So Elwing was rightfully worried. However, he would be lying to himself if he didn't admit that he hadn't stepped up to Dayan with malicious intentions. But Dayan had ironically knocked some sense into him. At the end of the day, it was Lionel that had put their entire family in danger and was also nearly the reason why their father, who Elwing obviously loved, almost died. Elwing worshipped his elder brother, and his hate for Dayan hadn't disappeared. But he also understood that there was nothing he could do in this situation. Dayan was simply too powerful, and those who followed him, even more so. Understanding this, Elwing could only give up. Knowing that this would likely be a decisive campaign, and that asking Dayan for details was likely no longer an option, Elwing could only leave administrative duties to the Sapientia that were usually by his side before rounding up some of the better remaining talents to follow Dayan and his followers. He didn't know if he could help, but he couldn't sit by and do nothing when it was his kingdom on the line. It was suffice to say that Elwing was very frustrated with his father. After Dayan left those words behind at the banquet, King Belmont had treated this matter as though it was done with. He didn't call any more meetings, he didn't discuss it with anyone. In fact, he entered secluded meditation and closed himself off from the world entirely. It was clear that the ripple effects of the battle were still very strong. Dayan noticed Elwing's army following them, but he said nothing. Why should he bother? He didn't plan on coming back to his universe for a long while after this, so someone needed to go back and inform them of what happened. As a last remaining courtesy, Diane decided to use a few Dao stones to extend the force field of the Demon Sage Tower to protect the troops following them below. It would only slow them down if they had to stop and constantly fight against the drastic changes in the gates. One couldn't forget just how dangerous traveling to the center of a gate was. So, just like that, an army of a few 100,000 followed a large and slowly flying black and red tower, heading toward a decisive battle for the fate of their universe. Diane sat quietly on a large cushioned throne, his legs crossed and his eyes closed in meditation. He knew more than anyone else that he had lost his temper, but it wasn't something he could control, not yet. Although he was no longer affected by his black flames on the other side of the coin, he was also no longer affected by his white flames. For some reason, he found it easy to interact with his wives. He didn't lose his temper when Ree or Clara teased him, nor did he feel frustrated when they were too worn out to match his stamina. Although his body protested, his mind and heart would never allow such a thing. However, it was also likely because of this that Clara, Ree and Madeline were unaware of how bad the situation had gotten. Diane suddenly snapped awake from his thoughts as he felt a soft and delicate body slip into his lap. When he opened his eyes, he smiled, realizing that it was Ree. He felt an injection of cool ice will, following the purity path, seeping into his skin, filling him with a calming feeling. "I've neglected you." Diane wrapped his arm around Ree's waist, resting his other on her legs as she sat across his legs to rest her forehead on his cheek. Ree raised up her arm and flicked Diane's forehead. "I came here for you, not me. You haven't neglected me at all." Diane shook his head. "It's been weeks and we've only mentioned your mother a sparing amount. How could this be considered my doing my duty as your husband?" Ree trembled slightly before burying her head into Diane's neck. "It's been 2 years. I've gotten used to it. There's no need to dwell. I'm sure my grand teacher knows something," Diane said reassuringly. "No matter how difficult it is, we'll find a solution. I promise." Ree smiled lightly. Diane's words obvious instilled a sense of confidence in her no one else could. How many times had she heard these exact words from others while he was gone? And yet this was the first time that they truly got to her. "Stupid husband. I already said that I came here for you, and look at you changing the subject." Ree pouted. Diane laughed lightly. "It's no more than I deal with usually." "Deal with?" "The demon sage's blood has many pros, but also has its cons. Unfortunately, those cons are harder to control without full use of my soul." Ree frowned. Diane had never really mentioned this to her before, not in any real tangible way anyway. "How does it affect you?" Ree asked. Diane thought for a moment, trying to understand how best to explain it, when he suddenly thought of an idea. The throne room was empty, except for him and Ree, likely because everyone was enjoying the food courtesy of Amel's pain. So, Diane decided to call up Clara and Madeline. Since they were so close, it only took his intent for them to know he wanted them here. A few moments later, they walked in with confused expressions. It wasn't often Diane did something like this. In fact, it was never. They immediately decided that it was likely something important. Diane smiled, understanding their confusion. "I just thought I should show you guys something." Originally, Diane thought that because of their soul connection, his wives would understand exactly how his body was feeling. But it seemed that it had limitations. Because Diane was always dampening the feelings his blood essence gave him with his soul, it didn't exactly translate to how he was feeling. It was quite an oddity of the martial world. However, when you thought about it, it made sense. After all, if a soul connection meant seeing through every and anything, Little Black would feel quite uncomfortable every time Diane had some quality time with Ree, Clara, and Madeline. That aside, Diane didn't keep them waiting. He diligently explained his problems and that he knew how to fix it. It was only that it was clearly affecting him either way. Diane's women were intelligent, so they also understood that something that could counterbalance the demon sage's blood was at the very least as valuable as the blood itself. That meant it would be something very difficult to earn, even in the tower. However, they were happy Diane told them about this. "PFT. Sounds like you just want an excuse to go out and do perverted things." Ree voiced Clara's opinions before Clara even got a chance, causing them to look at each other and nod like they had just achieved something great. Madeline giggled as usual, but even she felt like Diane embellished the story a little bit. Really? Uncontrollable lust? Sounded like exactly what a pervert would say. Diane looked at his 3 wives with a raised eyebrow before an evil expression surfaced on his features, causing them to shiver and involuntarily take a step backwards. No, 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 no running away now. I called you all here for a reason. How about we test your hypothesis? What do you mean? They asked. Diane didn't respond. Instead, a curved blade jetted out from the Dragon King's band on his wrist, effectively cutting a shallow gash in his finger. If he didn't use this weapon, who knows how hard it would be to cut through his skin. Come, come. Don't be shy. Diane's evil grin spread. The 3 beauties stared at Diane's finger, suddenly understanding his meaning. What's this? You guys were so sure before? Don't tell me you're afraid of becoming perverts too. Diane took a step forward, grinning wildly. Eventually, Clara stepped forward with a defiant look in her eye. She clearly didn't believe that Diane's bloodline could be so overwhelming, so she grabbed his finger and sucked. At first, she wanted to quickly move in, then pull out and gloat. But the moment the blood hit her tongue, she felt a wave of heat overwhelm her body, charging through her throat, down her chest, and resting at her loins. Suddenly, a single suck turned to 2, then 3. Diane smirked, watching Clara's delicate caramel skin taint into a furious blush as she breathed heavily. Without a second thought, Clara's eyes burned with lust as she looked up to Diane. Her sucking had gone from purposeful to completely lewd. Ree and Madeline watched this scene with astonished looks on their faces. But when they noticed Diane pricked his other finger and looked toward them, their curiosity got the best of them. The next few days were a blur, but it was safe to say that 3 more people earned the title of pervert. A couple weeks later, the massive Earth force had moved its way near the center of the gates and were now standing outside of the massive forest that surrounded that circular abyss that held the epistemic tower. By now, there was no question that the Weta were aware of their arrival. It was just that they couldn't be bothered to care. After 2 successful defenses, even knowing how powerful characters like Ree and Madeline were, they hardly worried at all. However, what they didn't know was that there was a new wild card at play. Diane stood at the window of the Demon Sage Tower, looking at the forest below. The last time he had campaigned, he had taken it so seriously to the point where he even wore his white leather battle chongpao. But now, he saw it all almost as though it was a leisurely vacation. In fact, this coming battle wasn't even the foremost thing on his mind. Instead, he was thinking about how he'd confront his grand teacher about his sins. Diane was snapped out of his thoughts by faint groaning going on behind him. He turned with a grin on his face, only to see 3 naked bodies entangled with one another, apparently devoid of strength. "Stop laughing," Ree said faintly. "Why would I ever laugh at my lovely wives? You asked and I obliged, nothing more." Despite his words, the smirk on Diane's lips firmly read, "I told you so." His stamina was more than enough to go for days. However, when the 3 of them woke up from their lustful states, their bodies were very much regretting it. "Couldn't you have showed some restraint?" Clara chided, but immediately regretted her choice in words. "I tried to resist, in fact I said no multiple times. But you ravenous beasts defiled my innocence. What could I do?" At these words, even Madeline groaned, turning over and covering the 3 of them in blankets. "Ah, you guys are gonna miss the show. Whatever." Diane laughed as he dodged 3 pillows that flew toward him at breakneck speeds. "It seems like they're finally here." First Son Dravel Weta looked off into the distance from the deep crater that held the epistemic tower. Although, from their angle, it was impossible to see the Earth Army's position, his senses were sharp. A robust young man stood behind Dravel, nearly salivating. This was the second son of the essence-gathering Weta, known as Friday Weta. "Those beauties. They'll be back, right?" Friday shifting the rod in his pants, trying to remain composed as he thought back to flashed of Ree, Madeline, Clara, and Delia. He could hardly contain himself. "We gotta capture them this time." All I got to do was cross blades with them, but I need to touch them this time. Why can't our kingdom have such beauties? Fourth son snorted. You spent all your time holed up training just so you could do something so demeaning. Your motivations are pathetic. But I hope you understand first come, first served. You better not try to take any of the ones I capture first. Second son stared daggers at fourth son. However, unlike the Meridian Formation rankings, aside from Dravel, the Essence Gathering rankings were much closer in power. So, the power disparity between fourth and second son wasn't so wide that second son could just ignore fourth son's wishes. The truth was that while Tao thought he could fight fourth or fifth son, in reality he would lose to each and every one of them. Seeing the odd atmosphere, Tao decided to interject. Young Master Wida, it is very much likely that they will be more dangerous this time around. Tao Amen spoke respectfully, making sure to only speak of how powerful Earth was, as opposed to saying the Wida couldn't handle it. Why was this again? It wasn't that Dravel didn't remember, it was more so that he found it nonsensical. The only reason he even considered listening was because the Amens had sent their crown prince. No matter how arrogant he wasn't stupid. For a clan to be willing to risk the life of such an important piece to their future, they wouldn't do so just to lie. It is because of an innate Aurora user by the name of Dian Sicharo. Tao responded. And why should I take seriously that one person against 10 of us? Dravel had asked all of these questions before, but this just proved how prudent of a man he was. In the Wida clan, where everyone was basically chasing after his position, he had learned to be cautious. After all, the clan only protected him because of his faith seed. However, they wouldn't stop someone more capable from stealing it from him. Such was the way of the Wida. This is no normal person. He has been in a coma for the past 2 years. But once we Amens received word of his awakening, we knew we had to contact you no matter what. In fact, it is because of his awakening that the security around Out clan loosened. That is how much confidence he instills within the people of Earth. Tao's words felt like poison in his mouth, but they were without a doubt the truth. Dravel raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Tao had mentioned this. But this point brought up an interesting line of questioning. However, before he could ask, a sudden realization hit Silver and Kagan at once. It's him. They spoke in unison. Dravel looked over in curiosity, but what he found was an interesting view of Kagan shaking in anger while holding his artificial hand, and a Silver whose eyes were clearly flickering with dense lust causing ripples to wave across her ample and exposed chest. He immediately understood that this Dian was the one who killed Fifth Son, and also the one to take Kagan's real hand. It also seemed that he was the one who handed Silver that devastating loss that lost her seat as second daughter. In fact, she had only just now earned it back. Responding to young master, Tao continued respectfully, 2 years ago, he was wanted dead by an alliance of Celestials. In the end, he was kidnapped by 2 of them. I'm not sure of the details, but considering that he is now alive, the only explanation is that he survived this ordeal. In addition, our Amen family hasn't had contact with those Celestials since. Which means... Dravel furrowed his brows. Impossible. No matter how cautious of a man he was, who would believe such a ridiculous story? According to Tao, Dian had to have been a peak Meridian Formation expert 2 years ago. What kind of nonsense would have such a weak ant escaping, or, even worse, killing 2 Celestials? There had to be another explanation. However, before Tao could explain further, a booming voice stretched out over the abyss as a demonic tower cleared the cliff's edge and came into view of everyone below, followed by hundreds of thousands of warriors. I'll give the Wida one chance. Dian had appeared in the air, his pair of wings lightly flapping, and yet somehow sending winds that cut through the air careening through space. Piss off. Or die. When the Wida heard Dian's words, they felt like cleaning out their ears to make sure they heard properly. They were an army of millions. Although they weren't very organized currently, having set up thousands of camps around the epistemic tower, Dian's situation seemed even worse than theirs. In fact, much of the reason why they weren't ready for battle right now was because of the geography around the tower. Although Dian's voice seemed close, that was merely because of his cultivation. He had a saint body, of course he could project his voice even hundreds of kilometers if he really tried. However, in terms of how close he truly was, he was still about 100 kilometers away. In terms of mortal realm thinking, the crater the tower was within was nothing but a death trap. They had low ground while their enemies had high ground. But this wasn't truly the case. For one, the supposed crater was almost 200 kilometers in diameter. That meant Dian's supposed high ground advantage meant next to nothing unless he could send attacks from 100 kilometers away. This would be foolhardy. That meant that the only option was to enter the abyss itself. This was why Elwing's army consisted solely of essence gatherers who had the ability to fly down themselves. However, when they made it down, they'd lose any semblance of an advantage they had. They'd have to meet head-on with an army that was not only stronger, but also larger in number. And that was not to mention by the time Dian's allies made it down. The unorganized Weta would have long since prepared. At their fastest speed, it would only take a few minutes to reach the Weta. But weren't the Weta also cultivators? And didn't that mean that they could use their speed to prepare themselves? All of this added up to Dian's words sounding like a complete joke. Instead of seeing a domineering young man flying in the skies, they saw a clown. However, even as the Weta wanted to begin laughing, Dravel's voice sounded out. I would very much like to meet the famous Dian Sicharo. I wonder if you would allow me the courtesy. Dian smiled, seemingly pleased to be dealing with someone with intelligence for once. He had chosen his words to be as provocative as possible on purpose. It was the easiest way to save time, but it also would cause anyone with even a bit of caution to have reason to pause. The truth was that as much as Dian would love to wipe out the entirety of the Weta, he was also aware that pushing a monster too far was detrimental. He wasn't worried about himself, but there were many people he could be said to have some relationship with left in this universe. He couldn't just leave the elves and Jafari to deal with his mess. Some might say to leave the matter to Amel and Nora, but Dian was very clear on the fact that they were just two people, and from his analysis of the situation, they were hiding from something, which is the only reason he wasn't even more harsh with them. This meant that the two of them were heavily limited. That aside, even if they weren't limited, how could a king-god clan be lack in Tao formation experts? If they had enough reason to believe that their universe was special, which it was, then they wouldn't have any issues sending out their Tao formation elders. If you could only travel between universes with the gates, everything would be fine. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. If the Weta were willing to pay the price, they could send a small elite team to decimate their universe. Hearing Dravel's words, Elwing couldn't believe it. But he didn't have time to think because in the next instant, Dian began moving downward with his tower following directly behind him. The force field around them that had once protected them from the wilds of the gate turned into a transporter, carrying the entire army down and landing before the Weta camps. Once the tower touched down, Dian stood and waited as a few of his own people decided to follow him. Although those like Eli, Delia, and Ava decided to stay behind, his wives, Zabia, Aladar, and Arios did follow him. Seeing that Dravel was being followed by the 9 of sons and daughters, they were unwilling to let Dian go in on this alone. Dian was actually surprised that Aladar decided to follow, but he said nothing about it. He knew about Aladar's past and how he felt about the Weta, but he trusted that Aladar knew how to control himself and not take things too far. At the same time, even if Aladar did lose his temper, so what? Dian wasn't exactly the picture of cool-headedness. If anything, he was the aggressor in this situation by far. A group of people that seemed like servants worked as fast as they could between the two groups, setting up elegant tables and chairs. A moment later, they respectfully bowed out, leaving the center of the two camps open for the two parties to sit. Dravel and Dian sat at the center of side of the table. Although Dian treated his wives equally, for formal settings like this Madeline was given her rightful place as his first wife. She sat as the only woman to Dian's right, making her status clear. Ree and Clara sat to Dian's left, while Arios, as a demon general, took Dian's right hand after Madeline, while Zabia and the rest extended toward that direction as well. As for Dravel's side, odd-numbered sons and daughters sat to his left, with even numbers to his right, perfectly arranged by standing. This, much to Ree and Clara's disgust, left both second and fourth son sitting across from them. Just like that, an odd meeting of geniuses began. Dravel sat quietly, observing the man he had heard so much about over the last few weeks. Quite frankly, he wasn't sure how to feel. Diane seemed to be the worst kind of enemy to have. He had easily gone from domineering hothead to the cool-headed smiling man in front of him, even to the point of being willing to have this meeting. There were a few possibilities that Dravel thought for this, but he couldn't be sure. Was Diane cautious? Was he planning something? Or was he bluffing? However, what Dravel wouldn't do is underestimate the man in front of him. There were very few who could be in his presence and hold his eye contact unperturbed for so long, and that number was even fewer when it was held to those his age. In fact, even with Diane's nonchalant appearance, it was Dravel himself who felt a faint pressure he couldn't explain. "We could sit here and stare into each other's eyes," Diane said, breaking the silence and tension. "Or, we could discuss why you wanted this meeting." Diane's nonchalant words to their first son seemed to anger the Wuxia camp. With their cultivations, they were privy to this conversation. Apparently, Dravel didn't care about hiding much. The sons and daughters, however, had no reaction. "Do you know something about this tower?" Dravel asked after a few moments' pause. Diane smirked, looking off into the distance at the smooth black pillar that seemed to rise up into the sky to an unfathomable height. "Ah, so, you all have been camping out here for this old thing? Why's that? Aren't you meant to conquer at last? Then again, considering you've already stormed through so many of our towers, maybe you were just making a preemptive move." "AI. It pains me to see my small universe about to be conquered." Madeline, noticing a familiar smile, did her best to withhold her giggle, maintaining her noble aura. She knew that when she saw such a look, it meant that there was a good show coming. And, unfortunately for others, by the time they understood what it meant, it would be far too late. "Indeed," Dravel responded with a sigh. "Usually we would conquer at last. But you see, a former fifth son of ours brought up an interesting point." Diane's features showed no fluctuations, but how could he not know that Dravel brought up fifth son on purpose? "Oh? And what was that?" It seemed like a small point, even meaningless at first. But the more I thought about it, the more intriguing it became. "Did you know that despite all of the gates the Wuxia have been in contact with, this is the only one with an odd number of towers? In fact, it was the most dangerous tower environment we had ever seen. Until, for some reason, the fields of spatial tiers disappeared a few years ago." Diane nodded. "I did indeed notice that. How odd, right? Indeed. This same fifth son also tells me you were quite interested in this tower before that changed as well." "Me? Impossible. Believe it or not, this is only my second time stepping into the gates. How could I have done such a thing on my first go at it despite all those who came before me?" Dravel's eyes narrowed at these words. Diane's words were complete bullshit, but at least part of them was true. His last campaign really would have been his first. "AI, it must be the fact I defeated your second daughter by fluke accident. You've raised your appraisal of me much too high." Not many missed Diane's point about defeating Silver. In fact, the uproar that spread through the Wuxia camp palpably increased the hostility between the two parties. Even Silver's lustful gaze darkened. It was clear that Diane was treating all of this like a joke. A snort tore through the atmosphere. Imagine bragging about defeating a woman, and such a weak one at that, in the presence of first son. "Go and find your balls before you decide to speak in front of us again." Second son's words ripped any semblance of diplomacy in its entirety. Diane playfully frowned. "Ah, that hurts. Since we're negotiating in the spirit of peace though, how about I just let you off with a few lost fingers after this is all over? Your clan won't be too mad at that, will they?" "What did you say?" Diane shook his head. "You're right. An entire hand is likely more suffice. That way you can match with your other brother." Diane's words caused Kagan to tremble violently with anger. He was almost unable to stop himself from leaping to the other side of table. "Why are you getting angry at a clown?" Fourth son looked between second son and Diane with disdain. "They're meant to be funny, not angering." Diane didn't bother with fourth son's words. He only continued to watch Dravel. What exactly is stopping me from catching you or someone you care about now to find out the truth? Why exactly are you so confident? Dravel felt that this Dian was unpredictable. Maybe if he asked straightforwardly, he'd actually get a real answer. Dian put on his best thinking impression. Well, for one, none of you here are a match for me, so such a thing is impossible. Secondly, you defeated my wives a year ago, and I have a feeling that it was just barely. With their rate of improvement, I highly doubt that even if I wasn't here, that you'd be able to stop them anymore. Thirdly, if I really wanted to, I could make sure none of you laid a hand on any one of me or my allies. It's that simple, really. Second and fourth son's eyes widened when they heard Dian refer to his wives. A faint and irrational anger stoked in their eyes, threatening to boil over. But what really set them off was Dian's shameless comments about his own strength. How could they tolerate such a thing? Regardless of how his allies felt, this was the first straightforward answer Dravel felt he had received. It seemed like Dian really believed the words he just said. But the question was whether or not it was the truth or delusion. Is this the man you decide to follow? Second son stopped bothering with Dian, instead turning his attention toward Madeline, who he had seemingly decided he liked the best. With your weak universe, you were likely forced into a marriage because he had a little bit of talent. Why don't I kill him for you and allow you a chance to choose a real man? Since you've made your choice, don't fight me over the other two. You can have her, but I want them. Fourth son interjected. Dravel said nothing. He wasn't very satisfied with this situation, but he also was willing to directly offend Dian. If someone had to do it, it was best his subordinates did rather than him. At least that way, if it got out of hand, he could apologize. Immediately upon hearing these words, Clara, and Madeline didn't react how many thought they would. Instead, their heads immediately and inexplicably snapped toward Dian as though they were worried about something. The only reason Dian was having this meeting was for the sake of peace, but if he lost control of his temper, something that was apparently very much possible now, it would all be for nothing. They had all witnessed firsthand the kind of effect Dian's bloodline had. Even they couldn't resist it. Of course, a large part of that was because Dian's body was much stronger than theirs and therefore had blood more potent than they could handle, but strength of body had little to do with mental fortitude. In the end, Dian simply had more resilience than they did. However, regardless of their worries, regardless of his bloodline, regardless of his state of mind, there was one thing Dian would never tolerate. I see. Dian's voice sounded as though it came directly from a cold abyssal hell. Second and fourth son froze, unable to understand where this pressure was coming from. It felt as though they had all been dunked into an endless darkness, continuously falling down an endless pit, never to hit the ground. Dravel's eyes widened. He immediately understood that he had miscalculated. He was too naive. He thought that since Dian was continuously making jabs and pointing fun at them, it would take at least a few rounds of second and fourth son's insults before he snapped. But he had misunderstood something. Dian wasn't poking fun at them to stall or in some sort of fake bravado. He was doing so because he could. He didn't care about diplomacy, nor was he trying to veil his intentions. Dravel had completely misjudged the situation. Esteemed guest, I would like to Apollo. Dravel immediately began to apologize, hoping that it would salvage the situation. It was safe to say that where he was curious about what Dian's methods were before, those methods were currently the very last things he wanted to see. He still had confidence in protecting himself, but what about everyone else? However, he never got the chance. Dian's body became a blur, shifting forward with speeds only a saint could reach. Many wouldn't understand just how Dian retained so much battle power with so much of his abilities sealed. But the explanation was simple. No matter how many times one boosts themselves from the peak of a realm, attempting to reach another, it is nay impossible to replicate. For example, in order for Dian to truly replicate a sainthood body from the peak of the essence gathering level, he had to use Act 2 of Demon Emperor's will. That meant, even while being so close to sainthood, he needed a times 16 strength multiplier to be considered as having the equivalent strength to a saint. This may seem confusing, but this was simply the difference in quality of realm. At lower multipliers, Dian was simply a pseudo-saint, an essence gatherer that had ascended above other essence gatherers, but wasn't quite able to match up to a saint. So what did that mean now? Dian had officially stepped into sainthood. This meant that his body wasn't just marginally stronger than before, it was more than 16 times stronger than it had been in the world tournament. This meant that even with his death will gone, even with his soul sealed, even with his energy cultivation hidden away, completely inaccessible, Dian was already stronger than he had been when he fought Zabia. If one had to break it down, each will usage had its own multiplier, but it was also more complex than this. For example, a 5th level wind will might make you twice as fast as you usually were, but have little effect on your strength. A powerful sword would increase your piercing power, but not necessarily your speed of attack. Essentially, Dian's previous strongest state, his death will state, only increased his attack potency, but nothing else. A 1st level death intent was easily a times 20 multiplier to attack potency. Such was the power of a supreme law, especially one so fiercely attack-tailored. So, the question was, why was Dian more powerful with just a 16 times multiplier? The answer was simple. Death intent only increased attack strength. But a multiplier for the body directly increased everything. Dian's speed, processing ability, defense, attack speed, attack potency, everything, was multiplied by 16. Not just one aspect. There was no doubt. Dian was already stronger than when he beat Zabia. That was a state where everyone believed he was undisputed winner of the world tournament. A state that would have left Lionel and Tao Amin completely helpless. So what did that mean? Lionel was capable of defeating third daughter with relative ease, and yet Dian was already then much stronger than him, and even more so now. With how close in power the sons and daughters of the essence gathering level were, how could a mere 2nd and 4th son stand up to Dian now? The two of them didn't even understand how it happened, but in less than a moment, their necks were being clamped. No one had been able to stop Dian from leaping over the table. Dian was now mere inches from 1st son, clamping down on 2 of his brothers while crouching on the table. Say it again. Dian's eyes flickered with potent killing intent. I dare you. The Weta army was stunned. Within their territory, how many hundreds of smaller families and clans were there? And how many dared to disrespect them like this? Not a single one. They were the overlords of 24 universes, unmatched through all of them and having a vice grip on the lives of anyone and anything that lived there. They could do as they pleased and moved without regard for others, least of this pitifully small universe. How long had they viewed this universe as a silver platter, ready to be taken whenever they wanted? The only reason they hadn't was because they disdained this universe breaking them through the watershed of an Emperor God clan. And yet, this universe dared to have such a bold genius within it? One that treated their 2nd and 4th son like cannon fodder? They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Dian ignored the gazes he was receiving, focusing instead on the 2 necks in his hands. Despite his words, even if 2nd and 4th son wanted to speak, they couldn't. Dian's hand was restricting them too much. It's in your best interest that you don't speak. Although Dian didn't turn toward him, it was clear to everyone that he was speaking to Dravel. This was obviously a massive problem. Although Dravel hardly cared about the life or death of his brothers, that didn't mean he didn't care for the prestige of the Weta. If he allowed this Dian to trample on his allies right before him, how would he have the face to show himself anywhere? However, even with that thought process, Dravel still remained a cool-headed and cautious man. Despite his emotions, he wouldn't act rashly. I understand that my brothers have offended you, but it's also in your best interest that you remember why you agreed to have this meeting in the first place. As martial artists, 2nd and 4th son could handle not breathing for hours, even days if need be. But the feeling of having your entire body controlled by your neck was completely uncomfortable to them. Even worse, Dian was squeezing too tightly that it wasn't just oxygen they were losing, even their blood had stopped flowing properly. Martial artist or not, that wasn't something anyone could handle. You think you understand why I accepted this meeting? Dian didn't look at 1st son as he spoke. Instead, he leisurely leaped off the table, slamming second and fourth's faces into the ground before landing on the back of their heads with each foot. The rage in the two suns had reached an all-time high. Waves of ethereal permeation spread out from the both of them, hoping to make Dian pay for his actions. But the usual rampant and volatile energy couldn't penetrate Dian's tough skin at all. If anything, Dian felt as though he was getting a foot rub. Seeing this, Dravel's eyes contracted. He was hoping to not have to step in personally, but there was a limit to everything. Sit! Dravel froze. He didn't know when it happened, but the blade of a halberd had found its way to his neck. However, that was the most poignant point. This person was without a doubt a saint. How? Dravel's eyes widened. Never in his life had he received such a surprise. He had felt that Dian's body was powerful. However, the gate didn't care about any cultivation other than your energy cultivation. So, it didn't matter how powerful his body was, he would be allowed in. But this person had broken into sainthood for sure. Thaddeus leisurely held his halberd at Dravel's throat. He hadn't expected to be called out by Dian, but he had no reason to refuse. He had absolute trust in Dian, so if Dian said he could survive in this gate, he could survive. It was that simple. Immediately, everyone understood why Dian was so confident in winning. While everyone was thinking about restricting the gate access, Dian completely flipped the script. Not only did he increase the access, he made sure he was the only one in position to take advantage of it. With the use of his spatial ring, Dian could freely change the cultivation limit of the gates, and all he had to deal with was a brief earthquake. He had already changed to the cap of the gate to sainthood a few days ago. Even if the Weta noticed the change, they would be too far out to make it here in time. And couldn't Dian just also lower the requirements whenever he wanted? While Thaddeus could hide in his spatial ring if he did such a thing, where would the saints of the Weta hide? They would effectively be coming to their deaths. Although Dravel didn't understand how Dian did this, he fully understood those matters. If Dian could control the gates in such a way with ease, the Weta would never take control of this universe. Just like that, without saying a single word, without shedding a single drop of blood, without even a speck of effort, without even needing a large army or an overly clever move. Dian had single-handedly changed the situation for the entirety of the universe. From this day forward, it wouldn't be the Weta who dictated when they wanted to conquer this universe. No, from now on they would think twice before making any moves. Because on the day they did, they'd have to be willing to deal with the monster that was Dian Sacharo. Dravel grit his teeth, calming his breathing. What do you want? In the end, he could only hope that Dian understood not to take things too far. This was the only special gate, so maybe this tactic only worked here. If that was the case, then even if Dian could stop them from here, what would stop them from attacking from another gate? Nope. Dian spoke as though he could hear Dravel's thoughts. I can do this at any gate. Dian didn't bother letting Dravel deciding whether he believed him or not. In the blink of an eye, a key of brilliant gold and intricate patterns appeared. It hovered in the air before rotating until horizontal. Then, it seemingly turned like it was opening an invisible door. Just like that, a portal to planet Deimos Gate opened. How could Dravel not recognize Deimos Tower? With a simple step through the portal, Thaddeus proved Dian's point without ever removing his halberd from Dravel's throat. Silence reigned. It was clear to everyone by this point that Dian wasn't bluffing. If the Weta attacked from any gate, they would suffer horribly. After a moment, Dravel finally collected himself enough to speak. I don't have much power. Dravel wanted to say that he didn't have as much power as Dian thought he did, but he decided to choose his words more carefully. He was done with underestimating this opponent. What he really wanted to know was what Dian's plan from here on was. After all, this meeting was secret by any stretch. There were millions of Weta and Weta-affiliated clans behind them. And, even though the army Dian brought could be considered to be made of his allies, how could you possibly trust every one of them to not say a thing? The reality of the matter was that if the Weta were angered enough, they may decide to retaliate in other ways. Just a few Dao Formation elders is all it would take. As a first son, Dravel knew more than most what the current situation of the Weta was. Couple that with his cautious nature, and he might be among the most informed. There was growing frustration with the stalled improvement of the clan. Because of the Pakals and Ragnars, the Weta weren't able to expand in other directions because all of their other gates were being strategically defended. One might think there was no difference between owning 24 universes and 25. It may almost seem like a petty wish. However, there was a big difference between a King God clan that owned 24 universes and an Emperor God clan that owned 25. And that difference was in will suppression. Why was Dian so fond of his energy cultivation technique? It was because of regardless of the universe he was in, he would never feel like his power was stifled. Whereas others would need a period to adapt and understand the new flow of energies in that universe, he wouldn't have to waste his time at all. However, Dian was an anomaly. Almost every other martial warrior would feel suppressed when entering a new territory. And that suppression was like night and day when a King God clan was compared to an Emperor God clan. Those ranks weren't chosen arbitrarily, they really meant something. This was why when Dian first asked Ri why campaigns were fought, her first response was to spread influence and what she called religion. In the martial world, it was this exact suppression and spreading of will that word referred to. So one can understand how anxious the Weta were. As long as they remained a King God clan, they would always be vulnerable to the spread of influence by Emperor God clans. Dravel understood this very well. Whereas before the Weta looked down on this universe because since it was so weak, it would thereby also weaken its step into Emperor God clan status. Right now they couldn't afford to be picky anymore. They had already wasted centuries. With all of this weighing on Dravel's shoulders now, if Dian asked him to not attack the gates, it would be impossible for him to convince the Weta of such a thing. Or, more accurately, they wouldn't attack the gates, but instead attack via another method. It's simple. Dian finally spoke. You just have to stall for 20 years. Dravel paled. There was a very clear underlying meaning in Dian's words. For him to control the situation in this gate for so long, he would have to stay an essence gatherer for that long as well. That might completely destroy his future as a cultivator. But, if he refused, wouldn't he die right here and now? I have quite a solid understanding of the structure of your Weta clan. You own 24 universes, and across them, there are thousands of gates. However, in terms of gates you truly have to defend, those are at the edge of your territory and there are about 150 of those. Dian spoke of confidential information as though he had personally been there and seen it himself so nonchalantly that Dravel felt a cold sweat spreading across his back. This is the very edge of the quadrant and aside from this universe. Dian cut himself off. You don't need to know anything about that. What you do need to know is that this universe has no other enemies to worry about but you. Dian's warning was clear. They had many enemies, but he only had one. No matter how you looked at it, the Weta were at a disadvantage. Dravel had no right to consider what might leverage himself out of this situation. Dian continued to speak unperturbed. Among those 150 edge gates that you must defend, you're flanked solidly by both the Pakals and Ragnars who have ensured to suffocate you in the corner of the quadrant. The only reason they haven't committed to destroying you is because they also happen to be flush against each other. It's quite an adorable three-way stalemate you have going. Dian continued to speak as though he was at a social event as opposed to standing on the heads of two geniuses. Luckily for you, the Ragnars have limited youthful talents and can only make it up with superior numbers. As for the Pakals, they're limited in their warfare because of their body cultivation focus. As such, the damage they can do is limited. Quite pathetic if you ask me. Dian was almost offended when he read the things the Weta said about the Pakals. Of course, he had gotten all of this information from Fifth Son's spatial ring. Luckily for him, Fifth Son had been quite an avid reader and statistician. He was the very first to notice the fact that only this gate had an odd number of towers, whereas others ignored the pattern. From what he saw, the overall grade of this quadrant was quite pathetic in general. After all, he was looking at the best geniuses a King God clan had to offer right now and he was trampling them beneath his feet. Truthfully, though, it wasn't that the Ragnars lacked in talent, it was more so that so few of them actually survived having that talent. After all, not every gate had an essence-gathering cap like this one. When the Ragnars had to send in saints or celestials with how dangerous tribulations were for them, how could they have many people to send? As for the Pakals, they didn't have the same troubles, but their manner of war was lacking. Because of their body cultivation focus, their armies had the least diversity and especially lacked in long-range combat. The plan is simple, really. You sacrifice a bit to earn a lot. The mere fact you've concentrated all of your talents here wouldn't go unnoticed by the Ragnars or Pakals. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they had increased the pressure on those 150 gates of yours. If they manage to infiltrate your territory with their suppression, even if you break into the Emperor God clan ranks, you'll be severely weakened. Dravel nodded. This was all true. He was actually under immense pressure to end all of this now. The Ragnars had noticed the apparent lack of sons and daughters and thus made moves. Although the Weta had sainthood and even celestial sons and daughters in play, there were gates among those 150 that could only be headed by Dravel because of their cultivation cap. Under normal circumstances, Dravel would travel between tens of gates per campaign, letting his presence be felt. He would collect information, then appear at the appropriate time. However, these past 2 years were different. He hadn't appeared on those front lines at all. This caused the Pakals and Ragnars to increase pressure on those specific gates. Everyone here will be leaving with an array within them that prevents them from speaking of these matters. So feel free to listen carefully. After this talk, I'll be teleporting half of you all to an essence-gathering capped gate. You'll disguise yourselves, then decimate 2 towers, making it easy for the Ragnars to conquer them. I'll be choosing a gate you previously had an upper hand in, so the impact is better felt. You'll have to make use of your overwhelming numbers and your surprise attack. You can in no way use techniques that are easily recognizable by your kin, nor can you leave any clues. Not that it really matters. I wonder how your clan would react finding out you attacked your own towers. A cold breeze passed over the Weta army. Even second and fourth sons stopped struggling. This man, he was too fearsome. This is only the first step. The second step is the story you'll have to sell happened at this gate. The simple really, you just have to say that you never tried to conquer Earth Tower. The gates are quite unpredictable and you were trying to mess with a tower you knew nothing about. Under normal circumstances, if it wasn't already conquered, 80% of you would have died just stepping into this abyss. The Weta froze. This was completely true. Before Dian, the spatial field here was so violent and dangerous that no one dared to conquer the tower. It was because of that the strategy became to conquer the other 8 towers first. This would somehow cause the spatial field to shut down, and then it would be an easy victory. This is what made this story believable. The spatial field disappeared without reason. So why couldn't it come back without reason? When the Weta realized that half of the number they sent in was coming out, they would have no reason to be suspicious. After all, teleporting between gates was impossible for anyone not named Dian Sicharo. This way, although you'll be blamed, the punishment will likely not be severe, especially considering you hold a faith seed. Couple this with the heavy loss at the Ragnar front, and the elders of the Weta will double-think concentrating your forces here. While your Weta army is dying to the spatial field, we Earthlings will be reconquering the gates you've taken. This way, the stalemate will be back in full effect. After this, the Weta won't dare to concentrate their forces anymore. In my estimation, this should stall the Weta higher-ups for about 20 years. Considering your financial situation, the pressure of the Ragnars and Pakal, as well as your bids for the future, it will take at least that long for them to presume that sending a small elite team here is worth the price. As for what you get for doing this, how about you get to keep your life and I let you take a look inside the tower you've been stuck outside of for so long? Dian finally looked at Dravel, but all he saw was fear, a pathetic shell of a man, or maybe just a poor imitation of what he had once been. But that was as it should be. Those from Earth looked at Dian's strong back with awe on their features. They had spent so long with him that sometimes they almost forgot just how intelligent he was. Dian had analyzed the entire structure of a king-god clan, an empire ruling over 24 universes, without even stepping outside of his home. Then, he devised a plan to cripple them for 20 years without lifting a finger. Clara and Madeline lightly smiled. This was the side of their husband that they liked to see. Being strong and ruthless may have been looked upon favorably by the martial world. But in order to lead, there was something else that was needed. This was what separated a warrior from a king, a general from an emperor. Diane sidestepped the two he was standing on before kneeling down and pulling their heads up. Second and fourth son looked particularly pitiful. Second son was already quite a round man to begin with, but now his face had a flat and linear nature to it his weight shouldn't have allowed. As for fourth son, his once straight nose was now very clearly broken. And both of them looked as though they had just climbed out of a coal mine. The anger in their eyes hadn't faded. Unlike first son, they didn't understand just how scary a character Diane was. But, before they could speak, Diane's next words sent shivers down their spines. "Did you two know that arrays are quite versatile?" Diane mused. "If I wanted, I could torture you two until the gates closed before killing you off. And the worst part is that no one here who witnessed it would be able to say a damn word about it. Imagine thinking two pathetic existences like yourselves would be worth a single hair on their heads. You think too highly of yourselves." Diane let their hair go, letting their faces slam into the ground once again. But, this time they couldn't find the courage to resist. "Alatar, I'll leave the rest to you and Clara. Use Kita and Arios for support." This was a process that would take hours. So, after ensuring that the perimeter was secured by his demon generals, Diane went back to the Demon Sage Tower to rest and eat his usual ridiculous amount. However, he did have another purpose. Because of the blood-lust fiasco with his wives, Diane hadn't had a chance during their travels to speak to Zabia. This may seem trivial, but the Jafari family was a mystery he couldn't wrap his head around. Since the Saru family had inexplicably disappeared, the Jafari were the last stone Diane had left unturned, and who better to explain things than their young king? When Zabia walked in to find Diane leisurely sipping spiritual wine, he didn't seem too surprised at the fact he was called. Despite his straightforward nature to be accepted as a king by his people, he had to have a semblance of intelligence. Zabia's hulking figure sank into the cushioned seat across from Diane, helping himself to some wine as well. "I was wondering what took you so long," Zabia said jokingly. "I had to make up some time with my wives." Diane laughed, lifting his cup toward Zabia. "Speaking of which, you didn't have to come this time, you know. You could have spent some time with your kid first." It was simply Diane's personality to worry about a child missing their parent. Zabia had already missed a year, he shouldn't have to miss more. Zabia shook his head. "You're too hard on parents, you know that?" Diane couldn't help but freeze a bit at Zabia's words, but in the end, he nodded. "Ulu is quite intelligent." "Of course," Zabia said proudly. "Only a woman of such caliber could be my queen." Diane smiled lightly, but didn't comment. He understood Zabia's meaning without having to listen to it. Parents should be by the sides of their children, but parents also had to think of what was best for their kids as well. So what could you do when these two philosophies clashed? "Since you came here," Diane started, "you likely already know what I'd like to ask, right?" Zabia nodded. "My family knew from the beginning that replacing the planet Nyx clans would cause a stir, especially after we learned of your world tournament and how it was held once every 100 years. Because of that, we ended up wiping out those clans entirely. The original plan was just to feign ignorance until we accomplished our goal. But never did I think I'd meet someone I didn't want to lie to." Zabia laughed. "So you really aren't from this universe?" "Aren't from this quadrant at all," Zabia corrected. "We come from the adjacent quadrant, but I have to say, we weren't exactly the most alien clan that participated in your tournament." "You mean the Shruti clan?" "AI. They're also from an adjacent quadrant. Truthfully speaking, we weren't even aware of your quadrant until 18 years ago." Diane raised an eyebrow. "It's because your epistemic tower has been dormant. Strictly speaking, those old monsters who've lived damn near 1,000,000 years would never forget something like that. But to the general public, your quadrant is a dead one." Diane pondered for a bit before speaking. "According to intel I've gathered, members of a quadrant who called themselves dukes and duchesses attacked about 100 years ago. Wouldn't it make the most sense for them to be from one of your two quadrants? Zabia's visage darkened, and although he eventually recovered, it hadn't escaped Diane's notice. If what you say is true, then we've been out of touch. There are two possibilities, one of which is a much worse proposition for your quadrant. The first, and most benign, is that those pricks simply stumbled upon a spatial fluctuation that led here. It's part of the entertainment culture of that quadrant to his spatial pods for a joyride. Oftentimes this leads to legacies or, at the very worst, they lead to adventures wherein geniuses can temper themselves to grow stronger. This is the more innocent possibility, because that means they likely have no real idea what this place is. However, the second possibility is much worse. It's possible that they were sent here purposefully by their elders in search of your epistemic tower. In this case, they would likely want to own a second epistemic tower key, meaning the one you hold right now. If this latter case is the truth, there's a 0% chance they've given up. They will be back. Diane's eyes narrowed at these words. How could he not know that the Weta had already guessed that those geniuses were seemingly looking for something? However, there was a bit of hope left in his eyes as well. From the quotes that Fifth Son noted, those geniuses seemed to be disappointed by the showing of this quadrant's geniuses. In fact, it was because of this that the Ragnar, Pakel, and Weta all sent capable geniuses to the adjacent quadrant in order to investigate just what those teens were looking for. If Diane had to guess, those geniuses likely came here to challenge the epistemic tower geniuses of this quadrant, but left disappointed. How could they not have been disappointed? While their quadrant raised their best geniuses with the resources of the tower, this quadrant had done no such thing. As such, there was a massive gulf that they couldn't close easily. Diane was about 70% certain that this was the truth of the matter, but he had an inkling that it wasn't so simple. With such overbearing geniuses, if the adjacent quadrant really wanted to find the epistemic tower, there was no way that they'd tell all of them about it. It was more likely than not that they'd tell a select few. That way, they could pretend like Zabia's first guess was the correct one, while all along they were playing by the rules of the second guess. As for why they hadn't been back in 100 years, that answer was even simpler. It was for the very same reason that Hela only just got word back to the Ragnars, although Diane didn't know of this. It simply took a lot of time and resources. In addition, they had no idea exactly which universe the epistemic tower was in because even citizens of this quadrant had no idea. That means that if they wanted to come back and fulfill their goal, they'd need to invest even more into it. The old fogies of the martial world had lived countless years. To them, even 1,000 years was a short time. With something as important as controlling a second epistemic tower on the table, they'd have to be as careful as possible. And there was another thing. Every quadrant, no matter which would have at a minimum 2 Emperor God clans. It was simply much too difficult to control 100 universes alone without any enemies cropping up, as far as Diane understood. Anyway, as such, every move one of those clans wanted to make would likely be highly monitored by its rival clan. So, how could it be easy to sneakily conquer a second epistemic tower? For something so important, when adjusting for spies, intel, and odd movements, it would be impossible to hide. As a result, those clans had no choice but to take it slow, first sending a team of youths to check out the situation, before they themselves made moves. Even if it took 10,000 years, it would be worth it to them. When Diane thought through all of this, he relaxed. He knew that, if they really took that long, no one in any quadrant would be able to stand up to him. By then, they could only cry over their own spilt milk. What exactly is your history with these dukes and duchesses? Diane decided to cut right to the heart of the issue after his conflicting emotions had settled. Seems I can't hide much from you, Zabia chuckled. He knew that he wasn't very good at controlling his emotions to begin with, so he expected someone as sharp as Diane to notice his change in tone. You could say that it's because of their families that my Jafari clan is the way it is now. I'm sure you've noticed that I'm too young to be king, and I'm sure you've guessed why that would be. Zabia's jaw set, clenching tightly, but he was completely unable to control the anger in his eyes. Even his darkness imperceptibly leaked from him. That said, the story is much more complex than just revenge. We didn't flee to this universe, we chose this universe. There's something here that's the key to our revival as a clan. Unfortunately, I'm not powerful enough to wield it, although we were lucky enough to find it. To be honest, I'm not sure if it makes sense for any one person to wield it. A weapon of the 33 heavens? Diane asked. To be honest, I'm not sure. If it does what my ancestors says it does, it would have to be at least that powerful. But it's not just a weapon or treasure, it's also a spirit. Diane smirked. You mean an abyssal core? Zabia raised an eyebrow before he noticed Diane was just messing around. Sure, Zabia chuckled. Quite frankly, it's much too dangerous, so we left it where it was. To me, such a thing hardly matters if we can fulfill our goal without it. It's an unnecessary risk. Those words were a cause to pause for Diane. It told him, for one, that Zabia might be straightforward, but he was blindly so. Secondly, although Diane was aware that there were many abyssal cores that had been forgotten, this one in particular intrigued him mainly because of the Jafari's specialty, time. Maybe this abyssal core was a key to using time will like the supreme law it was meant to be. Or even more importantly, maybe it was a key to why his Grand Master was so fond of the Jafari. The Jafari family was definitely one that intrigued Diane. For his Grand Teacher to know of them, they had to have had a very long and lofty existence. Or, at the very least, they would have to have very close ties to a clan or sect that did fit such a description. Even with how laid-back Diane's Grand Teacher was, he didn't believe that he would make random connections with nameless clans for no reason. There definitely had to be one. Zabia took a deep breath. Diane, listen to me. Diane's eyes sharpened. He could tell that what Zabia was about to say was of the utmost importance to him. You can never go to that quadrant. Wah. Diane couldn't even finish his own sentence. The sincerity in Zabia's eyes told all. He meant his words. After collecting himself, Diane could only ask the obvious question. Why? Your soul talent is simply too overwhelming. Diane had expected to understand a semblance of Zabia's meaning from those words, but he only came out more confused. What did his soul talent have to do with anything? Zabia only shook his head before continuing. If you believe that the Ragnar's use of slaves was inhumane, the level my home quadrant reached would make the Ragnars look like saints, and the prime victims are people like you and your wife Clara. For the next hour, Zabia began to tell Diane a history of things that froze him to his seat. The first thing Zabia wanted Diane to understand was that his quadrant was different. The reason why the Jafari were so close with the Lebna and Nuru, enough for them to move as one unit, was because clans weren't the core of what formed up their quadrant. Following that reasoning, there was no such thing as a god clan or royal god clan, or king god clan or above in their quadrant. Instead, there were god sects, royal god sects, king god sects, and emperor god sects. By this logic, the Jafari, Lebna, and Nuru used to be the core of an ancient emperor god sect that had now, obviously, declined heavily. As for this quadrant, Diane only knew of one organization that followed this ranking system, and that was the Niveus god sect, now headed by Delia. That said, although this ranking system seemingly did away with many lines that divided families, it also came with its own problems. In ancient China, there was a group of philosophies known as schools of thought. These had wide-ranging possibilities to them, from Confucianism to Taoism and so on. These schools of thought often shaped the backbone of dynasties and progressed ancient China from the background. In the martial world, these schools of thought also existed, but there were mainly three and always made up the core of what a sect was built upon, although they could affect clans as well. These were split into the disciplines of body cultivating, energy cultivating, and soul cultivating. Much like how array alchemy was split, these disciplines also split cultivation in three. Needless to say, after trillions of years, energy cultivating was in the lead by far. But the effects that such a flip had on people varied by quadrant. In quadrants like the one where Diane and his wives were born, this lead was hardly noticed. In fact, this quadrant could be said to be heavily influenced by the body-cultivating school of thought. The Ragnars and Pakals were both known for the prowess of their bodies, although this also turned out to be detrimental to the Ragnars. However, in quadrants like Zabia's, this led to a clear winner versus loser situation, where the losing party suffered harsh punishments for hundreds of thousands of years. There was no need for Diane to guess or even think of it. His grand teacher was without a doubt a member of the soul-cultivating school of thought. However, maybe equally as interesting was the fact that so too were the Jafari. According to Zabia, the Jafari were kin with his wife's Lebna clan and the Nuru clan. The reason Diane noted that those clans in particular seemed to wield such powerful wills was because they placed such emphasis on the soul to begin with. It gave them an advantage in such things. This was especially so for the Jafari and their time specialty, as well as the Lebna and their sealing specialty. Unfortunately, the specialties that made them so good here also made them nothing but commodities to be bought and sold there. The war of disciplines wasn't so simple as one clan versus another. It was, in fact, multiple smaller-scale wars culminating in a penultimate war that ultimately decided their fate. However, the irony of the situation was despite following the energy disciple, the winning factions decided to make use of the soul factions. In fact, whenever those with soul talent were born into their own families, they were treated well. Even further, as long as you managed to gain the support of one of their large sects, you were safe. As for exactly how they made use of them, Zabia couldn't bear to say. To see a hulking man like Zabia unable to speak of such horrors, Diane could only let it be. There was no need to push him. That said, there was one thing out of this conversation that Diane had decided on. Within his spatial ring, there was a weapon of the 33 heavens titled the Aurora Steps. From the very moment he stole it from the elves, he had had visions of building an army of innate Aurora users. The problem was that not everyone was as resilient as his Re. This meant that trying to force less talented individuals to use such a treasure was foolhardy. However, Zabia had just let him know that there was a population that maybe reached into the billions whose soul talent was unmatched. Just what would happen if Diane managed to save them? What would happen if he one day led an army of billions of innate Aurora wielders? Would he not sweep over quadrants? Diane had plans, and if one peered into his mind, they may back away as quickly as they entered. He was simply too ambitious. His thoughts were too far-reaching. His arrogance too unbridled. His first step? Reach the peak of the saint floors of the epistemic tower within 20 years relying solely on his body. As for his second step, he had been searching for it all this time, but it seemed he had finally found it. He had no intention of listening to Zabia's warning. His empire would begin with him diving directly into a quadrant that wanted nothing more than to see him in chains. Zabia shook his head when he saw the lights in Diane's eye brighten. He couldn't tell what this brother of his was thinking, but it was very clear that he had completely disregarded his warning. Diane smirked. "This window is the best window, don't you think?" "What do you mean?" "It's simple, really. I may be handicapped right now, but it's actually a blessing in disguise. Knowing you, you were always going to go back, no?" Zabia nodded. "I have to. There are too many things left unfinished. And I'm assuming that part of that plan was this epistemic tower? We always had an idea of where it was. We just needed an opportunity. The problem was that I didn't believe I was yet strong enough to conquer the tower, so I didn't bother to. It's also largely why I haven't broken into sainthood just yet. It's a good thing you haven't. How many meridians did you open initially?" Zabia seemed a bit disgusted with himself, but he answered anyway. "I opened 100, but now I'm stuck at 98. If this trend continues, I'll likely fall a grade again." Diane shook his head, laughing bitterly. "You're disappointed by a first-grade foundation? Don't try and comfort me," Zabia laughed. "I can tell that you, Alexandria, and Madeline all opened 108 meridians." Diane waved Zabia off. "With the amount of resources we have, it only makes sense. Your family has been on the run. For you to come so and be so young is commendable. Plus, my first-grade foundation isn't as impressive as you think. I'd be lucky to reach second grade for my essence-gathering foundation. I won't lie to you," Diane continued. "I have big plans for the future. In truth, even being an Emperor God clan sounds too small to me." Zabia's eyes constricted at these words, but when he saw how serious Diane was, he couldn't help but be in awe. "Once we step into the epistemic tower, I plan on having every single one of my demon generals cleanse their cultivation completely and start from scratch." "What?" Zabia nearly fell back in his chair. This was no normal plan. In fact, it sounded completely insane. Zabia had seen firsthand the kind of wrecking force the demon generals were. Quite frankly, he had never seen such a collection of talent even in his former quadrant. Even those emperor god sects couldn't boast having 3,000 disciples as refined as them. When he asked Dian about it, he found out that his demon generals weren't even, in large part, from this quadrant at all. Dian hadn't needed the Pakals to tell him this, of course, because he had formed a bond with each and every one of them. The demon sage had carefully selected them, as orphans, from across all 100 quadrants. The only real shame was that there used to be many more, but they were killed during the legacy trials or left in the world after it crumbled. That aside, because of their talent, even in just these past 2 years, the demon generals that had once been lower saints had steadily crept the mid-tier levels. Such a speed was unprecedented, and yet Dian wanted to tear it all down? Who knew how long it would take them to recover? Dian shook his head. It's not good enough. These words made Zabia want to faint, but he forced himself to stay awake to hear Dian's next words. My demon generals will be exactly that. Generals. They need to be so far and above the cut of any other warrior that their mere presence strikes fear in the hearts of our enemies. Right now, they are only geniuses and just that. It's likely that if any one of the Essence Gatherers entered the World Tournament, they would have completely destroyed us. But that standard is not good enough. In fact, it would make me the happiest if I was the weakest among them all. Unfortunately, that's no longer the case. I can say confidently that if my soul and energy cultivation wasn't locked, I could beat every single one of my demon generals, even the saints. Zabia's respect for Dian couldn't grow anymore, but that didn't stop his awe from increasing. He understood that Dian would never lie about such a thing. If he said it was true, then it was true. If Zabia knew that Dian was happy about being handicapped, maybe his awe would turn to a bitter laugh. The truth was that if Dian wasn't handicapped like this, he felt like any saint-level trial would be too easy for him. Only like this could he improve. That said, Dian continued, it's not their fault. When they began following the demon sage, he was already in heavy decline, and the treasures he had left on his person anyway were pitifully small. Dian remembered back to the treasure room that housed the demon sage's coffin on the top floor of the demon sage's tower. Unfortunately, Dian hadn't completed the trials to access that level again, but with his memory, how could he forget what was in that room? Usually, a tomb was where an expert would house all of their most precious treasures. And yet, the demon sage's room was empty, completely empty. At first, Dian thought nothing of this. Maybe the demon sage hid his treasures elsewhere and he'd only gain them by passing the trials. However, when Dian spoke to the demon generals, he found out that he was very much wrong. There were no hidden, not were the trials meaningful for anything else than gaining new abilities of the demon sage tower. All of the demon sage's treasures, along with his daughter, were hidden in the universe named Chaos. However, there was another striking and shocking point. Every cultivation milestone the demon generals climbed was based entirely on their own merit. They had no energy stones, no spiritual fruit, no cultivation techniques. All they had was their talent and the energy of the world around them. When Dian finished explaining all of this to Zabia, he was in shock. Was it really possible to cultivate so quickly without any resources at all? What kind of ridiculous concept was that? But, even more shocking, they had no cultivation technique. The demon generals were essentially blindly following and creating their own methods following the same path as the very first cultivators. And yet they still had such achievements. It was no wonder they were overwhelmed when Dian suddenly handed them divine-level techniques. However, because of Dian's ignorance on this matter, he never gave them energy-cultivating techniques because he naively assumed they had their own. It was suffice to say that when Dian found out the truth, he was in shock. However, that was also when he realized he was completely wasting the potential of his demon generals. His solution, the epistemic tower. Is this really possible? Zabia still had some doubts. Even if the demon generals were really so talented, there was a limit to what the epistemic tower could do for them, no? Dian smiled. From your quadrant, How many have the right to enter the tower? Zabia's eyes widened with a sudden realization. As long as you meet the talent threshold, you're allowed. Diane didn't need to say anything else. He was already aware that the talent threshold was that of a fourth-grade expert, which meant at least 73 open meridians. In this universe, that was amazing. Even some of the celestial heads were only fourth-grade experts, so one can see just how lofty such a goal was. However, the truth of the matter was that in this quadrant as a whole, among the trillions of warriors there were millions, if not billions, would meet this level. So, if an epistemic tower had enough resources to fuel billions of warriors, how potent would those resources be if there were just 3,000 of them? This was Diane's goal. By taking advantage of the time where he could hog the epistemic tower to himself and his allies, he would be able to build a core so solid that it would be unbreakable. I want every single one of my demon generals to be perfect grade experts. And I also want them all to cultivate my inner world sanctuary technique. Only then will I have the perfect army. Zabia took a deep breath. There was clear excitement in his eyes, hiding an anticipation that threatened to boil over. What's the plan for the next 20 years then? As much as I'd love to improve all of the soul talent, such a thing is foolhardy. Those with talented souls are simply too rare. Among the demon generals there's Alatar, Kita, and maybe a handful of others. Those others would likely be among those who grasped music will, so there'll only be about 10 of them. However, when it comes to energy cultivating, they're all unmatched. But if they practice your technique, their souls and energy cultivation will be locked as well. Diane nodded. Yes, this is true, but only for about the same time as me. With non-existent energy and body cultivation talent, Diane would have taken centuries to complete his inner world. When he received the Dragon King's talent, it cut down to about 5 to 10 years. But now that his soul was damaged, the time had extended to 20 years. Using that logic, the same time span could be applied to the demon generals. Their poor soul talent could be equated to Diane's damaged soul, while their other talents were so overwhelming that they were close approximations of the Dragon King. Even if the time limit was above 20 years, it wouldn't be by much. In addition, this also meant that those demon general with higher soul talent would finish closer to the 10-year mark, making them even faster than the rest. As for how long it would take them all to cultivate to the essence gathering level to trigger this change, Diane was even less worried about that. Remember, it only took 8 weeks climb to the peak of the Meridian Formation realm, and that was using a highly complex Void Kitsune technique. But even more poignant was the fact she wasn't in the energy-dense atmosphere of the tower. Diane estimated it would take them, at most, a month to trigger the start of the inner world creation. However, I only plan on having them cultivating this technique after a year or so. Not from the very beginning. Why's that? Remember the very first floor of the epistemic tower? Those rooms, they have very strict requirements for allowing people in. Oftentimes, they directly boot you out if you're unworthy. Also, you said a year, but it often takes even those who are deemed worthy about 10 years to master just one of them. Diane nodded. In fact, those are only the most basic levels of the techniques as well. After all, these are the 5 most powerful techniques of the entity that created these towers. How could a person only take 10 years to grasp them fully? So you're saying? For one, I don't believe that my demon generals need 10 years. It is only an average. Secondly, I don't particularly care for the techniques themselves, as much as the rewards we receive for completing them to perfection. I know already that those awards are rarely and almost never get handed out, but we're about to change that. The most important thing we need for a growing army is resources. And while I have a lot now, you can never have enough. When my army expands from the 3,000 it is now to millions, then maybe billions or trillions, if I can't support them, what kind of king would I be? Zabia shook his head, laughing. Maybe only Diane could say these things without sounding absolutely ridiculous. Also, I think you've misunderstood a bit. I'm not giving them a year to master a single room. I'm giving them a year to master at least 3. At this point, Zabia was numb to it. He could only silently continue to listen. Diane had likely said all of this to the others already, so Zabia was happy that he was being filled in as well. Aside from that, I also want to repeat that process for ascending floors. From my understanding, aside from the innate Aurora room, every other technique training room has another increased level. Zabia nodded. The first floor ones correspond to the foundation stage. There are meridian formation stage rooms, essence gathering rooms, and so on. As for the innate Aurora room, it's the only exception because it's also the most exclusive and difficult to complete. There's only one level for it. In the higher levels, it's replaced by soul training rooms that are exclusive to innate Aurora wielders. They essentially speed up soul cultivation speed. Not that you need it. Diane laughed, but didn't say anything. It was true that those rooms would be wasted on him. Aside from this, most of the 20 years will be spent climbing and clearing the tower. From my understanding, we won't have to deal with encountering warriors from other towers until the top Saint floors. Correct. Zabia nodded. Before then, everything is done individually. However, when you reach the top Saint floor, the trials change and it becomes a quadrant versus quadrant competition. There will still be individual trials, but all in all, the dynamic will change. It's likely because celestial level treasures and above are rare even for this entity. So, he has to make it difficult on us. Diane understood this, of course. But it also gave them time. Tell me, Zabia, in your opinion, do you think a faction of 3,000 can survive on the top Saint floor? Zabia thought a bit. In fact, he was silent for almost 10 minutes before he answered. By the time you all reach that floor, if you take the hardest route possible, just about 15 to 20 years would have passed. In all likelihood, your cultivations will still be handicapped. However, even if that is the case, the mere fact you made it to that floor means you have the right to compete with those there. It will just be harder. Remember, other universes aren't united. Even if they send billions, those billions might be from millions of clans, which means their factions might reach 10,000 warriors at the most. In fact, even the largest factions in the tower might break 50,000, as far as I'm aware. This is simply because even within families, there are divided interests. The problem with all of this is that if an unknown faction appears, especially one that will dominate like yours, it will be difficult to avoid being ganged up on. Truthfully, the best choice is to pretend as though you all were never a faction to begin with. This way, you can be a lone cultivator, and although you may anger some factions, they wouldn't have the face to attack you with millions. Plus, it would be easier to hide. Diane nodded. He too thought the same thing. In addition, if they split up when they reached that floor, it would be good training for the demon generals as well. All in all, the plan made sense until they grasped their footing. There's only one more thing, Zabia continued. It won't be possible to stay low-key forever. Because of the leaderboards? Exactly. Zabia sighed. It's a double-edged sword. If you don't do well, you won't be fulfilling your goal. But if you do well, then you'll be exposing yourself. And that's just for the individual rankings. If you 3,000 do too well, people will notice when a quadrant that's been dead last for thousands of years suddenly moves up. Especially considering there are only 100 quadrants to keep track of. Despite Zabia's words, Diane grinned wildly. Who was he? Was he not Diane Sacharo? How could he be afraid of a little fame? To him, if they let him get big enough to make any noise on these rankings at all, it was already too late. He told the Dayu and Ragnars that he would announce his existence to them, and in the end, they would fail to beat him anyway. And was he not correct about that? Although Diane had matured since then, and would definitely not be so brash again, he also wouldn't lower his head and hide. They would know he was coming, and he would make sure they knew that it was too late to do anything about it from the very beginning. Diane had grown. Although he very much still missed his parents, he wouldn't allow their memory to consume him. Although he still wanted to make himself known in honor of their memory, he would jeopardize those with him now for such a goal. Although he wanted them by his side, he wouldn't blindly search for methods that didn't exist. From now on, his arrogance was his own. His purpose was driven by his self and the family he still had here now. One day he would build an unshakable empire and make the quadrants bend to his will. His predecessor built a clan that spanned half of the quadrant, and still failed in the end because too many enemies attacked him at once. Diane wouldn't make that same mistake. He wouldn't leave his family to chase after a dream. He would always be by their side. always protecting them. Diane stood. It seems they're done. Zabia smiled and followed Diane out and toward the epistemic tower, thinking of his own family as well. He wanted to see just how far Diane could go. Unfortunately, he would never guess just how far and deep Diane's plans went. If Zabia knew that part of step 1 of Diane's plan was making an enemy out of the whole Dragochilan quadrant, maybe he wouldn't be so happy right now. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to stop Diane from doing it. After all, how could Diane let all of the reverse scaled in his spatial ring go to waste? He wasn't just going to raise an army of demon generals. He was going to raise an army of dragons. When Zabia and Diane stepped out, the rest of the plan proceeded smoothly. Half of the Weta army was sent to a specially chosen gate. As for how they'd leave without the Weta noticing the influx of numbers, of course, Diane had already taken this into account. For one, their numbers would be almost immediately halved, unbeknownst to them. According to the rules of the key, Diane could teleport any number of people to any gate in this quadrant. However, there was a caveat he had specially taken note of. With the exception of this universe, he could only teleport to the very center of any other gate. What did this mean? Every gate had the same characteristic regardless of whatever variety of dangers they provided. The center would always and unequivocally be the most dangerous area. To teleport nearly 500,000 warriors directly into a disaster? The results could be guessed. Diane obviously wouldn't have told the Weta this in advance. That would have unnecessarily complicated the negotiation process. Not that they had much of a choice anyway. As for the second half of the plan, there wasn't a need to account for it. A group of less than 200,000, which would be the numbers after they helped attack the towers of the Weta, would hardly be a drop in a bucket when considering the whole population of a gate. Even if a general with keen eyes noticed, the turnover between the gates was too volatile to make any concrete assumptions. Even their first son traveled between tens of gates per campaign. In the end, the remaining 500,000 could only meander their way back home, leaving the only Diane, his allies, and first son. As for Elwing, Diane didn't see him off. As a prince, he had his own pride. When he noticed that Diane had truly turned the situation around by himself, he didn't have the face to stay, nor did he ask for anything epistemic tower related. He didn't want to partake in anything Diane would have to give him. Unfortunately for him, this would turn out to be a big mistake. After that army left, it was finally time for Diane to once again step into the epistemic tower. Later that day, Diane and his 3,000 or so companions sat in the very same cultivation room he had ironically fought Aladar in. Diane couldn't help but think what the situation would be like had Aladar won the key wielder position instead of him. At the moment, Aladar and Clara were distributing cultivation cleansing pills to the demon generals. As for first son Dravel, he awkwardly stood to the side, confused beyond belief as to what was going on. However, Diane wasn't going to explain anything to him. "Do you know why I brought you here when I had no obligation to?" Diane, who had been quietly meditating, suddenly spoke. "Those arrays you placed within us aren't so simple," Dravel answered immediately. "But this is an unnecessary investment. In the grand scheme of things, 1,000,000 Weta is a trivial number. There are hundreds of billions of us." Diane shook his head. He didn't expect everyone to be as intelligent as he was, but he was disappointed in this first son's lack of foresight. He was too cautious and not ambitious enough. That would make him a problem to use in the future. "I don't plan on explaining everything to you, but I will tell you that the important number here isn't 1,000,000. It's 10. Dravel's eyes widened as he suddenly understood. This was never about the numbers, this was always about who he was bringing in. In one fell swoop, Diane had suddenly taken the future of the Weta in his palms. Even with first son's personality flaws, he was still among the only two faith-seated Weta, and yet now he was Diane's pawn. If Diane wanted to play the long game in a few 100,000 years, he would own at least 70% of the Weta, accounting for sons and daughters who weren't talented enough to maintain their positions. However, would Diane really bother waiting that long? He had plans that could make this approach viable within 100 years. But Dravel didn't need to know that. Once your brothers and sisters are finished with their duties at that gate, they will take turns spending time in this tower. I don't want my investments to be usurped by superior talents. Do you understand? Dravel nodded. If this epistemic tower was really everything Diane said it was, he and the others really wouldn't have to worry about others replacing them. In fact, Dravel could stop worrying and break into sainthood after this campaign and take the 5th son position, maybe even 4th son with his talent. As for where the other 9 sons and daughters were currently, Diane had sent them all with the other 500,000 warriors. After all, a major part of his plan was conquering the towers to make the Weta regret focusing their attention here, so he needed to make sure there was enough leadership. In fact, he would be sending 1st son in a moment as well. It was safe to say that Diane's gears were constantly turning. Every moment of respite that he received was spent planning out the next few thousand years of his life. The peak he was aiming for wasn't something most could fathom, and maybe even to those lofty existences on the immortal plane, he was a madman willing to strive for anything, even the impossible. However, he was Diane Sicharo. He wasn't a man that would ever allow anything to stand in his way. He wasn't a man that would ever allow a mountain to be too tall or a sky to be too vast. There would come a day where he would become an existence so lofty and untouchable that he would be capable of accomplishing anything with a flip of the hand. He was determined to make his name reverberate through the quadrants. As if stands now, Diane spoke. What are your odds of becoming Emperor of the Weta? Diane spoke straightforwardly. Although having pawns was great, he would much rather them be willing to follow him. When Dravel heard Diane's question, his blood began to boil. Many saw his caution as unambitious, and rightfully so. But the truth of the matter was that Dravel had dreams of his own. He was just too apprehensive to pursue them. The current most talented person in our clan is 1st Saint's son. Dravel replied honestly. He is by far the most likely candidate. Usually, the candidate is chosen from the celestial sons and daughters since 1st Dao son is our emperor. However, 1st celestial daughter is a woman and also currently betrothed to 1st Saint's son. Diane found this a bit weird, but this was only because he still held onto his mortal realm beliefs. After all, less than 10 years ago, he was a teen working with computers and engineering parts all day on a less than healthy diet that his metabolism somehow made up for. Although, now that he thought about it, it was likely his soul making up for it. This was odd to him on 2 fronts. For one, the age difference that had to exist. To climb to 1st daughter status, she had to be near the peak of the celestial stage, which meant, at a bare minimum, thousands of years of cultivation without the epistemic tower resources. Saint's son was at most hundreds of years old. The second oddity was even more glaring. They were family. However, when Diane saw the starry eyes Dravel got when he mentioned his own sister, he couldn't help but to turn his gaze away and ignore it for dear life. In reality, though, an age difference of thousands was nothing when comparing 2 who would without a doubt become Dao formation experts. Secondly, the main issues with incest were wiped away with the martial world. Children would be birthed perfectly healthy because any possibilities of disease would have been cleansed by the cultivation of their parents. In addition to this, 1st Saint's son and 1st celestial daughter were definitely very distant relatives. Although they shared the Weta bloodline, so did billions of others. The number of family branches and branches of branches were innumerable. So, logically speaking, them marrying was no weirder than anyone in the mortal world marrying. After all, technically, everyone from the mortal realm originated from the same family branch. Are there any factions that disagree with this? Although Diane knew much about the Weta, the intricacies of their inner workings could only be explained by someone who lived there. There are hundreds of family branches, each with their own interests. However, not all of them have viable candidates for such a role, so they can only acquiesce. Before my birth, there was no need for competition. However, when it was found that I inherited a faith seed, there were some stirrings. The problem is that catching up to 1st Saint Brother would be exceptionally difficult. He has been training in an entirely different quadrant for the past 100 years. If what you say is true, then he was without a doubt powerful enough to earn a spot in the epistemic tower. This means he likely has a leg up on me. Diane nodded. He realized this as well from the late 5th son's intel. Both Hela and 1st Saint's son had left to investigate. It was only recently they got word back. But that didn't mean they had just gotten there. In all likelihood, They had spent at least a few decades enjoying the benefits of that universe's tower. This may sound like a leap, but it wasn't. According to Zabia, that quadrant didn't work with a clan system, it works with a sect system. How could Hela and First Saint Sun not be talented enough to receive proper backing from such a place? The other problem was that First Essence Sun couldn't spend all of his time in the tower like First Saint Sun presumably could. Because of their plans, First Sun could raise the suspicion level of this tower for at least 20 years. If he wasn't making his presence felt, then that would of course be suspicious. Diane thought about having First Sun fake his death, but that would likely be more detrimental than anything. A large part of becoming the emperor of such a large clan was networking and building a trusted faction. How could he do that if he disappeared? In the end, this was a secondary matter. Although it would be great for First Sun to become leader, that was only the second step. He had another purpose first, and Diane would let him know when the time was right. The only reason he brought this up now was to give First Sun some incentive. If you follow me well, I can guarantee that First Celestial Daughter will be your wife. Dravel's eyes widened as he nearly choked on air. The goddess he had worshipped for all his life? As his wife. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Massacring a whole population of people for no reason isn't my style, Diane shrugged. After I kill those Weta who are responsible for harming the family of a friend of mine, someone needs to rule them. After all, I can't manage so many places alone. Seeing the eagerness in Dravel's eyes, Diane was satisfied. For such a cautious human being to be swayed so easily wasn't all that surprising to Diane. After all, Dravel already understood that he didn't have much of a choice left. The fact that Diane was willing to give him something in return was already more than he expected. After a few more miscellaneous details were handled between them, Diane sent Dravel off, reminding him that they needed to take down at least 2 towers. Having dealt with that, Diane turned his attention to the tower. It was time he spoke with his grand teacher.